Chapter 637. I haven't gone out these past few days. How would I know? However, I did hear a piece of great news. I'm sure you'll be happy to hear it. Diao Jiao walked to Yao Mowen's side happily. What news? Unless it was Yi Juanqing's whereabouts, it was hard for her to smile. Master issued a kill order. If Yi Hongyi is alive, he wants to see his corpse. Diao Jiao's words were shocking. How could that be? Doesn't Sikong Mu value Yi Hongyi a lot? This news was as shocking as expected. Yao Mowen asked in shock. But this brat wants a foot after being given an inch. He actually joined Qichuan. Do you think water got into Yi Hongyi's brain? There's a path to heaven, but he doesn't take it. Instead, he barges into hell, said Diao Jiao resentfully. This is great. We can't find Yi Juanqing, but now even Yi Hongyi has disappeared. There's also Qi Kanglin. I don't know what he's doing, Yao Mowen said helplessly. She slumped back into the chair, her mind a mess. The next day, when the announcement that Sheng Waner was Yao Mowen was posted on the streets of Crimson Flame Nation's capital, Yao Mowen finally understood why Qi Kanglin had acted so strangely last night. Why is it like this? Diao Jiao had taken down the announcement and delivered it to Yao Mowen early in the morning. So it's like this. They want to use Waner's identity to lure Yi Juanqing out. The method is correct, but how are they going to prove that I'm Yao Mowen? Said Yao Mowen indifferently. There was no proof. When she told Yi Juanqing, he only snorted in disdain. Someone came to tell you. At this time, Qi Kanglin was already standing at the door. Diao Jiao felt that her presence was very untimely, so she quietly retreated. You saw it? When Qi Kanglin entered, he clearly saw the announcement on the table. It's posted all over the city. It's hard for Waner not to see it. Lord Priest, don't you think you should explain? Yao Mowen lifted her brows and looked towards Qi Kanglin coldly. This is the cult master's idea. He wants you to pretend to be Yao Mowen and cooperate with Kanglin to capture Yi Juanqing. Qi Kanglin didn't have the courage to say the truth. Cooperate? Cooperate how? You and I both know that Yi Juanqing wouldn't believe the contents of the announcement. Yao Mowen looked towards Qi Kanglin probingly. Kanglin has his own way. You don't need to ask more about this. Get ready. Follow Kanglin to Luo and Street at 2:45 in the afternoon. Qi Kanglin did not explain too much. After giving the order, he turned and left. Looking at Qi Kanglin's back, Yao Mowen's shapely eyebrows slightly wrinkled. What was Qi Kanglin's method? Yao Mowen was very curious, but she was happy to cooperate. At this time, she also wanted Yi Juanqing to know who she really was. Time passed very quickly. Around noon, Yao Mowen only changed into a light pink chongpao and followed Qi Tsonglan out of the priest's manor. Yao Mowen and Qi Kanglin were carried by the holy palanquin as they walked in the center. The pedestrians on Luo and Street were split to the left and right. There wasn't even a single stray leaf in the originally busy street. When they reached the busiest part of Luo and Street, the palanquin came to a stop. Yao Mowen was supported by two boys out of the palanquin and onto the stage that had been built overnight. Waner, how are you going to cooperate? Yao Mowen looked towards Qi Kanglin in confusion. It's fine to just sit here. Qi Tsonglan lightly pulled Yao Mowen to sit on a chair, his eyes revealing a faintly discernible sadness. All lies will be exposed. Yao Mowen will know the truth one day. His concealment now is only deceiving himself and others. Yao Mowen really cooperated. She didn't say anything no matter what Qi Kanglin told her to do. At this time, Qi Kanglin was holding a polished glass ball in front of Yao Mowen. Waner, look at the glass ball. Don't think about anything. Hypnosis was a technique that allowed people to speak their true feelings even when they weren't aware of it. Qi Kanglin naturally knew that empty words were no proof. However, if Yao Mowen could say the truth that only she and Yi Juanqing knew, then that would be proof. Waner, what do you see? Qi Kanglin's thin lips moved slightly when he saw that Yao Mowen's eyes were misty. At this time, under the surveillance of the imperial children, the enormous Luo and Street was completely silent. A sea, boundless. Yao Mowen's cherry lips moved, her voice ethereal. What's on the other side of the sea? Qi Kanglin slowly guided Yao Mowen back to the past. A palace. Yao Mowen finally lost her last bit of clarity and reason and sank into a daze. What's it called? Who lives there? Qi Kanglin knew that the time had come, so he cut to the chase. Guan Osprey Palace. Inside are Mo Wan, Yi Junqing, Lu Xing, and Ting Yu. Yao Mo Wan seemed to be muttering to herself as her lips curved slightly. Where are they right now? Qi Kanglin choked. He had no choice but to do this. Lu Xing is dead. Ingli killed him. Ingli is also dead. Unfortunately, it wasn't Wanner who did it. Yi Hongyi killed his own younger sister with his own hands. Ting Yu. Ting Yu is also dead. It's Yi Hongyi. Yi Hongyi killed Ting Yu. Yi Hongyi. Yao Mo Wan's emotions suddenly became extremely agitated. Qi Kanglin saw that the situation was bad and immediately asked the next question. What about Yi Junqing? You like him? When did it start? Do you love him? This was something only the two of them knew. So besides words of love, what else could it be? Qi Kanglin pursed his lips bitterly. Yi Junqing, in my past life, I owed him too much. I just wanted to return his country, but I unknowingly fell in love. What should I do? Yao Mo Wan's emotions gradually calmed down. The crowd below the stage was still completely silent. No one made the slightest sound. In the crowd, a brown-haired man dressed in mink fur mixed in with the crowd. From time to time, his eyes would glance at Yao Moan on the stage. His heart was in turmoil. You've definitely experienced life and death, right? Qi Kanglin wanted to know the answer, but each answer was like a dagger stabbing into his heart. Hearing the woman he loved narrate her life and death promise with another man was probably the most painful thing in the world. Junqing, why are you calling me an idiot? I only promised you that I would definitely return. I know that you'll definitely wait for me in Ji Province. Stepping over a pile of corpses, anyone would faint from fright. Yao Mo Wan muttered incoherently. At some point, her long eyelashes were covered in tears. Under the sunlight, those sparkling and translucent tears were as resplendent as flowers, piercing Qi Kanglin's eyes. In the crowd, the man wearing the mink fur coat had disappeared. Inside the secret room, Yi Junqing's eyes were like cold stars. His hands were clenched into fists, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. He sat there without saying a single word. Junqing, Sheng Wan can't be Yao Mo Wan. If you had rushed over just now, you would have fallen into Qi Kanglin's trap, said Han Jenny solemnly as she looked towards Yi Junqing. Do you still remember how desperate the battle in Ji Province was? Yao Mo Wan mobilized Helian Ping's army to save the day? Junqing still remembers how Yao Mo Wan rode a horse through the battlefield, stepping over a pile of corpses to rush towards Junqing. Junqing will never forget that scene for the rest of his life. Junqing called her the biggest idiot in the world. She said that Mo Wan would return, so Mo Wan would definitely return. Afterwards, she even explained that it was because she'd stepped over a pile of corpses, so it wasn't strange that she fainted from fright. Only Mo Wan and I know these things. No one else knows. If Sheng Wan isn't Yao Mo Wan, then how could she know about this? Was it a coincidence? How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Sheng Wan is actually Mo Wan. Why? Why didn't I recognize her? She even made her suffer so many grievances. This won't do. I have to go find Mo Wan. Yi Junqing ignored Han Jini's obstruction and rushed out, but he was stopped by Di Feng and Feng Yihan. Yi Junqing, now isn't the time to let emotions affect your decisions. Now that Qi Kanglin has verified that Sheng Wan is Yao Mo Wan in front of everyone, he's trying to lure us out so he can capture us in one fell swoop. If you go out now, forget about saving Yao Mo Wan. You might not even be able to protect yourself, shouted Di Feng as he grabbed Yi Junqing tightly. Chapter 638. Emperor Xia's words are reasonable. In reality, we should be glad that Moan didn't die and is still alive. Now that Qi Kanglin didn't hesitate to reveal Moan's identity, it can be seen just how much Sikong Mu and Qi Chuan want to capture us. Qi Kanglin has no other choice but to do this. As long as we endure for a few more days, the situation will definitely take a turn for the better. Junqing, I understand that you want to see Moan, but now isn't the time. Feng Yihan said sincerely. You don't understand. None of you understand. Ever since Moan disappeared, I haven't been able to sleep a single night. I've been calling Moan's name in my head over and over again. I Yi Junqing, can give up Great Chu, give up the country, give up my life, but I can't lose Moen. Yi Junqing choked with sobs as tears flowed out of his eyes. After a moment of silence, Han Jini finally spoke. If you think that seeing Yao Moen right now is what she wants, then you can go. If you can guarantee that you'll be able to bring Yao Moen back alive after seeing her, then you can go. Han Jini's voice was very soft, but it was like thunder in Yi Junqing's heart. Feng Yihan and Di Feng looked at each other in silence. Now that things had gotten to this point, they could only see Yi Junqing's decision. Yi Junqing's footsteps finally stopped in front of the door. His clenched fists smashed against the stone wall, causing blood to trickle down Yi Junqing's knuckles and flow into his sleeves. Junqing, everyone here hopes that Moen can leave Crimson Flame Country safely with us. For this goal, we must endure. Right now, we're still lacking a bit of saltpeter and sulfur. Once we have enough gunpowder, we'll rescue Moen and escape from Crimson Flame Country together. Is that okay? Han Jini walked behind Yi Junqing. He knew that Yi Junqing's heart was aching right now. He had seen how much pain Yi Junqing had suffered in order to find Yao Moen. However, the more urgent the situation, the more they had to be calm. Why didn't I recognize her? Why did I doubt Moen? She once told me personally that she was Yao Moen, but I didn't believe her. In the end, I was blind. Yi Junqing crouched down in pain. Even a hero like him would cry. It's not your fault. You're too concerned. Junqing, it's just as King Qi said. We're all glad that Moen is still alive. Now that Qi Kanglin had made such a move, Priest Manor was most likely heavily guarded. Even if he wanted to ask Diao Diao about the situation, it would be impossible. The night was deep and serene. Yao Mo Wan leaned against the window and looked at the stars in the distance. There was an indescribable loneliness in her heart. You're still awake? Diao Jiao pushed the door open and entered. Yao Moen, who was standing by the window, heard the sound and turned around. When she saw that it was Diao Diao, she couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect Qi Kanglin to actually use hypnosis. What a brilliant method. Once those things that only Junqing and I knew were said, he could immediately distinguish the truth from the falsehood. When Diao Jiao repeated everything she said on Luoan Street to her, she knew that Qi Kanglin's move had worked. Now she just hoped that Yi Junqing wouldn't rashly barge into the priest's manor. Moen, now that things have gotten to this point, what do you want to do? Now that everyone knows that you're Yao Moen, they're naturally more guarded against you. I'm afraid that you won't be able to take a step out of the priest's manor unless Qi Kanglin gives the order. Diao Jiao slowly walked to Yao Moen's side and spoke in a low voice. Right now, it's not about what Moen should do, it's about you. Diao Diao, I don't care what you do. You have to contact Han Jini and tell him not to act blindly without thinking. Moen will naturally think of a way to get them out of Crimson Flame Country. Yao Moen deliberately lowered her voice as she instructed carefully. What are you saying? When Diao Diao heard this, she immediately shifted her gaze and her cheeks flushed red. If you hadn't seen Han Jini, would you be so radiant so quickly? Diao Diao, right now is a matter of life and death for Han Jini and Yi Junqing. If you don't want Han Jini to be captured by Sikong Mu and then cut into pieces, then don't be anxious. Yao Moen threatened. TCH, you only know how to bully people. How could you? Diao Diao mumbled. Just as she was about to open her mouth to retort, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Thus, Diao Diao remained silent and looked at Yao Moen meaningfully. Her meaning was, leave this matter to me. By the time Yao Moen understood the meaning in Diao Diao's eyes, Qi Kanglin had already arrived at the door. It seems that it's time for me to disappear again. Diao Diao shrugged and left Yao Moen's room with a giggle. Qi Kanglin only spoke when Diao Diao's footsteps gradually faded away. Can I come in? Qi Kanglin's voice was gentle as he looked towards Yao Moen with slight unease. Yao Moen sat down at the table and picked up a cup of tea. In the time she took a sip, Qi Kanglin had already sat down in front of Yao Moen. Moen hopes that Lord Priest won't ask this kind of question that isn't up to Moen to decide in the future. If Moen refuses, could Lord possibly leave right now? A cold voice slowly spilled out of Yao Moen's cherry lips. It was like an ancient pool without any ripples, causing people to shiver. I'm very sorry for today's matter. Qi Kanglin heard the anger in Yao Moen's voice and said lightly. Lord Priest is only sorry for today's matter? Then what about before? How did Moen lose her memories? How did she arrive in Crimson Flame Country? What if she became Shang Wan, or how did she become Yao Moen now? Doesn't Lord Priest feel that you should give Moen an explanation? Or is it that in Lord Priest's eyes, Moen is nothing more than a lowly commoner who doesn't have the right to know about these things? Yao Moen was very angry, but not because of the past. How could she, Chi Kanglin, hypnotize her in front of everyone? Not everyone wanted to share the secrets in their hearts with everyone else. You're Yao Moen, the woman that Yi Junqing would rather die than give up on. The woman that the entire Eastern continent is looking for. You're the legend of Eastern continent. A single glance of yours, a single action, can change the entire Eastern continent. However, Kanglin always felt that no matter how strong you were still a lowly commoner of Eastern continent. However, it was you, a lowly commoner, that completely changed everything for Kanglin. Because of your existence, the great cause of unification was no longer Kanglin's only belief. For you, Kanglin went against the will of the cult master time and time again, indulged your unreasonable willfulness time and time again. For you, Kanglin could give up his life. Sitting in front of you right now, Kanglin only feels that he's the lowliest. Chi Kanglin's words made Yao Moen feel that she was in the wrong. It was as if she had done some unforgivable crime to the man in front of her. Ahem. Since I already know that I'm Yao Moen, how are you going to deal with me? Lock me up in priest manner for the rest of my life? In the face of Chi Kanglin's affectionate words, Yao Moen finally couldn't take it anymore. Kanglin has never thought about doing anything to you, but right now is a critical time. As long as we capture Yi Junqing and the others, Kanglin will immediately release you from house arrest. After that, no matter where you go, Kanglin will accompany you, said Chi Kanglin with deep affection. If you guys really manage to capture Yi Junqing, what will happen? When Yao Moen heard Yi Junqing's name, her heart clenched. The cult master's will is to kill without mercy. Chi Kanglin answered truthfully. If Junqing dies, Moen won't live alone. Chi Kanglin knew that Yao Moen wasn't speaking empty words. Back on the warship, he had seen Yao Moen's determination. No matter what price I have to pay, Kanglin definitely won't let you die. Even if you hate or resent me in the future, that's fine. In this life, Kanglin only asks to be by your side. Moen, Kanglin can't change the situation, but he can change himself. As long as I complete this mission, Kanglin will ask for Sect Master's resignation. At that time, I'll take you away from this troublesome place. Chi Kanglin's words caused Yao Moen to be endlessly stunned. She didn't know when, but she had already occupied the entire position in Chi Kanglin's heart. The ambiguous feelings that she once thought had already become an indelible vow. Chapter 639. But Yao Moen was just about to retort when Chi Kanglin suddenly stood up and left. He didn't even give himself a chance to refuse. Chi Kanglin, you used to be as gentle as jade, but you've also learned to be so domineering? Inside the headquarters, Huan Luo stood trembling under the huge python. Her throat was dry, and her hands were clenched into fists. Ever since she betrayed Sikong Mu, she would feel guilty every time she stood in the headquarters. I didn't expect Chi Chuan to raise a hidden guard. Chi, Mei, Wang, Liang, their name isn't bad, but I wonder how good their martial arts are. Huan Luo, I'll leave this matter to you. This sect master wants to see where Chi Chuan gets his courage from this time. Sikong Mu's voice was frighteningly cold. Yes, Huan Luo sighed inwardly, but she was also a bit shocked. She hadn't expected Sikong Mu to be so powerful that he even knew the names of Chi Chuan's hidden guards. After leaving the headquarters, Huan Luo hesitated a bit before heading to the Imperial Garden. After noon, Chi Chuan would definitely take a stroll in the garden. This was his habit. When Huan Luo appeared in the Imperial Garden, Chi Chuan was shocked and immediately dismissed all the attendants. Inside the pavilion, Chi Chuan invited Huan Luo to sit down with a warm expression. May I ask why Lady Holy Maiden has come to see us? Asked Chi Chuan with a smile. Sikong Mu already knows about the Chi, Mei, Wang, Liang behind you and wants Huan Luo to get rid of them. Huan Luo got straight to the point. What? How does he know? Chi Chuan's eyes flashed as he looked at Huan Luo in disbelief. The Qi, Mei, Wang, Liang were very secretive. There were only 5 people in the entire Crimson Flame country who knew of their existence. Logically speaking, this news shouldn't have reached Sikong Mu's ears. Huan Luo isn't sure, but Sikong Mu has already given the order for Huan Luo to take their heads. What does your majesty think Huan Luo should do? Huan Luo looked at Chi Chuan arrogantly with a smile. The Qi, Mei, Wang, Liang are our left and right arms. They can't be broken. Does Lady Holy Maiden have a better way to ensure their safety? The fact that Huan Luo was able to sit firmly on the position of Imperial Sect's Holy Maiden was a testament to Huan Luo's martial arts. If they really fought, Chi Chuan really didn't have the confidence to win. Furthermore, Yi Hongyi had warned him that Huan Luo could control sea monsters, so she couldn't die for now. This time, Chi Chuan could only follow the guest's wishes. This time, Huan Luo can compromise, but there's one thing. When your majesty gets what you want in the future, can you also hand Yi Hongyi over to Huan Luo to deal with? Right now, the entire Imperial faction was searching for Yi Hongyi's whereabouts, but he seemed to have vanished into thin air. Huan Luo had reason to believe that Chi Chuan had hidden Yi Hongyi. Yi Hongyi. Hello. Chi Chuan was slightly stunned. He had originally thought that Yi Hongyi was hiding with Huan Luo, but now it seemed that Huan Luo was thinking the same thing. Your Majesty, why don't you send the Qi, Mei, Wang, and Liang to fight Huan Luo? Huan Luo will be at a slight disadvantage, and let them attack first. Your Majesty should know what to do after that. Huan Luo looked at Chi Chuan meaningfully. Holy Maiden, don't worry. When the time comes, we will naturally have the Qi, Mei, Wang, and Liang hide for a while. We won't make things difficult for Holy Maiden. Chi Chuan's voice was filled with gratitude, but a trace of ruthlessness flashed through his heart. There's no time like the present. Let's do it today. The moment Huan Luo opened her mouth, the white silk in her hand shot towards the top of the pavilion like a silver dragon. As hidden guards, the Qi, Mei, Wang, and Liang were naturally hiding in the shadows, so they heard what was said very clearly. In the next second, the Qi, Mei, Wang, and Liang attacked Huan Luo at the same time. The 5 of them fought in the air. Your Majesty, are you really planning on handing Hongyi over to Huan Luo to deal with? A sinister voice drifted over from behind him. When Chi Chuan heard it, he was shocked. When he turned around, he saw Yi Hongyi standing in front of him. Yi. Before Chi Chuan could say anything, Yi Hongyi exerted force in his palm and immediately knocked Chi Chuan out. Then, he lifted him up and disappeared. In the forest behind the mountain, when Han Genie appeared in front of Diao Diao, dressed in strange clothes, she almost didn't recognize him. Jenny, why are you dressed like this? Diao Diao looked Han Genie up and down as she held back her laughter. Thanks to Qi Kanglin, the entire city is searching for Genie. Genie still feels that it's inappropriate for me to be dressed like this, said Han Genie awkwardly. After all, he had never been in such dire straits in his memory. It's been hard on you guys. All right, if you need anything, you can tell me. Diao Diao looked towards Han Genie with heartache. Didn't I ask you out because I needed something? Diao Diao, tell me that Shengwaner. Diao Diao expected that Han Genie would ask this question, so before Han Genie could finish, she cut him off. Shengwaner is Yao Moen. She's never changed. Actually, your intuition back in Xinxiang wasn't wrong. The only mistake was that bastard Huan Luo secretly created Shui Wan, and you want her to mess things up. However, you guys were too arbitrary. Even if they look exactly the same, there's still a difference. Diao Diao followed Yao Moen's instructions and revealed everything. So that's how it is. Although he was prepared, Han Genie was still shocked when he heard this news. In the past, they were so close to Yao Moen, but they still missed each other. However, at that time, Yao Moen hadn't recovered her memories yet. So if you had worked a bit harder at that time, perhaps, muttered Diao Diao when she saw the loneliness in Han Genie's eyes. There's no perhaps. Genie only wants to cherish the person in front of him. Han Genie understood Diao Diao's meaning, but he knew even more clearly that regardless of whether Yao Moen recovered her memories or not, there was no fate between them. Ahem. This sentence is very pleasing. Diao Diao pursed her lips and smiled. Diao Diao, Since we know that Shengwan is Yao Moen, in a few days, we want to take Yao Moen and temporarily leave Crimson Flame Country. So, I want to ask you to get us a boat and some necessities for sailing on the sea, said Han Genie bluntly. You guys, want to leave? Hearing this news, Diao Diao's eyes immediately revealed unconcealable grief. Diao Diao, can you leave with us? Han Genie naturally couldn't bear to part with Diao Diao. No, Diao Diao can't leave Master, otherwise he'll be sad. Diao Diao shook her head with difficulty. If she didn't have any worries in Crimson Flame Country, she definitely would have nodded without hesitation. However, she couldn't betray Master. She was an orphan. If it wasn't for Master, she wouldn't have lived until today. Seeing that Diao Diao's eyes were dim and colorless, Han Genie took a step forward and placed his hands on Diao Diao's snow-white shoulders. Then Genie won't leave with them. I'll stay and accompany you. Han Genie's voice was like the spring breeze and rain, quickly sweeping away the haze in Diao Diao's heart. Genie, are you serious? You're really willing to stay? Even if you don't go back for the rest of your life, you're still willing? Diao Diao raised her eyes emotionally, her eyes brimming with tears. With you accompanying me, this sovereign has really profited. Han Genie extended a slender jade finger and lightly brushed the tears at the corner of Diao Diao's eyes. His thin lips hooked into a faint smile and the light in his eyes was exceptionally resolute. Genie, you're so good. As good as Master. Diao Diao emotionally threw herself into Han Genie's arms and pressed her face tightly against Han Genie's chest, feeling the long-awaited warmth. When Qi Chuan woke up, he only felt a dull pain on his face, and his body was extremely tired. Woo-woo, woo-woo-woo. Qi Chuan originally wanted to call someone to serve him, but when he opened his mouth, he actually found that he couldn't make a sound. His throat seemed to be stuck by something. You're awake? Along with a gloomy voice, the white cloth covering Qi Chuan's eyes was suddenly torn off. Qi Chuan only felt a glaring light and subconsciously closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, his whole body was stunned in one place, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Chapter 640. What? You don't recognize me anymore? At this moment, the person standing in front of Qi Chuan was another him. He wore a golden dragon robe and a scarlet dragon crown. That face, in particular, was practically identical to his own. Woo! Qi Chuan couldn't speak, but his eyes were filled with bone-chilling coldness. What a pity! This face that looks like a beast has been with Hongyi for so long. Suddenly giving it to Crimson Flame Emperor, Hongyi really can't bear to part with it. The person in front of him was none other than Yi Hongyi. At this moment, Yi Hongyi lazily brought over the copper mirror and placed it in front of Qi Chuan. Woo! Woo! When he saw his own reflection in the copper mirror, Qi Chuan's eyes bulged. He abruptly flung the copper mirror away and got up to charge at Yi Hongyi. Unfortunately, Yi Hongyi didn't give him the chance and promptly sealed Qi Chuan's acupuncture points. Qi Chuan, don't blame Hongyi for being ruthless. It's you who's too cowardly and unruly. From the moment you came out of the Imperial Sect's main altar, I advised you to attack the Imperial Sect, but you had too many misgivings, being careful left and right. If it wasn't for your cowardice that delayed the opportunity, how could Sikong Mu have had the chance to breathe? Great. He's already discovered that I've sided with you. Qi Chuan. Of all things, you're actually sending people to secretly search for me. Qi Chuan, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? The reason you're searching for me is to protect me? Or do you want to kill me to silence me? Yi Hongyi's cold gaze was like sharp blades stabbing into Qi Chuan's chest, causing him to be filled with regret. Wuru! Qi Chuan roared angrily, but his body couldn't move. But Hongyi doesn't blame you. If you don't act for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. Just like Hongyi right now. Since this face won't live to see tomorrow, then I might as well change my face and start all over again. Yi Hongyi laughed sinisterly, then casually picked up a cyan-colored glass bottle from the side of the table. Woo! Seeing Yi Hongyi take out a black pill from the glass bottle, Qi Chuan's eyes were filled with fear and hatred. After you die, Hongyi will naturally bring your corpse to Sikong Mu. Crimson Flame Emperor, don't worry. You've been wanting to kill Sikong Mu day and night. Hong Yi will naturally fulfill this wish for you. This pill is a poison that gathers all the poisons in the world. As long as you eat it, even if you die, your corpse will release a colorless and odorless poison. At that time, Sikong Mu will invisibly be poisoned. In less than half a month, he won't be able to reverse the situation. As Yi Hongyi spoke, he stuffed the black pill in his hand into Chi Chuan's mouth. Woo! Chi Chuan's bloodshot eyes widened like copper bells. The veins on his forehead looked like they were about to burst. He never expected that he would be defeated by Yi Hongyi. Don't feel any unwillingness. This is called the winner takes all. Look at Hongyi. Even if Yi Junqing stole my throne, even if Yao Moan poisoned me, even if Gue Daozi castrated me and turned me into a eunuch, even if you, Crimson Flame Emperor, ordered me around like a dog, I've never blamed anyone or anything. The path is walked by oneself. Whoever laughs in the end will depend on their own ability, said Yi Hongyi with a sinister smile. His hand abruptly moved, and the pill instantly entered Chi Chuan's mouth. Woo! Woo! Chi Chuan felt as if every pore on his body was being bitten and devoured by a thin snake. That kind of pain was heart-wrenching and indescribable. Next to the stone table, Yi Hongyi coldly watched as Chi Chuan struggled in pain, just like how he had been in the past. Fortunately, he had managed to struggle through. The current him had been reborn and had become the emperor of Crimson Flame Nation. Then Yi Junqing, Yao Moan, how are you going to fight us? Cold laughter suddenly rang out, accompanied by Chi Chuan's hoarse howls of grief. The sound lingered in the air above the secret room for a long time. Only when Chi Chuan's life fell did Gue Wu, who had been guarding outside, walk in while trembling. His Majesty, he. Shut up. We are His Majesty. He's the traitor Yi Hongyi. Yi Hongyi suddenly turned around and looked at Gue Wu sharply. Yi Hongyi, you're practically a madman. Gue Wu looked towards Yi Hongyi angrily. If it wasn't because Yi Hongyi had something on him, Gue Wu wouldn't have done such a crazy thing with him no matter what. That's right. We are a madman. We've been crazy since the day Yao Moan betrayed us. We are now the high and mighty Crimson Flame Emperor. Who in this world dares to fight against us? Yi Hongyi's eyes were bloodshot as he roared fiercely. Gue Wu was speechless. He knew that he couldn't turn back anymore. Even if he continued to argue with Yi Hongyi, he wouldn't be able to change the truth. After leaving the Ghost Palace, Yi Hongyi used his face to successfully deceive the Qi, Mei and Wang Liang and poisoned the four of them to death in the most ruthless way. When Yi Hongyi appeared at the headquarters with Chi Chuan and the Qi, Mei and Wang Liang's corpses, not only Huan Luo, but even Sikong Mu was very surprised. Crimson Flame Emperor Chi Chuan has personally come to the headquarters today to offer a humble apology. I hope that sect leader will forgive Chi Chuan for the sake of his many years of dedication to Crimson Flame country. At this moment, Yi Hongyi ordered someone to open the leather bag containing Chi Chuan and the Qi, Mei and Wang Liang. As expected, you were the one who hid Yi Hongyi. Sikong Mu secretly sighed in relief when he saw Yi Hongyi's pale face. Chi Chuan is guilty. Sect leader, please punish me. Yi Hongyi knelt on the ground with a plop and mournfully repented. Do you know what you did wrong? Sikong Mu didn't notice anything wrong with the fake Chi Chuan in front of him. Chi Chuan was blinded by greed. He disregarded the stability of Crimson Flame country and privately provoked the imperial court and the imperial sect. Now that the lowly commoners of East Continent are getting restless, Chi Chuan shouldn't have put Crimson Flame country in such dire straits for his own personal gain. Yi Hongyi was used to seeing Chi Chuan groveling in front of Sikong Mu. At this moment, he imitated it to perfection. Emperor Yin Qi knows to rein in the horse before it's too late. I'm very comforted. Never mind, we don't need to talk about this anymore. You can leave. Sikong Mu waved his hand proudly. He didn't doubt this Emperor Yin Qi in front of him at all. Only after Yi Hongyi left did Huan Luo speak up. Sect Master, do you think that Chi Chuan is truly repentant? At that time, Chi Chuan had solemnly vowed to protect Qi Mei and Wang Liang. He had even gotten injured because of this. Yet he hadn't expected that in just half a day, Chi Chuan would actually deliver Qi Mei and Wang Liang's corpses over, and Yi Hongyi too. Repent? He's just as cowardly as a mouse. This sect master ordered you to go find the Qi Mei Wang Liang to tell him that in this sect master's eyes, he has no secrets to speak of. Adding on the fact that Yi Hongyi's identity has been exposed, he's scared. Qi Chuan has always been like this. Sikong Mu's voice was filled with disdain. What should we do with these 5 bodies? Huan Luo didn't agree with Sikong Mu's explanation. If Qi Chuan was truly repentant, why didn't he expose her earlier? Burn the Qi Mei Wang Liang's corpses to ashes. As for Yi Hongyi, hang him at the city gates. Let everyone know that this is the consequence of betraying this sect master. Sikong Mu coldly ordered, then flicked his sleeves and left. The news of Yi Hongyi's corpse being hung on the city gates quickly reached Yao Mowen's ears. I knew it. Just because Yi Hongyi hides, Master will be able to find him, said Diao Jiao excitedly as she took the tea Yao Mowen had poured for her at the jade table. Ever since she found out about Yi Hongyi's evil deeds, Diao Jiao wanted to personally tear Yi Hongyi's corpse into 10,000 pieces. You're saying that Qi Chuan personally delivered Yi Hongyi and his hidden guards to Sikong Mu? Perhaps it was because she understood Yi Hongyi too well. How could an unkillable cockroach like him die so easily and so suddenly? That's right. I knew it. It's good that Qi Chuan was tactful. Otherwise, his reign as emperor would have come to an end. Diao Jiao nodded fiercely. It's very strange, don't you think? Yao Mowen's brows were tightly furrowed. Chapter 641. What's so strange about that? Aya, Yi Hongyi's corpse is already hanging on the city gate tower. What's there to worry about? In any case, no matter who killed him, you've gotten your revenge. Diao Jiao didn't care. Is that so? Although Yao Mowen didn't find anything strange about Yi Hongyi's death, she still felt uneasy. Don't think so much. Mowen, I've prepared everything. You can leave at any time. Diao Jiao deliberately glanced towards the door before speaking in a low voice. Diao Jiao, you really don't plan on leaving with us? Yi Junqing and the others were still in danger if they stayed in the secret room all day. Thus, Yao Mowen decided to send them out of Crimson Flame Country first before allying with the navy of the 7 nations to confront Sikong Mu. This was to make him understand that the 7 nations of Eastern Continent weren't so easy to bully. I can't leave. Master raised me my entire life. How could I betray him? Mowen, tell Han Jini to leave. If Diao Jiao has the chance, she'll definitely go to Eastern Continent to find him. Diao Jiao didn't want Han Jini to leave at all. However, after thinking about it, if Master vented his anger on Han Jini because of Yi Junqing and Yao Mowen's escape, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to protect Han Jini. You're willing? Yao Mowen's eyes flashed. How could Han Jini have met such a good girl? You have to give before you can gain, isn't that so? Diao Jiao smiled bitterly. How could she be willing? Do as you wish. Mowen has thought about it. We'll meet in 3 days at the western part of the city. Since it was Diao Jiao's decision, Yao Mowen didn't say anything else. In Qi Kanglan, Diao Jiao was most worried about Qi Kanglan. With Qi Kanglan's martial arts and vigilance, it was almost impossible for him to take Yao Mowen away under his watch. Leave this to Mowen. Yao Mowen's confident gaze reassured Diao Jiao. Just as Diao Jiao reached the door, she seemed to think of something and suddenly turned around. Qi Kanglan is sincere towards you. If possible, don't hurt him too much. Diao Jiao knew the pain of unrequited love. She also knew of Yao Mowen's feelings towards Yi Junqing. Thus, Qi Kanglan's love had been destined from the start. Yao Mowen didn't reply and only nodded silently. If possible, she didn't want to hurt him at all, but in the imperial study, Yi Hongyi had guessed that Huan Luo would come looking for him. Qi Chuan, what do you mean by this? Didn't you say that you wanted to keep the demons and monsters alive? You even promised to hand Yi Hongyi over to this saintess to deal with, but what happened in the end? Yet you brought Yi Hongyi and the Qi, Mei and Wang Liang's corpses to the main altar to ask for a reward. Cult Master was right. You're as cowardly as a mouse. You won't amount to anything. Even Yi Hongyi is more ambitious than you. Huan Luo looked disdainfully at Yi Hongyi, who was leaning lazily on the dragon throne. It's rare that in the holy maiden's eyes, Hongyi still has this little bit of merit. Yi Hongyi let out a long sigh before raising his eyes to look at Huan Luo. His lips curved into a mischievous smile. Hongyi, you're Yi Hongyi? Huan Luo exclaimed in shock. She looked at the man on the throne in shock. Otherwise, Chi Chuan? That cowardly fellow. If I had known earlier that he wouldn't amount to anything, He would have replaced him earlier. I wasted a great opportunity for nothing. Yi Hongyi's voice sounded a little regretful. Since you're Yi Hongyi, then the one who died. Yi Hongyi, you dared to kill Chi Chuan? Don't you know that he was the emperor of Crimson Flame Nation? Even Sikong Mu didn't have any thoughts of killing him. Huan Luo looked at the man in front of her in shock. She suddenly felt like Yi Hongyi was a madman. So what if he was the emperor? We were also the emperor back then. But weren't we also stepped on like mud under someone's feet? Yi Hongyi snorted coldly. When he recalled the humiliation he had suffered in the past, he felt his blood boil. Thankfully, the opportunity had come. As long as Sikong Mu died, the entire Crimson Flame Nation would be his. At that time, no matter if it was Yao Moen, Yi Junqing, or Chu Ma Bei, everyone who had wronged him would die. He, Yi Hongyi, would eventually become the ruler of the entire Eastern continent. All right, even if you did the right thing, didn't you also admit defeat in front of Sikong Mu and kneel in front of him like a beggar to beg for his forgiveness? Huan Luo returned to the main topic. If we kneel in exchange for Sikong Mu's death, do you think it was worth it? Yi Hongyi's expression suddenly changed into a faint smile. His sinister face was like a devil that had crawled out of hell, causing people's hearts to tremble. That's impossible. You didn't have the chance to make a move. At the time, Huan Luo had been at the headquarters, so she saw everything clearly. Yi Hongyi didn't say anything and just casually tossed a pill to her. What's this? Huan Luo caught the pill and asked in confusion. Huan Luo, you should be glad that you came to find us today. Otherwise, in 10 days, you would have died from the poison just like Sikong Mu. Yi Hongyi's words were bone-chilling. You poisoned the corpse. Yi Hongyi, this saintess has underestimated you. Huan Luo was shocked once more. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. It's not too late to know now. Saintess, the arrow is already knocked on the bowstring. You and I don't have a choice. In 10 days, the day Sikong Mu dies from the poison will be the day I, Yi Hongyi, unify Crimson Flame Nation. Yi Hongyi clenched his fists as a cold light flashed through his eyes. How did someone as sinister as you lose to Yao Moen and Yi Junqing back then? Asked Huan Luo in confusion. Back then, I was stupid. Yi Hongyi replied with a cold smile. His heart was burning like lava from the flames of hell. If he hadn't fallen in love with Yao Moen, how could he have lost so miserably? Yao Moen, we've let down too many people in this life, but we've only fallen in love with you. But how did you repay us? The night was as deep as a lake. Occasionally, a night breeze would brush by, bringing with it the fragrance of flowers. Yao Moen sat alone in the pavilion as her eyes fell on the pastries in front of the pavilion. Every single one of them had been personally made by her. Diao Diao said you were looking for me? The clear voice was like pearls falling onto a jade plate. Yao Moen turned to look and saw that Qi Kanglin was dressed in clothes as white as snow. His silver hair fluttered in the wind, and his handsome face was filled with exhaustion from not sleeping for several days. Even so, Qi Kanglin's beauty was still incomparable. He could be called a deity, or he seemed to have walked out of an ancient painting. I'm bored. If Great Shaman has time, please sit. Yao Moen restrained the hesitation that flashed through her eyes and said with a faint smile, Kanglin thought you didn't want to see me. Qi Kanglin clearly felt overwhelmed by the favor. He walked forward and sat in front of Yao Moen. If I were Yao Moen, I really wouldn't want to see Great Shaman for even a quarter of an hour. However, I was once Holy Wan-Er. Wan-Er will always remember Great Shaman's care and protection. Yao Moen smiled faintly as she lifted the pot and personally poured a cup for Qi Kanglin. You don't hate me? Qi Kanglin couldn't resist the wine Yao Moen handed over. This was the first time Yao Moen poured wine for him. Hate? Hate what? Hate Great Shaman for abducting Moen from Great Chu back to Crimson Flame Country? Even if Great Shaman hadn't done it, it would have been someone else. Now that things have reached this point, Water really doesn't need to hold a grudge. Yao Moen took a sip. The strong wine was spicy, causing Yao Moen to frown. Cult Master said there's no cure for phoenix tears. How did you recover your memories? Don't say it's related to Kanglin's hypnosis. Kanglin is very clear about the effects of hypnosis. Chi Kanglin held the wine cup as he looked towards Yao Moen with a deep gaze. Great shaman, do you still remember that day when Yi Junqing poisoned you? At the moment of life and death, you swallowed a bead? After parting today, it was unknown when they would meet again. Yao Moen didn't want to hide too much from Chi Kanglin. I remember. So what? Chi Kanglin nodded slightly. Chapter 642. That bead is called Fate Ascension. Sikong Mu also has one. That bead is the antidote for phoenix tears. That's why Moen drank your blood. Yao Moen's meaning was that she already knew his true identity. Ha! So Kanglin was kept in the dark this whole time. Chi Kanglin lowered his gaze, and a bitter smile appeared on his lips. It was just a lowered gaze, but it hurt Yao Moen's heart. She owed him too much, and even if she wanted to pay him back, she didn't know where to start. Moen, let's toast Great Priest. Everything that happened in the past, who was right and who was wrong, are like fleeting clouds. Let's not bother too much about it. Yao Moen drank first to show respect. Her throat felt like it was on fire. Once Yao Moen put down the wine cup, Chi Kanglin pursed his lips and drank it in one gulp after a moment of hesitation. How could Kanglin bear to let Water drink alone? Even if this wine was poisoned, Kanglin wouldn't even blink. Chi Kanglin's words made Yao Moen feel indescribably guilty. It was as if the man in front of her had already guessed that the wine was poisoned. What poisoned? Great Priest is thinking too much. Yao Moen endured the awkwardness and explained indifferently. Yes or no? It all depends on how much Kanglin weighs in your heart. Coincidentally, this is also what Kanglin wants to know. Chi Kanglin picked up the wine pot and filled his cup. Without waiting for Yao Moen to speak, he drank it again. Yao Moen was speechless as she silently stared at the man in front of her. Her heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. The man who was as handsome as an immortal was already slightly drunk, but he still persisted and drank the entire pot of wine. What did he want to prove? Great Priest really thinks that Water would poison the wine? Yao Moen's eyes became moist as she looked at Chi Kanglin's dazed eyes. If it was for Yi Junqing, you would, muttered Chi Kanglin. The wine cup in his hand fell to the ground and his body swayed as he lay on the stone table. The wind rose, ruffling the jade water under the pavilion. Yao Moen slowly got up and covered Chi Tsonglan's body with the cloak she was wearing. No matter who it was for, Water wouldn't have poisoned you. It's just strong alcohol mixed with some intoxicating substances. You'll only sleep for 2 days. Lansong, thank you. Yao Moen supported Chi Kanglin's drooping arm onto the stone table so that he could sleep more comfortably. Her heart suddenly ached. This was the only thing she had done for Chi Kanglin. When Diao Jiao saw that Chi Kanglin had been knocked out by Yao Moen, she rushed forward from the shadows. Stop being so emotional. Han Genie and the others are already waiting at the west gate. I'll send you there. As Diao Jiao spoke, she draped the clothes in her arms over Yao Moen and pushed her out of the pavilion. In her panic, she glanced back and saw Chi Kanglin standing under the moon and stars. His silver-white long hair was so beautiful that it could topple the heavens and overturn the earth. He became an eternal scene in Yao Moen's heart. Under Diao Jiao's cover, Yao Moen finally reached the western city gates. At this time, there were 2 carriages hidden in the forest. When Diao Jiao arrived with Yao Moen, Yi Junqing was the first to jump out of the carriage. It was a familiar face, but it wasn't the calm and unperturbed state of mind from before. Yi Junqing took large strides to stand in front of Yao Moen. Before Yao Moen could steady herself, he pulled Yao Moen into his arms. Moen, I'm sorry. It was me who lost you, over and over again. Junqing swears that in this lifetime, Junqing will never let go of your hand even in death. If I lose you again, how will Junqing live? Yi Junqing's voice was heavy with sobs. His tears flowed down his cheeks and onto Yao Moen's snow-white neck. The scalding tears burned Yao Moen's heart. Junqing, Moen misses you so much. I really miss you. Yao Moen's hands that were hanging by her sides tightly hugged Yi Junqing as she unrestrainedly poured out the pain of parting. Hurry and go. It'll be bad if someone finds out. Diao Jiao knew that Yao Moen and Yi Junqing were very excited right now, but this really wasn't the time to talk about love. That's right, Diao Diao, you get in too. At the side, Han Genie reached out to pull Diao Diao, but Diao Diao dodged. Genie, I'm sorry, I can't go with you. But don't worry, as long as there's a chance, I'll come find you. Moen, goodbye. Diao Diao didn't even give Han Genie a chance to speak. She leaped up and instantly disappeared into the night. Why? As Han Genie watched Diao Diao's figure gradually disappear, her eyes instantly dimmed. Genie, Sikong Mu is Diao Diao's relative after all. If you let Diao Diao leave just like this, she won't be able to get over it. But don't worry, Diao Diao said that as long as everything here is settled, she'll definitely come to Eastern Continent to find you. Yao Moen withdrew from Yi Junqing's embrace and looked towards Han Genie. Is that so? Hurry and go. It wasn't easy for us to get out. We can't let all our previous efforts go to waste. Han Genie suppressed the disappointment in her heart and urged. The two carriages left the forest at the fastest speed possible and headed towards Yi Prefecture, which was the closest to the sea. The carriages rolled forward. Inside the carriage, Yao Moen and Yi Junqing were sitting facing each other. Han Genie, Difeng, and Feng Yihan were sitting in the other carriage. The driver was Diao Diao's trusted aide. Firstly, they were familiar with the route, and secondly, if something really happened, they could give Diao Diao a secret signal. Moen, I'm sorry. Junqing really should dig out his eyes. He actually didn't recognize you. This is already the third time. Isn't Junqing very useless? Yi Junqing finally couldn't suppress his emotions and rushed to Yao Moen's side. He pulled Yao Moen tightly into his embrace and roared in annoyance. That's right, I'm so angry. How could you not recognize me? In her memories, Yi Junqing's chest was thicker and sturdier than it was now. The current Yi Junqing had already lost a lot of weight. If there's a next time, Junqing won't want these eyes anymore. Moen, Junqing misses you so much. Yi Junqing hugged Yao Moen tightly. Perhaps it was because he was too tight, but Yao Moen felt that it was a bit hard to breathe. It was as if Yi Junqing wanted to crush her into his heart. That won't do. If you ruin my face, Moen will dislike it. Yao Moen's long eyelashes fluttered up as she silently stared at Yi Junqing's face. His resolute cheeks gradually turned a bronze color, and his cheekbones protruded slightly. Just how much pain had Yi Junqing suffered this past year in order to find her? Then I won't gouge them out. In any case, Junqing will never let go of your hand again. I won't let you get lost again. Moen, forgive Junqing for having eyes but not seeing, all right? Yi Junqing's tone was so gentle that it seemed like water could be squeezed out of it. His eyes were as gentle as the moonlight. Moen is still Moen, but Junqing seems to have become more effeminate. In the end, Yao Moen's cherry lips curved into a smile as tears silently fell from the corners of her eyes. Kisses covered the sky and earth, forcing Yao Moen's words back into her mouth. The sound of hot and heavy breathing filled the entire carriage. Yi Junqing passionately kissed Yao Moen's lips, his hand running through her inky hair, forcing Yao Moen to stick to his body. Her fragrance lingered in his nose. Yi Junqing's lips left Yao Moen's swollen cherry lips and licked the tears rolling down her tender cheeks. He knew that Moen was crying. After a long time, Yao Moen snuggled into Yi Junqing's embrace, feeling the warmth she hadn't felt in a long time. Junqing, let me ask you something. If Yao Moen dies, will Sheng want her? She won't. Junqing only has Yao Moen in his heart. If Moen dies, what meaning would there be for Junqing to live? Yao Moen was just about to speak when Yi Junqing guessed her thoughts. I just knew that you were thinking that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have told you that I was still alive back then. Junqing, if you commit suicide like this, what meaning would there be in everything Moen has done? Yao Moen looked up angrily and glared at Yi Junqing. Moen, you once told Junqing that everything you've done was to return Junqing lovely land, right? Yi Junqing didn't care about Yao Moen's angry glare and gently brushed aside a strand of messy hair on Yao Moen's forehead. That's right. For this goal, she had always been working hard. Chapter 643. In this life, Junqing also wants to do one thing for Moen, and that is to use these vast rivers and mountains to exchange for a lifetime, for a pair of people. Moen, how many times do people grieve over the past? The mountains are still cold, the rivers and mountains are there, but who will it belong to? As for Junqing, he only wants to belong to you. Your Junqing will never leave again. Yi Junqing ignored the anger in Yao Moen's eyes and hugged her even tighter. Her heart was suddenly enlightened. Perhaps her stubbornness had always been ridiculously wrong. The Yi Junqing she knew, whether it was in the past or now, had only asked for a pair of people for a lifetime. The years are peaceful, with the gentleman. The years flow by like water, with the gentleman. Flourishing falls, with the gentleman. Junqing. Yao Moen withdrew her pouting gaze and leaned back, pressing her face gently against Yi Junqing's chest. When Qi Kanglin woke up, it was already 2 days later. Qi Kanglin looked at Diao Diao, who was sitting at the table and drawing circles with her finger out of boredom. He clutched his forehead and got off the bed. "What are you doing here?" Qi Kanglin looked towards Diao Diao suspiciously. When he saw that Diao Diao was silent, he suddenly thought of something and rushed in front of her. "Where's Yao Moen? Where is she?" Qi Kanglin shook his head with all his might as the scene of them drinking in the pavilion appeared in his mind. "If you really like her, then you should know what she wants. Qi Kanglin, don't deceive yourself. The person she loves is Yi Junqing." Diao Jiao took a deep breath and her fingers that were twirling in circles suddenly stopped. "You let her go? And Yi Junqing and the others, they left together, didn't they?" Qi Kanglin roared fiercely as his deep eyes emitted an icy chill. He was angry at Yao Mo Wan for leaving without a word. What did that make him? Was he just an insignificant passerby? The Qi Kanglin I know has always had no desires. Be yourself. Otherwise, in the end, you'll only sink even deeper and be hurt even more. Diao Jiao looked at Qi Kanglin with heartache and consoled him. "Impossible. I won't let Moen leave like this. She still owes me an explanation." Qi Kanglin's clenched fists tightened. With a wave of his hand, the door slammed to the ground. "Qi Kanglin, where are you going?" Seeing Qi Kanglin's figure flash out of the room like the wind, Diao Jiao hastily chased after him, but was still a step too late. Reporting to Sect Master, Kanglin will definitely capture Yi Junqing and bring him back. A cold voice echoed through the air, but Qi Kanglin had already disappeared. "Qi Kanglin, you can become a Buddha or a devil with a single thought. Don't do something that you will regret." Just as Diao Jiao was worrying about Yao Moen's safety, a figure suddenly appeared beside her. "Qi Kanglin has left. What are you doing here?" Diao Jiao had not forgotten who had poisoned her hair. If it were not for the fact that she had yet to fully recover her strength, she swore that she would not have said another word to Huan Luo. "I'm here to look for you." "Diao Diao, it seems like you haven't visited the Sect Master in a long time, right? I heard that Sect Master's body condition is not as good as before." When Huan Luo heard Qi Kanglin's name, her brows involuntarily tightened, but she recovered in an instant. "Master." Diao Jiao was slightly shaken when she heard this, but her expression didn't change at all. Yao Moen had once reminded her not to let anyone know that Si Kong Mu had helped her detoxify the poison. Especially after she left, she couldn't easily trust anyone around her. "That's right. You should know about Sect Master's body, right?" Huan Luo looked towards Diao Diao probingly. "It's precisely because I know that I don't need to see him. Which eye of yours saw that Master's body was not as good as before? HM?" Diao Jiao raised her brows and countered with a question. Both eyes saw it. Huan Luo harumphed coldly. She was inwardly shocked. Diao Jiao had always cared about Si Kong Mu the most, but Diao Jiao remained unmoved even after she said this. Could it be that Si Kong Mu really hadn't helped Diao Jiao detoxify the poison? Then how did Diao Jiao detoxify the poison? All right then. When I see Master in the future, Diao Jiao will definitely have Master reward those 2 eyes of yours." Diao Jiao harumphed, then turned around and walked back to the main hall. "In any case, I've already said what I needed to say. It's up to you whether you want to believe me or not. You said that Qi Kanglin left earlier. Where did he go?" Huan Luo couldn't help but ask. "Who knows? Diao Jiao still grumbled in annoyance. Huan Luo was speechless, so she turned around and left. The second Huan Luo disappeared, Diao Jiao's eyes were filled with worry. She had been so focused on Han Genie that she had forgotten to go check on Master. When Diao Jiao thought about how Master had exhausted most of his strength to save her, she couldn't sit still anymore and hurriedly left the ancestral hall. When Huan Luo saw Diao Jiao's figure leap out of the ancestral hall, she smiled coldly at Yi Hongyi. It looks like Sikong Mu's body really isn't in good condition. Yi Hongyi, are you ready? Next to Huan Luo, the man in the black robe and black hat didn't speak. Instead, he let out a sinister laugh. Diao Jiao had rushed all the way to the main altar when she ran into an ambush in an alley not far from the main altar. Are you all blind? How dare you block this lady's path? Move aside. Diao Jiao looked angrily at the dozen or so men in black in front of her. Her voice was as cold as a hammer. Ever since she could remember, no one in the entire Crimson Flame country had dared to block her path. Go. The person in the lead waved his hand and the dozen or so men in black charged at Diao Jiao, each brandishing their weapons. You're courting death. Diao Jiao fiercely spat. Her jade-like wrist slashed across her waist, and a silver thread suddenly spun out from her waist. Like a nimble dragon, it shot towards the black-clothed man. Wherever the silver thread went, the black-clothed man wailed incessantly. Of the dozen or so men in black, only 7 or 8 were left trapped by the silver thread. The rest were howling in pain on the ground. You overestimate yourself? Diao Jiao pursed her lips disdainfully. The silver thread in her hand shot even more fiercely toward the men in black. However, in the blink of an eye, another dozen or so men in black charged out. Those men in black charged at Diao Jiao as if they didn't care about their lives. More and more of them gathered, and the more they killed, the braver they became. When a few men in black got close, Diao Jiao brandished the silver thread with one hand and used her other hand to form a palm. With a wave of her hand, she hit 2 men in black in front of her. Right at this moment, a gust of cold wind blew behind her. Diao Jiao turned around and slammed her palm into the man in black's robe. The man in black died on the spot. The attacks continued, but Diao Jiao felt more and more powerless. Her vision gradually blurred. Stop! A cold voice suddenly rang out. The men in black quickly carried the corpses on the ground and disappeared into the alley. Diao Jiao shook her head and tried to wake herself up. When she turned around, she met the gaze of the person standing in front of her. It's you, Diao Jiao said with difficulty. However, before she could finish speaking, she fell to the ground unconscious. Diao Jiao, I didn't think you would have such a day. When Diao Jiao fainted, Huan Luo secretly walked to Yi Hongyi's side and looked at Diao Jiao with resentment in her cold eyes. This is the most secluded place between the priest's manor and the main altar. It is also the blind spot of the imperial cult spies, so this is the best place to attack. Due to Diao Jiao's skills, we ordered the death warriors to wear clothes soaked in knockout powder. As long as Diao Jiao touches them, she will be poisoned. Yi Hongyi explained his flawless plan. What should we do next? Although Huan Luo looked down on Yi Hongyi, she had to admit that Yi Hongyi's scheme was effective. We really want to know if Sikong Mu is a god or not. Give this to Sikong Mu. As Yi Hongyi spoke, he handed a letter to Huan Luo. However, Huan Luo didn't use her hand to take it. Chapter 644. Don't worry, in our eyes, Lady Holy Maiden will always be our indispensable ally. We won't harm you no matter what. Yi Hongyi saw through Huan Luo's apprehension and smiled. Huan Luo snorted coldly before taking the letter. When she opened it, her lips couldn't help but curve into a smile. As expected, you're more courageous than Chi Chuan. Huan Luo no longer hesitated and left with the letter. After Huan Luo disappeared, Yi Hongyi walked up and lifted Diao Jiao onto his shoulder with one hand before disappearing into the alley. After 2 days and 2 nights of nonstop travel, Yi Junqing and the others finally stopped and temporarily checked into an inn. Since the wanted posters had been posted all over Crimson Flame Country, Yi Junqing and the others could only stay in their rooms. Diao Jiao's trusted aides took care of everything outside. At this time, the food had already been brought in. If there are no accidents, you will reach Yi Prefecture in 3 days. Find this place then. Here are the ships and items that Diao Diao has prepared for you. As Han Jini spoke, he placed the map that Diao Diao had drawn for him on the table and spoke seriously. Us? Then what about you? Yao Moen understood the meaning behind Han Jini's words and asked in confusion. I don't want to leave anymore. I want to go back and find Diao Diao. Han Jini's resolute expression caused everyone present to tremble. Supreme Lord Han, Yi Han feels that no matter what, Diao Diao is still Sikong Mu's inner disciple. Even if they find out that she let us go, there won't be any danger to our lives. However, you're different. If you go back, it's very likely that you'll be killed. Feng Yihan looked towards Han Jini. That's right. We managed to escape from the tiger's mouth with great difficulty. If you go back, wouldn't you be letting down Diao Diao's good intentions? Di Feng also tried to comfort him. Supreme Lord, Junqing feels that you should leave with us first. We can discuss this further later. Yi Junqing looked towards Han Jini worriedly. King Chu, Jini asks you, during the time you've been searching for Yao Moen, have you ever thought about these 4 words in the long run? Han Jini's eyes were unswerving as she enunciated each word clearly. Jini, although Moen doesn't want you to take any risks, if you really make up your mind, Moen won't stop you. Just be careful. You have to avoid Huan Luo's spies. Yao Moen knew that Han Jini had already made up her mind, so there was no point in trying to persuade her. Don't worry, Jini knows what to do. Han Jini nodded, folded up the map, and handed it to Yao Moen. At midnight, Han Jini finally left the inn. Several meters away, Yao Moen handed Han Jini the package in her hands. Jini, Moen knows what you've done for Moen while Moen was missing. Moen will always remember this favor. Yao Moen's clear eyes flickered with a lustrous luster like the autumn waters. Her cherry lips were tightly pursed, and her voice carried the sorrow of parting. Everything Jingyi has been done out of my own free will. Now that I see that you're fine, Jingyi can finally relax. Moen, everything that happened in the past has already been carved into Jingyi's heart, but Jingyi's still lost to Yi Junqing. Jingyi feels inferior to that kind of persistence. If it wasn't for that, a hint of bitterness appeared on Han Jini's lips. Even if there was only the slightest chance, he wouldn't give up on Yao Moen. If it wasn't for that, you wouldn't be able to see such a different scenery. Diao Jiao is a good girl who values friendship and loyalty. Yao Moen knew what Han Jini was referring to and promptly responded. Jingyi naturally won't let her down. Moen, take care of yourself. We'll meet again someday. A hint of darkness flashed through Han Jini's eyes. Then he looked towards Yao Moen with a resolute gaze. You take care as well. Send my regards to Diao Diao. As Yao Moen nodded slightly, Han Jini had already left. It wasn't until Han Jini's figure faded from her line of sight that Yao Moen noticed that a cloak had appeared on her. Supreme Lord Han will be fine, comforted Yi Junqing lightly as he gently caressed Yao Moen's snow-white shoulder. Junqing. Yao Moen pressed her head against Yi Junqing's chest. She was more or less hurt as the pain of parting gradually filled her chest. Behind him, Feng Yihan's lips curled into a faint smile as a trace of loneliness flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, a hand rested on Feng Yihan's shoulder. Your harem is filled with beauties. It doesn't make a difference if you have one more or one less. Di Feng's words were very meaningful. Feng Yihan feigned a relieved smile, but a faint ripple appeared in his heart. According to Yi Hongyi, Huan Luo only handed the note to Sikong Mu 2 days later. Preposterous. There's actually someone who dares to kidnap Diao in Crimson Flame Country's territory. Where did you get the note? Long Zhi's voice suddenly resounded through the main altar. It was like the voice of hell, causing one's hair to stand on end. Reporting to Sect Master, that person's martial arts are extremely high. After Huan Luo received the note, that person was already nowhere to be seen. Reported Huan Luo guiltily. I didn't think that there would be someone in Crimson Flame Country who dares to threaten this Sect Master. This Sect Master would like to meet this person. Sikong Mu jumped off the enormous python and floated in front of Huan Luo like the wind. Sect Master. Since this person dared to openly challenge Sect Master, he must have made preparations. If you go there rashly, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Huan Luo pretended to be worried and tried to dissuade him. Not appropriate? Humph. In Crimson Flame Country, this sect master is the heavens. I'd like to see who has the guts of a leopard and dares to oppose the heavens. Sikong Mu roared so violently that Huan Luo's eardrums hurt. Before Huan Luo could react, Sikong Mu had already left the main altar. When Sikong Mu disappeared, Huan Luo's lips curved into a strange smile. Sikong Mu, even the heavens have a time when they collapse. When Diao Jiao woke up, she suddenly discovered that she was tied to a tree trunk. The tough cowhide rope had bound her to a towering ancient tree. Diao Jiao instinctively circulated her inner energy to break the rope, but she discovered that she had no inner energy at all. Almost at the same time, she felt a sharp pain in her body from where the cowhide rope had bound her. Diao Jiao looked down in pain, and only then did she discover that her clothes were stained with blood. The cowhide rope that had been soaked in salt water had cut into her flesh, and blood dripped from the rope onto her clothes. Ugh! The sharp pain snapped Diao Jiao out of her daze. She quickly looked around, but she did not discover any traces. At this moment, Diao Jiao could not struggle. If she exerted even the slightest bit of strength, she would suffer a heart-wrenching pain. Suddenly, a black silhouette approached from afar. Diao Jiao recognized the newcomer with just one glance. That unchanging golden mask made Diao Jiao feel a surge of warmth in her heart. Master! Diao Jiao! Just as Diao Jiao was about to call for help, she suddenly heard whooshing sounds. She saw dozens of sharp arrows shooting toward the newcomer from behind her. Master, be careful. While Diao Jiao was shocked, the pain in her body drowned her consciousness again like a tidal wave. The feeling of her flesh being cut by a blunt knife almost made Diao Jiao faint. Sikong Mu, who seemed to be riding the wind, did not care about the sharp arrows before him. With a flick of his sleeve, the arrows stopped and fell to the ground one after another. Diao Jiao. When Sikong Mu landed, he finally saw the situation of his beloved disciple. Seeing that Diao Jiao was covered in blood and her face was pale, Sikong Mu flew into a rage and rushed over. However, when he was 100 meters away from Diao Jiao, iron rods as thick as a wrist suddenly shot out from the ground in front of Sikong Mu. Almost at the same time, iron rods made of pure iron shot out from all directions and surrounded Sikong Mu. Master, leave quickly, don't care about Diao Jiao. Seeing that Sikong Mu was trapped, Diao Jiao's tears gushed out. She struggled with all her might in pain. Even if she died, she could not watch her master be trapped. Chapter 645. Diao Jiao, don't move. How could Sikong Mu allow Diao Jiao to hurt him like this? He immediately activated his inner force and raised both of his palms above his head. The iron rod that was as thick as his wrist broke and fell heavily to the ground. Sikong Mu leaped out of the iron cage and bent down toward Diao Jiao. Another round of arrows rained down on Sikong Mu. Those fine arrows were like the hairs of a cow. Sikong Mu's eyes suddenly turned cold. As he somersaulted in the air, he waved his sleeves and used his qi to form a palm. All the arrows were frozen in place and then fell to the ground. The moment he fell to the ground, Sikong Mu clearly felt that he was exhausted. There seemed to be a mouthful of blood stuck in his chest. It was strangely suffocating. Normally, even if he used all his power, this wouldn't happen. Sikong Mu knew that something was wrong with his body. His beloved disciple was right in front of him. How could he not save her? Sikong Mu moved forward again. Suddenly, chopping boards fell from the sky. The sharp bayonets were like the fangs of a beast. If they touched Sikong Mu, his skin would be torn apart. Master, Wu. Seeing Sikong Mu surrounded by hidden weapons, Diao Jiao wanted to help. However, the cowhide rope on her body couldn't be broken no matter how hard she struggled. Blood dripped down and stained Diao Jiao's snow-white clothes. Diao Jiao, don't move. Master will save you now. Sikong Mu dodged the chopping board above his head. Suddenly, two huge chopping boards suddenly appeared on Diao Jiao's left and right and slammed towards Diao Jiao with lightning speed. At this moment, Sikong Mu suddenly suffocated. If the two chopping boards hit Diao Diao, then his beloved disciple would definitely become a meat patty under the chopping boards. Master, don't worry about Diao Diao. Go quickly. Diao Diao knew that she was going to die, so she simply shouted at Sikong Mu. At this critical moment, Sikong Mu used all the strength in his body. He gathered all his inner qi in his hands and fiercely attacked the ancient tree. With a crack, the ancient tree fell to the ground. Diao Diao's body fell to the ground along with the ancient tree. When Diao Diao woke up from the shock, she clearly saw Sikong Mu's arms supporting the chopping board. The sharp thorns on the chopping board had already pierced through Sikong Mu's palms. Blood trickled down from Sikong Mu's palms, stinging Diao Diao's eyes. Master! Diao Diao wailed hysterically, tears rolling down her face. Between the two chopping boards, Sikong Mu endured the sharp pain in his chest and fiercely exerted his strength. The chopping board suddenly shot out, and the friction between his palm and the sharp thorn made Sikong Mu once again taste the heart-wrenching pain. Diao Diao, don't be afraid. With Master around, no one will dare to hurt you. Sikong Mu leaped to Diao Diao's side and used his bleeding hands to tear off the leather rope. Diao Diao, who had been freed, suddenly threw herself into Sikong Mu's arms, tears falling like rain. Master, Diao isn't worth it for you to treat me so well. Boo-hoo. The scene earlier was too shocking. Diao Diao knew that Sikong Mu doted on her, but she didn't know that in order to save her, Sikong Mu actually disregarded his own life and death. For you, Master will do anything. Diao Diao, follow Master. Seeing Diao Diao's skin split open by the cowhide rope, Sikong Mu's heart surged with rage. However, Sikong Mu knew that he was probably poisoned. Otherwise, those two sharp thorns on the chopping board wouldn't have been able to injure him at all. In order to ensure Diao Diao's safety, Sikong Mu simply carried Diao Diao on his back and quickly left the forest, heading towards the paradise. Looking at the mess on the ground, Huan Luo couldn't help but sigh. If it had been her, she definitely wouldn't have survived that entire set of hidden weapons. As expected, Sikong Mu was worthy of the title of Imperial Sect's sect leader. Didn't you say that Sikong Mu was poisoned? Now it seems that your poison might not be as effective as you thought. Huan Luo teased. Behind her, Yi Hongyi leisurely walked out. Is that so? The Grand Imperial Sect's sect leader actually had his palm pierced by a thorn on a chopping board. Aren't you surprised? Yi Hongyi walked lazily to the trunk of the towering ancient tree. When he saw the overly red blood on the ground, his lips curved into a mischievous smile. That's because he knocked down this towering tree earlier and didn't have time to circulate qi in his palm. Huan Luo didn't think much of it. Heh, Huan Luo, although you've been with Sikong Mu for longer than us, you don't understand him as well as we do. He's a high and mighty ruler, a man who compares himself to the heavens. How could he tolerate his beloved disciple being injured like that and not even say a word? He knew very well that there were people watching everything from the shadows. The reason why he didn't warn them was because he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't have the ability to protect Diao Diao's safety once the people watching from the shadows came out. Huan Luo, he's starting to doubt himself. Yi Hongyi half-crouched down and gently picked up the pool of blood on the tree trunk. He raised it in front of Huan Luo. He was really poisoned? When she saw the blood on Yi Hongyi's fingertip, a light flashed through Huan Luo's eyes. Based on his current speed, Sikong Mu will definitely become a cripple in less than 2 days. Yi Hongyi looked at Huan Luo meaningfully and smiled sinisterly. What do you want me to do? For a moment, Huan Luo actually felt fear towards the man in front of her. That kind of insanity that came from deep within his bones seemed to have the power to destroy the world. It made people's hearts tremble. If we guessed correctly, Sikong Mu must have taken Diao Diao to recuperate. Our spies reported that they saw Qi Kanglin 1,000 li away. This means that Qi Kanglin isn't in the imperial capital. This is the perfect opportunity for you to control the entire imperial sect. Find Sikong Mu and Diao Diao and control them. We will cast a long line to catch a big fish, said Yi Hongyi resolutely. His eyes were cold. Qi Kanglin isn't in the imperial capital? Then where did he go? When Huan Luo heard this, her brows furrowed. Other than Yao Moen, who else would have the ability to make Qi Kanglin leave the imperial capital without permission? But don't worry, if he hears that Si Kong Mu and Diao Diao have been killed, he'll hurry back. Right now, Qi Kanglin was the only threat left in the imperial sect. As long as he got rid of him, Crimson Flame Country would belong to him. As for Yi Junqing and Yao Moen, it wouldn't be easy for them to leave Crimson Flame Country either. You want to lure Qi Kanglin into taking the bait? Huan Luo looked towards Yi Hongyi in alarm. Lady Saintess, don't worry. We have no interest in Qi Kanglin. You can do whatever you want with this man. Yi Hongyi naturally saw through Huan Luo's intentions. Fine. This Saintess will go find Si Kong Mu and Diao Diao right now. I hope it's as you wish. Huan Luo glanced at Yi Hongyi, then left. After 2 days, Yao Moen and the others finally reached Yi Prefecture at around 5 in the morning. Originally, Yao Moen had suggested that they find a ship that night and leave Crimson Flame Country. However, Diao Diao had hidden the ship in the outskirts of the city. The city gates were closed at night, so they could only wait until dawn. Inside the room of the inn, candlelight flickered and fragrant incense wafted through the air. After dinner, Yi Junqing tossed and turned, unable to sleep. In the end, he pushed open the door to Yao Moen's room. Did I think you'd sleep? Yi Junqing walked into the room and closed the door behind him. I can't sleep. What about you? Yao Moen smiled slightly. Her originally depressed mood instantly relaxed when she saw Yi Junqing. That's true. We'll be able to leave Crimson Flame Country tomorrow. Moen, after we leave, where are we going? Yi Junqing's words surprised Yao Moen greatly. Naturally, we'll be returning to Great Chu. What? You have other plans? Yao Moen felt that Yi Junqing's question was unreasonable. Junqing has thought about it. After we've pacified Crimson Flame Country, Junqing wants to open a restaurant with you. You can be the shopkeeper and Junqing will be your waiter. We'll spend the rest of our lives in a place where no one knows us, all right? The time they spent together in Jushin Restaurant made Yi Junqing feel that this was the kind of life that suited Yao Moen. There was no fighting, no scheming, no mutual deception, no treachery. Chapter 646. You don't want the lands of Great Chu that we fought together? For a moment, Yao Moen suddenly questioned her own persistence. She wanted to return Yi Junqing the most magnificent lands of Great Chu, but was that really what Yi Junqing wanted? Junqing only wants you. Yi Junqing pursed his lips as he made a vow that would never change in this lifetime. Then, let's pacify Crimson Flame Country first. Yao Moen's hand trembled slightly as a warm feeling spread through her body. She and Yi Junqing had missed each other for a whole 8 years. If she had known back then that the person who had saved her was Yi Junqing, what kind of scene would it have been? 8 years, all the trials and tribulations she had experienced seemed like a dream. When she woke up, he was still by her side. I've already thought of a way to deal with those sea monsters. As long as we have enough gunpowder, we don't have to worry about not being able to kill them. When we return this time, Junqing will gather the navy of the 7 nations and give Si Kong Mu a fatal blow, suggested Yi Junqing solemnly. Moen has also thought about it. No matter how big the sea monsters are, they're still made of flesh and blood. As long as Zhu Chun can invent a powerful gunpowder, we might not necessarily lose. Yao Moen also replied when she saw that Yi Junqing had returned to the main topic. That's a good idea, but how many navy do you need to send to deal with several hundred sea monsters? Gunpowder is indeed powerful on land, but on the sea, especially against those sea monsters that can quickly dive thousands of feet into the sea, it's not worth mentioning. The leisurely voice seemed to come from the distant horizon, but also sounded like it was ringing in one's ears. Yao Moen and Yi Junqing looked in the direction of the voice in shock. Qi Kanglin? In the instant Yao Moen said this in shock, Qi Kanglin had already moved in front of Yi Junqing like the wind and sealed Yi Junqing's sleeping acupuncture point with 2 tap sounds. What are you doing? Yao Moen stood up in shock and pushed Qi Kanglin away without hesitation to move to Yi Junqing's side. His heart hurt, as if a knife had been stabbed into it and then pulled out bit by bit. The feeling of flesh rubbing against a sharp blade made Qi Kanglin stagger back several steps. I'm going to capture them. From the beginning to the end, this has always been my duty, Qi Kanglan said coldly, his clear eyes surging with a cold light. Kanglan that night. Yao Moen saw the hurt in Qi Kanglan's eyes and spoke with difficulty. This priest wasn't drunk at all that night. This priest had predicted that you would escape with Yi Junqing, so I purposely let you go. What? Do you really think this priest has been bewitched by you and will listen to you? Yao Moen, who do you think you are? You're a lowly commoner. Qi Kanglan roared angrily, using his voice to conceal his injuries. The moment Yao Moen pushed him away, he completely understood where Yao Moen's heart was. So, Yao Moen's eyes were filled with faint sorrow. Therefore, this priest will bring all of you back and hand you over to sect master to deal with, Qi Kanglan said coldly as he looked straight at Yao Moen. His heart was filled with complicated feelings. That's fine. Since Lord Priest has decided, there's no point in Moen resisting. Yao Moen silently turned around and supported Yi Junqing towards the bed. You don't beg me? Qi Kanglan looked towards Yao Moen in disbelief. He had once thought that as long as Yao Moen was willing to beg him, even if it was just a single sentence, he would consider letting them leave. Moen just doesn't want Lord Priest to be put in a difficult position in front of Sikong Mu. If Yao Moen was alone, then this would be her true thoughts. But right now, with Yi Junqing present, Yao Moen's words were just a retreat for the sake of advancing. She was betting on Qi Kanglan's conscience and his sincerity towards her. Do you care about me? Yao Moen, you sanctimonious woman, you've only ever cared about Yi Junqing. Do you have a place for this priest in your heart? Really? For 3 days and 3 nights without rest, Qi Kanglan had chased him all the way from the imperial capital. He didn't want to capture Yao Moen, nor did he want to kill Yi Junqing. He just wanted to hear an explanation from Yao Moen, even if it was just a glance at her. If Moen says I do, would you believe me? Yao Moen helped Yi Junqing onto the bed, then turned around to look towards Qi Kanglan coldly. Only a ghost would believe me. Qi Kanglan couldn't meet Yao Moen's deep gaze. He abruptly turned around, slammed the door, and left. The next day, Qi Kanglan really did push Yao Moen and the others into the carriage to head towards the imperial capital. By the time Huan Luo brought the imperial faction's trusted subordinates to the unworldly peach garden, Sikong Mu was already lying weakly on the bed. Diao Jiao was feeding him medicine by the bedside. Sect Master, you made Huan Luo look for you for a long time. Huan Luo never thought that there would be such a beautiful place behind the headquarters. Huan Luo's clothes fluttered as she walked into the small building. Disdain filled her eyes. Huan Luo, how did you get in here? Get out. Diao Jiao immediately stood up when she saw it was Huan Luo. Perhaps it was because she had moved too much, but the wounds on her body hurt. Heh, your injuries aren't light, are they? Huan Luo ignored Diao Jiao's anger and the weak Sikong Mu on the bed and leisurely sat down on the chair. Huan Luo, how dare you trespass into this cult master's forbidden area? Aren't you afraid of death? Sikong Mu's voice was still deep on the bed, but it had lost some of its sharpness. Sikong Mu, how much longer are you going to pretend for? If you still had your martial arts, how could you allow Huan Luo to sit on this chair? Heh, you've already reached the end of your road, haven't you? Huan Luo's mood improved greatly when she saw Diao Jiao and Sikong Mu like this. You, how do you know Master's martial arts? Huan Luo, you're a traitor. Diao Jiao suddenly understood and charged at Huan Luo angrily. However, the white cloth flashed and Diao Jiao instantly fell onto the bed with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Diao Jiao. When Sikong Mu saw that Diao Jiao was injured, he immediately propped himself up. However, his body was too weak, so he didn't even have the strength to get off the bed. TSK. Sikong Mu, don't you care about this inner disciple the most? Why are you so indifferent now that she's getting beaten up? Oh, let Huan Luo guess. It's not that you're indifferent, but that you've been poisoned. Now that the poison has entered your lungs, you're probably going to die, right? Ha ha ha. Seeing that Sikong Mu, who had been arrogant and domineering for more than 20 years, had suddenly become so weak, Huan Luo felt an indescribable sense of pleasure from the bottom of her heart. Huan Luo, You ungrateful bastard. Diao Jiao glared at Huan Luo and strenuously stood in front of Sikong Mu, afraid that Huan Luo would attack Sikong Mu. I'm ungrateful? Diao Diao, go back and ask Sikong Mu if he's done me a favor. Huan Luo's gaze gradually turned cold as she pointed at Sikong Mu fiercely. Your martial arts were all taught by Master. Master raised you up. Don't tell me that he doesn't owe you anything at all. Diao Jiao argued. That's right, he did teach me martial arts, but the reason he taught me martial arts was to make me work for him and kill for him. In his eyes, I, Huan Luo, am merely a dog he raised. When did he treat me as a human? He clearly knew that I liked Qi Kanglin and that I could give up anything for Qi Kanglin, but he still made Yao Moen stay and forced Yao Moen to steal away my man. As a fellow holy maiden, what have you, Diao Jiao, ever done for the imperial sect? All you do is eat and drink all day, but a useless person like you made him protect you so wholeheartedly. In order to save you, he even gave up his life. If the person who was tied to the ancient tree that day was me, Sikong Mu, would you have saved me? Huan Luo roared out the anger that she had been accumulating for a long time. Her expression was as sinister as a beast's. You were the one who kidnapped Diao Diao that day? Asked Sikong Mu coldly. Even though he had lost his martial arts, the domineering aura Sikong Mu exuded still shook Huan Luo. Chapter 647. That's right. It's me. What, do you want to kill me? Then get up. Huan Luo shouted fiercely. It's Qichuan. This sect master was wrong about him. Sikong Mu clenched his fists tightly. His voice was filled with regret and anger. Huan Luo had always thought that in the entire Crimson Flame country, no matter which family servants were having an affair, they wouldn't be able to escape the sect master's eyes. Now it seems that Huan Luo overestimated the sect master. Yi Hongyi and Qi Chuan had exchanged skins. How could the sect master not know? Huan Luo's words shocked even Diao Diao. You're saying that Yi Hongyi and Qi Chuan exchanged skins? Then wouldn't the Yi Hongyi who died be Qi Chuan? Diao Diao was shocked. Yi Hongyi. Despicable person. Despicable person. Sikong Mu was also shocked by this. If he had known this earlier, he would have taken Yi Hongyi's life back then. Despicable? The word, sect master, isn't appropriate. From Huan Luo's point of view, it's just a difference in methods. Also, when you're sitting in front of everyone, who cares if your methods are despicable or not? Huan Luo smiled sinisterly at Sikong Mu. She suddenly reached out and took off the golden mask on Sikong Mu's face. Your prince consort Jing? Huan Luo was shocked when she saw the face before her. Although it was marred by time, it still looked unparalleled. The man on the couch had a handsome face. His brows were as light as misty rain, and his eyes were misty. He had a high-nosed bridge and thin lips that looked like pearls. Only the silver hair at the sides of his temples showed that he was past his prime. However, this wasn't what shocked Huan Luo. What shocked her was the star-shaped mark on the man's forehead. All the people of Crimson Flame Country knew that Qi Chuan's younger sister, Princess Jing of Crimson Flame Country and the #1 beauty of Crimson Flame Country, Qi Suxin, was discriminated against by the royal family because she married an outsider. In the end, she was exiled to East Continent with Prince Consort Jing. That Prince Consort Jing was said to be even more beautiful than a woman. The mysterious star-shaped mark on his forehead made him look like a god. Huan Luo, how dare you? The moment his mask was removed, Sikong Mu flew into a rage and instinctively struck out with his palm. However, he did not expect the poison to wreak havoc in his body, and a mouthful of blood suddenly sprayed out from his mouth. So, the sect master of the Crimson Flame Nation was actually Prince Consort Jing from back then. This was too surprising. If Huan Luo remembers correctly, when Qi Suxin returned to the Crimson Flame Nation, only a pile of bones remained. Moreover, I heard that Qi Suxin had a daughter whose whereabouts are still unknown. As Huan Luo spoke, she looked at Diao Diao meaningfully. Fantasy Vine. Get out. Sikong Mu wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and glared at Huan Luo angrily. No wonder you treat Diao Diao so well. You're still concerned about her safety even at the moment of life and death. Huan Luo couldn't understand what kind of master-disciple relationship you had that would make you risk your life to save Diao Diao. Now Huan Luo understands. Diao Diao is your daughter. She's the daughter of Yu and Qi Suxin. Beside the bed, Diao Jiao looked at Si Kong Mu in disbelief. Tears welled up in her eyes. Master, is what she said true? Diao Jiao's hoarse voice was trembling. She looked at Si Kong Mu with teary eyes. Diao Diao, father has let you down. Si Kong Mu's words were like a bolt from the blue in Diao Diao's ears. She froze as if she had been petrified. This was clearly a joyous occasion, but Diao Diao did not feel any joy at all. TSK. What a loving father and filial son. However, Huan Luo was not in the mood to watch this. Listen, from now on, you are not allowed to leave this house. In 3 days, our Crimson Flame Nation will kill you, an outsider, and this little bastard on the streets of Luo and Street. Huan Luo sneered at Si Kong Mu before she left the house proudly. I didn't know how to explain this to the members of the Crimson Flame Nation. Now it's fine. How can an outsider become the sect master of the Crimson Flame Nation? You guys stay and watch this saintess. If you let them escape, this saintess will not forgive you. Huan Luo left the Shangri-La, leaving the father and daughter alone in the house. Master, are you really my father? But why? Why didn't you acknowledge me even though I was by your side all these years? You made me feel like an orphan. Diao Jiao crawled to Si Kong Mu's side and sobbed. I'm sorry. Father has his reasons. If father's identity is exposed, how can you be the sect master? Si Kong Mu stretched out his trembling hand and placed it on Diao Diao's head. His eyes were filled with tears. Could it be that the identity of the sect master is more difficult for you than the identity of father? Diao Diao cried like a little beast. Father doesn't care about the identity of the sect master. Father only wants revenge. Revenge on the people who killed your mother. Si Kong Mu's voice turned cold, and a frightening light shone in his eyes. Killed my mother? Who? Who killed my mother? Diao Jiao quickly asked as she wiped away the tears in her eyes. It's the lowly people of the entire East Continent and the people of the Red Flame Nation. They forced your mother to die together. The Red Flame Nation couldn't tolerate your mother, and the lowly people of the East Continent were even more shameless. They bullied your mother because she was an outsider and made things difficult for her. Even though my martial arts skills were unparalleled, I couldn't untie the knot in your mother's heart. In the end, she died of depression. At that moment, I swore to the heavens that I would make the people of the Red Flame Nation and the lowly people of the East Continent pay with their blood. Si Kong Mu's eyes turned red and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper when he mentioned the past. So you tried everything to provoke the war between the Red Flame Nation and the East Continent, just to make them kill each other so that you could avenge your mother? Diao Jiao was shocked by Si Kong Mu's terrifying idea. That's right. So, I brought you back to the Red Flame Nation and slowly established the Imperial Sect. Finally, the Imperial Sect was above the Imperial Court. After that, I planned to attack the 9 continents step by step. Si Kong Mu told her everything without hiding anything. If my mother is watching from heaven, she definitely wouldn't want you to harm the people for her. Diao Jiao's tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. They fell on the back of Si Kong Mu's hand and burned his skin. I don't regret anything I've done until now. The only thing I can't forgive is that I didn't protect you well. Diao Diao, don't worry. No matter what price I have to pay, I won't let them touch you again. Si Kong Mu's expression was cold and his eyes were cold. No, Mas. Father, Diao Diao can't tolerate you risking your life to save Diao Diao. Diao Diao has just found me. If you die, what's the point of me living? This time, no matter whether I live or die, Diao Diao won't leave you. Diao Jiao choked with sobs and tears flowed down her cheeks. She jumped into Si Kong Mu's arms and cried bitterly. Okay, father won't leave you. Never again. Si Kong Mu stroked Diao Diao's long hair with heartache. His eyes were misty. When the announcement of the execution of Si Kong Mu and Diao Diao was posted, the entire Crimson Flame country was in an uproar. They never expected that the Imperial Sect's sect master whom they revered like a god, was actually an outsider, and that the holy maiden Diao was actually the daughter of an outsider. In an instant, the anger of the Crimson Flame country's anti-imperial sect reached its peak. Almost at the same time, Yi Hongyi used Qi Chuan's identity to order Huan Luo to take over the imperial sect. Now, Huan Luo finally became the new sect master of the imperial sect. Furthermore, in order to suppress the people's anti-imperial sect, Yi Hongyi even fabricated a pure bloodline for Huan Luo to appease the people. At this time, Han Jini was wearing strange clothes and mingling in the crowd on Luoan Street. He looked coldly at the announcement on the city wall, and his hands gradually clenched into fists. I really didn't expect the sect master to be Prince Consort Jing. This damned outsider. He lied to us for decades. Spat a passerby in disgust. Chapter 648. And that Diao, she's actually Princess Jing's daughter. Sigh. Since he left, why did he come back? The passerby shook his head in pity. He came back to get revenge. Sikong Mu came to get revenge for Princess Jing. He hates Crimson Flame country for banishing Princess Jing and causing her to die in a foreign land. This person is so sinister. He almost destroyed Crimson Flame country. He deserves to die. In the crowd, it was unknown who said this, but the originally restless crowd was immediately stirred up by this sentence. Yes, kill him. Kill Diao. Han Jini coldly stared at the person who had just shouted the slogan. Seeing him leave the crowd, Han Jini silently turned around and followed him out. When they reached an empty alley, Han Jini suddenly appeared. She grabbed the man and placed her palm on his neck. Where are Sikong Mu and Diao imprisoned? As the city master of 10,000 Imperial City, Han Jini had seen countless people. That person was clearly trying to incite the people to rebel against Sikong Mu. He must have been ordered to do so. I don't know. That person's face was red from Han Jini's grip and his eyes were bloodshot. You want to die? Then this Supreme Lord will help you. Han Jini tightened his grip. At almost the same time, that person hurriedly spat out. They've been imprisoned by Fantasy Vine Flower Sect Master in Paradise. Hero, spare us. That person looked towards Han Jini pleadingly with a face full of fear. It was as Yao Moen had said, any normal person wouldn't be afraid of death. How do we get to Xanadu? Han Jini slightly reduced the strength in her hand. I only know it's behind the main altar. I really don't know anything else. Hero. Before that person could finish, Han Jini had already struck. He couldn't let this person go back to report. Han Jini suddenly recalled the time he met Diao. They had agreed to meet in the forest behind the main altar. If he wasn't wrong, that might be the entrance to paradise. When Yi Junqing, Di Feng, and Feng Yihan woke up, they were already tied up and stuffed into the carriage. Yao Moen was the only one who was still free. How could this be? Di Feng looked towards the three in shock, his eyes filled with doubt. Qi Kanglan has caught up, said Yi Junqing indifferently with a serious expression. I didn't expect it to be all for naught. Feng Yihan couldn't help but shake his head with disappointment in his eyes. Don't think that things are that bad. Maybe there's still a chance. When Yao Mo Wan tried to comfort him, her heart was also lacking confidence. She could feel that this time, Qi Tsonglan was truly angry. Moen, if you can escape, you don't need to worry about us. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen meaningfully. When they were in Xinxiang, he had seen Qi Kanglan's affection for Yao Moen. Based on this affection, Yi Junqing believed that Qi Kanglan wouldn't harm Yao Moen in the slightest. We already said that we would be together forever. Wherever you go, how could Moen not follow? Replied Yao Moen resolutely. At this moment, the carriage suddenly stopped. Where are you going? The city guard stopped the carriage and looked coldly at Qi Kanglan, who was sitting in front of the carriage. Are you blind? You even dare to block this priest's carriage? Qi Kanglan said coldly as he looked at the guard with a sword at his waist. I'm sorry, Great Priest probably hasn't received the decree yet, right? You're no longer a priest of the Imperial Church, and you've also been expelled from the Imperial Church by Sect Master Huan Luo. Right now, you're the same as a commoner and must undergo an inspection, said the guard coldly. Since Sikong Mu's identity had been exposed, the Imperial Church's influence in Crimson Flame Country was not as strong as before. Thus, the guard didn't have the slightest bit of respect when facing Qi Kanglin. "What did you say?" Bing's voice suddenly rang out. Qi Kanglin used his internal energy to pull the guard in front of him and lifted the guard by the collar with one hand. "Ah, Qi Kanglin, how dare you!" At almost the same time, all the city guards ran over and surrounded the carriage. "Qi Kanglin, stop!" At this moment, the city guard also ran over and roared angrily. "Just what happened in the Imperial City? Why are you calling Huan Luo sect master?" Qi Kanglin's eyes were sharp as he questioned sternly. "So you still don't know that the original Imperial Church Master Sikong Mu was actually Prince Consort Jing back then, an outsider. There's also Diao Diao. She's Princess Jing's daughter, so she can be considered half an outsider. An outsider naturally isn't fit to be the Imperial Church Master, so His Majesty has decreed that Sikong Mu and Diao Diao will be publicly beheaded on the streets of Luo, and in 3 days. It's written clearly on the announcement. You can see for yourself. Also, His Majesty has decreed that from today onwards, no ships are allowed to leave the country. Yi Junqing and the others are wanted." The guard knew how powerful Qi Kanglin was, so his words were still polite. How could this be? Qi Kanglin suddenly let go of the person in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the announcement landed in Qi Kanglin's hand. The contents were exactly the same as what the guard had said. When he saw that Sikong Mu and Diao Diao would be beheaded in 3 days, Qi Kanglin's brows furrowed and his eyes turned cold. "Qi Kanglin, I hope you can cooperate with us. Men, search the carriage." The guard gave the order and all the guards immediately moved forward. Just as the guards were about to lift the curtain, they suddenly felt their bodies float in the air and then they were thrown several meters away. "Qi Kanglin, you're trying to rebel. Men, seize him." When the guard saw Qi Kanglin's resistance, he immediately ordered a counterattack. Qi Kanglin had no intention of getting entangled. With a wave of his sleeves, he swept away the guards charging at him and drove off. Qi Kanglin only stopped when they reached a secluded forest. Before Qi Kanglin could speak, Yao Moen had already lifted the curtain. Moen clearly heard what the guard said earlier. "I didn't expect that in just a few days, the capital would actually change. Qi Chuan is in power and Huan Luo has become the sect master. Kanglin, this matter isn't as simple as you think. If you agree, we want to return to the capital with you to investigate the truth." Inside the carriage, the guard's words had shocked Yao Moen to no end. However, at almost the same time, Yao Moen also knew that her chance had come. Moreover, even if they escaped now, it was impossible for them to leave Crimson Flame Country. When Qi Kanglin remained silent, Yao Moen continued. "Kanglin, even if you want to bring us back to hand us over to Sikong Mu, the prerequisite is that Sikong Mu is still alive. You also heard that in 3 days, Qi Chuan is going to execute Sikong Mu and Diao Diao. Now that we're willing to go back with you, what are you still hesitating for? Moreover, Diao Diao owes Moen a favor, so Moen won't let her die in vain." Yao Moen looked towards Sikong Mu solemnly. "All right." Qi Kanglin, who had been silent for a long time, finally nodded. He turned around and unsealed the trio's acupoints. When Yao Moen saw this, her lips curved in a faint smile. "Yao Moen, when we return to the capital this time, if Sect Master doesn't let Yi Junqing and the others go, Kanglin." Before Qi Kanglin could finish, Yao Moen immediately took over. "When we return to the capital this time, life and death are up to fate. No matter what the result is, Moen won't resent anyone." Yao Moen knew what Qi Kanglin wanted to say, so she spoke resolutely. "We can't take the official roads right now. If we take the small roads, it'll take at least 2.5 days to reach the capital. Sit tight." Qi Kanglin didn't say anything else. He immediately pulled on the reins and headed straight for the capital. When Han Genie killed his way through and finally entered the paradise, Diao Jiao's shock was indescribable. "Genie? Didn't you already leave?" Diao Jiao looked towards Han Genie in disbelief, her eyes instantly misty. "Without you here, how could Genie bear to leave?" "It's a good thing that Genie came back. I didn't think that slut Huan Luo would actually torture you to this extent. When Han Jini saw the marks on Diao Diao's arm, his anger was instantly ignited. You shouldn't have come back. Every cell in Diao Diao's body was filled with happiness. She never dreamed that Han Jini would come back to find her. Chapter 649. Now isn't the time to talk about this. I'll bring you guys away. Han Jini walked to the bed and reached out to carry Sikongmu on his back. Han Jini, this is the first time we've met, and I'm very satisfied with your performance. But now, I can't become your burden. Jini, please take good care of Diao Diao. Hurry and leave. Sikongmu knew very well that if he was brought along, there was no chance of Diao Diao and Han Jini leaving. No, Diao Diao just had father. How could she bear to part with you? If father doesn't leave, Diao Diao won't leave either. Diao Diao stubbornly hugged Sikongmu's arm with a resolute gaze. Let's go together. Han Jini didn't wait for Sikongmu to refuse. He reached out to carry Sikongmu on his back. Right at this moment, a gust of cold wind blew from behind. Han Jini knew the situation was bad and immediately turned around to block the other's attack. Biffed! Han Jini felt a fishy and salty taste rush up his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. I really didn't think that the duck that flew away would come back on its own. Han Jini, you're overestimating yourself. You think you can save them? Huan Luo walked into the building with a sinister smile. Her red lips curled up into a disgusted smile. Jini, how are you? Diao Jiao immediately walked up when she saw that Han Jini was injured. Don't worry, he won't die. As Huan Luo sneered, Yi Hongyi walked in leisurely. Han Jini, I really didn't think that you would fall into our hands so quickly. Since you're back, then what about Yi Junqing and the others? Did they come back as well? Where is he? Yi Hongyi purposely emphasized the last word, his gaze cold. Qichuan, you're worse than a dog. Sikongmu and Diao Diao are your family. How could you be so heartless? As for the whereabouts of Yi Junqing and the others, do you think this Supreme Lord would tell you? Said Han Jini coldly. Jini, he's not Qichuan, he's Yi Hongyi, shouted Diao Diao angrily. Yi Hongyi? You actually didn't die? Han Jini looked at Yi Hongyi in astonishment, her face filled with disbelief. What? Is it so hard for you to accept the fact that we didn't die? Yi Hongyi looked at Han Jini's stunned expression, and the corners of his lips curved into a cold smile. Your Majesty, what should we do with Han Jini? Huan Luo asked coldly. We will put up the notice. In 2 days, the city lord of Eastern Continent's myriad imperial city, Han Jini, will also be executed along with Sikongmu and Diao Diao. Do you think that Yi Junqing and the others will just watch with folded arms once this news gets out? Yi Hongyi's smile became even more sinister. Good plan. At that time, this sect master will definitely give Yao Mo one a big present. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Ever since she had taken over the imperial sect, Huan Luo's dark side had been rapidly magnified. Especially when Qi Kanglin had abandoned her, it had twisted her heart to the extreme. At this moment, Huan Luo's heart was already filled with hatred and revenge. She had completely lost all reason. After Huan Luo and Yi Hongyi left, Diao Jiao caressed Han Jini's chest with heartache as tears streamed down her face. You fool, why did you come back? Didn't I tell you to leave? Diao Jiao caressed Han Jini's bloodied lips with heartache as her tears fell like rain. Even if I die with you, it's still better than Jini leaving alone. Jini wouldn't be able to survive in a world without you. Han Jini's words caused Sikongmu to involuntarily shudder. Does it have to be so mushy? Sikongmu slowly lay down on the couch and closed his eyes. At the time, he couldn't bear to see the little princess he had protected since she was young throw herself into another man's embrace, so he had instinctively felt hostility towards Han Jini. But now, when he saw that Han Jini had actually taken the risk to barge into a paradise for Diao Diao, Qi Kanglin finally felt relieved. A grown girl couldn't be kept at home. Now that Diao Diao had found such a home, he felt at ease. Father. When Sikongmu said this, Diao Diao immediately burrowed out of Han Jini's embrace and looked towards Sikongmu with a red face. 2 days passed by in the blink of an eye. When Qi Kanglin brought Yao Moen and the others back to the imperial city, he finally understood the severity of the situation. Currently, almost everyone in the imperial city was cursing and cursing Sikong Mu. Even Diao Jiao wasn't spared. Furthermore, although the imperial sect had a sect master, its power wasn't as great as before. The current Qi Chuan had become the symbol of power in Crimson Flame Country. Genie. When Yao Moen saw the announcement that Han Genie had been killed, her heart trembled. It was clear that Han Genie had definitely gone to save Diao Diao and ended up being caught. This isn't the place to talk. Let's return to the secret room first and plan for tomorrow. Yi Junqing noticed that there were people secretly spying on them in the crowd, so he immediately lowered his voice and reminded them. With Yi Junqing's reminder, Yao Moen's group of 5 left the crowd and headed towards where Yi Junqing had been hiding. Where are those suspicious people? At the corner, the black-clothed people who had followed them looked around blankly, but they couldn't see Yi Junqing's group. Over here. A cold voice rang out from above them. Yi Junqing, Qi Kanglin, and the others seemed to have descended from the sky and landed in front of the black-clothed people, taking their lives in one move. Strip them of their clothes. They'll be useful tomorrow. As Yi Junqing spoke, he had already ripped off the black-clothed person's clothes. Then he tossed the black-clothed person's corpse into a corner. The next day, the sky had just begun to brighten, but the streets of Luoan were already packed with people. Everyone's faces were filled with unconcealable excitement. In their eyes, Sikong Mu was a god. To be able to see a god being beheaded was a rare occurrence in 100 years. Most of them had come in the middle of the night to get a clearer view. Sect Master sent you guys? Yi Junqing lay on the roof and looked at the 2 black-clothed people beside him as he asked this in a low voice. Sure. Sect Master was certain that Yi Junqing and Qi Kanglin would come to kidnap people, so he set up an inescapable net. You didn't know? Just as the black-clothed people reacted, Yi Junqing abruptly waved his hand and the silver needles in his sleeve pierced the 2 black-clothed people's death acupuncture points. At almost the same time, Feng Yihan, Difeng, and Qi Kanglin also finished dealing with the black-clothed people who were lying in ambush at the most important spots on the streets of Luoan. As for Yao Moen, she was waiting in the carriage outside the city gates. Once they rescued people, they had to leave the imperial capital immediately. They're here, a sharp-eyed person shouted, and the commoners immediately went into an uproar. They saw 3 heavily guarded prisoner carriages slowly walking over. Sikong Mu was sitting on the wooden prisoner carriage. He was dressed in black robes, and the mask on his face was no longer there. When the commoners saw the star imprint on his forehead, they instantly became furious. It really is Prince Consort Jing. Hit him. It was very clear that the person causing trouble right now was a spy that Huan Luo had arranged. Bullshit sect master. He's just a lowly outsider. Since someone dared to start cursing, there was no need to fear that there wouldn't be others who would follow suit. The cursing gradually grew louder. Perhaps everyone thought that this wasn't enough to vent their anger, but suddenly, an egg flew through the air and hit Sikong Mu in the face. The egg skin shattered, and the egg yolk and egg white flowed down Sikong Mu's face. Following that, a large pile of vegetables and stones flew towards Sikong Mu. You're not allowed to hit my father. You bastards. Diao Jiao shouted angrily when she saw Sikong Mu being bullied. This shout didn't matter, but the commoners who couldn't reach Sikong Mu immediately turned their attention to Diao Jiao. The dirty vegetables wrapped around Diao Jiao, and there was no lack of rotten food among them. Her heart suddenly turned completely cold. There was no lack of people among these commoners whom she had sincerely helped before, but now, their faces made Diao Jiao feel disgusted. The world was fickle and people's hearts were no longer what they used to be. Crimson Flame Country no longer had any place for her to stay. Chapter 650. Diao Diao. Han Genie could only clench his fists when he saw Diao Diao being humiliated. When they got to the end of Luoan Street, the guards pulled Sikong Mu and the other 2 out of the prison carriage and forced them to stand side by side on the temporary execution ground. Jenny, I'm sorry, it was Diao Diao who implicated you. If there's a next life, Diao Jiao will do anything to repay this life of yours. Diao Jiao didn't cry. She didn't want those cold commoners to see her weak side because they weren't worthy. How could Genie bear to do anything for you? Genie only wants to be able to officially marry you as my wife in my next life. Han Genie looked towards Diao Jiao deeply. He didn't regret coming back. Father, Diao Jiao is very happy to know that I'm not an orphan before I die. Diao Jiao turned to look towards Sikong Mu as tears welled up in her eyes. In the restaurant closest to the execution ground, Yi Hongyi and Huan Luo stood side by side. You think Qi Kanglin will appear? Yi Hongyi looked around coldly but didn't notice anything. He owes Sikong Mu a favor, so he'll definitely come. As for Yi Junqing and the others, this sect master can't guarantee that. Huan Luo looked towards Yi Hongyi and replied indifferently. With Han Genie here, they will definitely come. It's just that we are truly very curious as to what method they will use to rescue these 3 people from our inescapable net. Yi Hongyi's thin lips were tightly pursed as a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. This sect master feels that your majesty is being too paranoid. In reality, there's no need to use your backup plan. Huan Luo looked towards the 3 people on the execution ground confidently. Paranoid? Perhaps. But I would rather be a little more suspicious than do anything that I would regret. Let's wait and see. After exchanging several blows with Yao Moen, Yi Hongyi knew that Yao Moen was good at making strange moves. Even though he had made all the preparations, he still left himself a backup plan. After seeing Yi Hongyi's instructions, the officials in charge of the execution ground abruptly stood up and threw down the execution slip. The 3 burly executioners received the order and immediately drank a mouthful of strong alcohol. They sprayed the alcohol onto their machetes and then raised their machetes. At the moment of life and death, Diao Jiao turned to look at Han Genie, then looked at Sikong Mu beside her. To be able to die together with the 2 most important men in her life, Diao Jiao had no regrets in this life. Just as the executioner was about to slash down with his knife, an explosion suddenly sounded not far away from the execution ground. Then, several arrow-bursting rats fell around the execution ground like a disaster. A huge cloud of black smoke instantly turned the day into night. The sudden turn of events terrified the onlookers. They were originally just watching the show, but now they were scared and fled in all directions like madmen. Cough, cough. How dare you? Kill them. Don't let any of them escape. Smoke filled the air, causing people's eyes to burn with pain. Yi Hongyi's clenched fist smashed fiercely on the railing, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. How did they do it? Huan Luo was shocked when she saw the black fog filling the sky. Yi Junqing, Yao Moen, I'm not done with you. Kill. Even at such a close distance, Yi Hongyi couldn't clearly see what was happening at the execution ground. Thus, Yi Hongyi abruptly stamped his feet and charged straight towards the execution ground. In her shock, Huan Luo also leaped over. The moment Yi Hongyi and Huan Luo landed on the execution ground, their hearts went cold. The 3 people lying on the ground were clearly the executioners who had just been about to carry out the execution. Sikong Mu and the others were nowhere to be seen. Damn it! Yi Hongyi roared fiercely, his eyes completely bloodshot. It seems this sect master has underestimated them. Men, chase after them. Huan Luo's expression was also unsightly, and her voice was filled with unconcealable anger. Outside the city gates, 2 carriages that had been prepared beforehand had already sped off. Inside the carriage, Han Genie held Diao Jiao in his arms as he lovingly wiped away the dirt on her face. Diao Jiao, Genie is useless. I actually watched as so many people bullied you, but I couldn't do anything. Han Genie used his sleeve to stroke Diao Jiao's face, his eyes filled with regret. What does this have to do with you? It's all Huan Luo and Yi Hongyi, those 2 bastards' fault. Diao Jiao also helped Han Genie wipe away the dirt. Yi Hongyi? You're talking about Yi Hongyi? On the other side of the carriage, Yao Moen's gaze turned cold and her voice changed. That's right, Qi Chuan is already dead. Right now, that Crimson Flame Emperor is Yi Hongyi in disguise. He's changed his skin. Han Genie looked towards Yao Moen solemnly, his gaze serious. Moen was just saying, how could a beast like him, who can't even be poisoned to death, die so easily? All right, since he didn't die, Moen will make him regret living to the end. Yao Moen's gaze was like ice as she gritted her teeth. Because of her anger, her body was trembling. Moen, do you think we still have a chance to counterattack? Asked Diao Diao when she saw Yao Moen's ruthless words. Where there's a will, there's a way. Moen will definitely think of a way to make him die a horrible death, replied Yao Moen coldly. It seemed like she was replying to Diao Diao, but in reality, she was talking to herself. The two carriages stopped at a side garden not far from the imperial city. After Yao Moen helped Diao Diao off the carriage, Qi Kanglin also helped Sikong Mu off the carriage. Don't worry, this is Kanglin's side garden. In all of Crimson Flame Country, besides Kanglin, no one else knows of this place and no one will find this place. Sect Master, are you all right? As Qi Kanglin spoke, he seemed to feel Sikong Mu tremble slightly and asked worriedly. I'm fine. Sikong Mu nodded slightly, his voice growing weaker. Father, Diao Diao will help you. Ever since she found out that Sikong Mu was her father, Diao Diao hated that she couldn't stay by Sikong Mu's side every single second. Right now, Yi Hongyi is definitely looking for us like crazy. It's good to lie low for a while. Yao Moen suppressed the anger in her heart and said this calmly. Thus, the group entered the side garden one after another. During dinner, when Yao Moen revealed that Qi Chuan was Yi Hongyi, everyone's faces were filled with unwillingness and hatred. I didn't think that Yi Hongyi would still be alive. Yi Juanqing's brows were tightly furrowed. The anger in his chest was like the lava of hell, and an indescribable hatred filled every single one of Yi Juanqing's nerves. I knew that he wouldn't die so easily, but I didn't think that he would actually dare to kill Qi Chuan. This person is truly sinister. Qi Kanglin was also extremely shocked. If Yi Hongyi isn't eliminated, we won't be able to leave. Instead of running around, it's better to think of a way to kill that beast, said Feng Yihan solemnly. Right now, Yi Hongyi is disguised as Qi Chuan and has control over all of Crimson Flame Country's military. Adding on Huan Luo's evil deeds, it won't be easy to kill him, said Yao Moen calmly. How about this? Everyone rest first. This matter needs to be discussed at length, suggested Han Jini when he saw that Diao Diao was growing weaker. That's fine. There are no servants here, so you have to prepare your own meals. Everyone, just make do with it. Qi Kanglin's words actually made Yao Moen and the others feel a trace of safety. That night, Yao Moen tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She walked out of her room alone and walked to the long hallway before slowly sitting down. The wind picked up and a chill entered her heart. Yao Moen couldn't help but shiver, and a long robe fell over her shoulders. Junqing, you didn't sleep either? When Yao Moen saw that it was Yi Junqing, the coldness in her eyes disappeared and a smile spread from the corners of her eyes to the corners of her lips. It's good that Yi Hongyi didn't die. This gives us a chance to kill him. Moen, don't worry. No matter what price we have to pay, Junqing will definitely kill him. Yi Junqing knew what Yao Moen was thinking and said this confidently. Yi Hongyi deserves to die, but he isn't worth us paying any price. Junqing, after all this, Moen finally understands that there are things in this world that are more important than revenge. Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing with clear eyes. Her voice was clear like rain pattering on Celadon. What? Asked Yi Junqing in confusion. To live peacefully. When the wind blows away the dust and the fragrance of flowers fades away, you'll still be by my side, complete and whole. Under the moonlight, her sparkling and translucent eyes looked ethereal and beautiful, so beautiful that it made one sigh. Yi Junqing swallowed hard and did his best to force back the tears that were about to burst out of his eyes. He gently cupped Yao Moen's face and kissed her. In the darkness, a plain white figure stood silently. Her heart seemed to have been hollowed out, and the loneliness in her eyes made one's heart ache. That head of white hair rippled in the night wind, exuding the vicissitudes of a beautiful immortal. When the wind blows away the dust and the fragrance of flowers fades away, the water empties. Moen, what does that Kanglin count as the next day? When Yao Moen was still unconscious, she suddenly heard a burst of hurried footsteps outside. What happened? Yao Moen opened her eyes and got up to put on her clothes. She was shocked to see Yi Junqing rushing in. "We've been surrounded. Hurry and leave with me." As Yi Junqing spoke, he took Yao Moen's hand and rushed out of the room. At this time, Qi Kanglin and the others were already waiting in the courtyard. "How do we get surrounded? Didn't you say that no one would know?" Diao Jiao looked towards Qi Kanglin suspiciously. "I don't know, but they have a lot of people. If we really fight, we might not be able to break out." "Yi Junqing, there's a secret passage at the back of the courtyard. Take Moen and the others and leave. I'll stay here." Qi Kanglin hesitated for a moment, then said resolutely, "No, if we leave together. They haven't charged in yet, right? There's still time to leave." Yao Moen hadn't expected Qi Kanglin to say something like this and immediately denied it. "That's right. How could we leave you behind? Whether it's Yi Hongyi or Huan Luo, they both hate you to death. If you fall into their hands, would you still be able to live?" Diao Jiao knew Huan Luo's jealousy the best. If she couldn't obtain a man, she would rather destroy him than let someone else obtain him. "If we don't stop them, they'll quickly find the secret passage. At that time, none of us will be able to escape. If I stay, I can at least exchange for your safety. This is worth it. Yi Junqing, what are you waiting for? Take them and leave. If we get captured together, who else will save us?" Qi Kanglin urged when he sensed the approaching danger. "You take care." Yi Junqing knew that Qi Kanglin's words made sense. Of everyone present, only Qi Kanglin had the ability to resist for a while. "Moen, let's go." Just as Yi Junqing was about to pull Yao Moen, he saw that Yao Moen had already walked in front of Qi Kanglin. "Kanglin, Moen will definitely come back to save you after leaving. Wait for me." Yao Moen choked with sobs as endless guilt surged from the bottom of her heart. She knew that if Qi Kanglin wanted to leave, those good-for-nothings outside wouldn't be able to stop him. Qi Kanglin had only stayed behind to give them more time to leave. "Kanglin will wait for you." Qi Kanglin nodded slightly, then leaped up and shot towards the courtyard like an arrow leaving a bow. As Yao Moen watched Qi Kanglin's resolute figure leave, she felt an indescribable pain in her heart. When Yi Junqing saw the sorrow and pain in Yao Moen's eyes, he knew that in Yao Moen's heart, Qi Kanglin wasn't an insignificant passerby. Chapter 651. Moen, don't let down Kanglin's intentions. Yi Junqing slowly walked to Yao Moen's side and held her hand tightly. Yao Moen knew that there was no time to lose, so she left the courtyard through the secret passage. Just as Yi Junqing's group disappeared, Huan Luo finally appeared in front of Qi Kanglin with several hundred imperial children. "Qi Kanglin, long time no see." Huan Luo had mixed feelings as she looked at the white-haired man in front of her. Just a little bit more, and she would have been able to fly side by side with this man. "If I could choose, this priest would never want to see you again," said Qi Kanglin coldly. The coldness in his eyes caused Huan Luo's heart to tremble. That's right. How could she have forgotten that the only person left in Qi Kanglin's heart was Yao Moen? What a heartless sentence. "Qi Kanglin, I, Huan Luo, have silently guarded you for more than 20 years, but I can't compare to a lowly commoner of Eastern continent. You want to protect her, right? Fine. Huan Luo will let you personally watch how Yao Moen dies," shouted Huan Luo fiercely. Her sinister expression completely covered up her beauty. With a wave of Huan Luo's hand, several hundred imperial children rushed into the courtyard. Qi Kanglin slowly rose from the ground like a god, a cold frost sword in his hand. This battle lasted for a full 10 hours. During these 10 hours, the imperial sect's children surged forward like a swarm of bees, and then retreated again and again. The result of this battle was that Qi Kanglin was exhausted, and Huan Luo found an opportunity to take advantage of. In the end, Huan Luo sealed all the acupoints in his body. Without Qi Kanglin's obstruction, the remaining imperial children turned the courtyard upside down and finally found the secret passage. Damn it! Huan Luo finally understood Qi Kanglin's intentions and angrily turned to walk in front of him. "You're stalling for time?" Huan Luo glared at Qi Kanglin. Qi Kanglin silently closed his eyes and didn't look at the woman again. You. Huan Luo suddenly raised her arm but couldn't bear to slap him. Take her away. Qi Kanglin. Huan Luo wants to see just how much Yao Moen can do for you when you're in a life and death situation. If she's willing to die for you, then Huan Luo will give up. Huan Luo pursed her lips and left with a flick of her sleeve. Moen, are you really willing to die for Kanglin? Qi Kanglin's thin lips evoked a hint of bitterness. How could it be? Right now, the entire Crimson Flame country was pasted with wanted posters for Yao Mo Wan and the others, so Yao Mo Wan and the others had no choice but to take the mountain roads. It had been 2 days since they had left the secret passage. Diao Diao had led them to the outskirts of Yi Prefecture. According to Diao Diao, no one knew about the ship she had hidden in Yi Prefecture, so as long as they found the ship, they would have a chance to escape. Even if they had to escape to Panglai Island, it would be fine. With the current situation, they had no way of fighting Yi Hongyi. But to everyone's surprise, less than half an hour after Diao Diao's group arrived at the hiding place, the garrison general of Yi Commandery led hundreds of soldiers to surround them. How could this be? How is this possible? Looking at the soldiers in front of them, Diao Diao couldn't believe it. This place was extremely well hidden. If no one had led them here, it would have been impossible for them to find this place. Now is not the time to discuss this. Jingyi, protect Diao Diao. Emperor Xia, Emperor Qi, you two protect Sikong Mu. Moen, follow behind me. We're going to charge out. With soldiers in front and no path of retreat behind, Yi Junqing and the others could only fight to the death. However, all of them knew that they didn't have absolute confidence in winning this battle. Junqing, Yao Mo Wan wanted to say something to Yi Junqing, but he cut her off. Moen, don't say anything about leaving first. Junqing will never abandon you and leave by myself. Yi Junqing gripped Yao Mo Wan's hand tightly, then abruptly unsheathed the sword at his waist. At this time, the several hundred soldiers in front of them had already charged over. Just as everyone was about to fight with their lives on the line, someone suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Yi Prefectural General Wang Yi waved his hand when he heard this. When he turned his head, he clearly saw the prefectural governor walking over. This subordinate kowtows in salute to Prefectural Governor Darren. When Wang Yi saw the prefectural governor walk over, he immediately knelt down on one knee. Disgraceful! His Majesty has decreed to capture them alive. So what are you doing? Throw away all your weapons. Throw them all away for this official. The prefectural governor roared loudly. The soldiers looked at each other in dismay, then at Wang Yi. If they threw away their weapons, how were they supposed to fight? Darren, even if they're captured alive, there's no need to throw away their weapons, right? Suggested Wang Yi humbly. Bullshit. If they're injured, how am I supposed to explain this to His Majesty? Bing Xin, go persuade them to surrender. Tell them not to resist stubbornly. The prefectural governor glared at the guard beside him and harumphed. Yes. After receiving the order, the guard hurriedly ran over. You guys should just surrender. Master, I'm Longbing Xin. We've come to save you. The person who came was none other than Longbing Xin, who Yao Mo Wan had left behind in Stone Dock Town. When Yao Mo Wan heard this, she suddenly felt that the heavens would always leave a way out. She was overjoyed, but her mouth was also full of words. Fine, we're at a dead end, so we have no intention of running away. If you guys treat us well with good food and drinks, how about we surrender? Yao Mo Wan deliberately raised her voice so that Wang Yi could hear her. I heard you. Isn't this good? Subduing the enemy without fighting is the best strategy. How can you be a garrison general? Bing Xin, bring them and follow this official. The person who spoke was none other than Gue Daozi, who had left Crimson Flame Country alone to find Longbing Xin. Meanwhile, Gue Daozi and Longbing Xin had brought Yao Mo Wan and the others out of the outskirts. Even after they were far away, Wang Yi was still standing in the same spot. He had clearly suffered a blow. In an inn near the bottom of the mountain, Gue Daozi finally settled everyone down. Is this unsafe? Diao Diao still had lingering fears from what had happened earlier. How could a place where even birds don't shit be safe? Gue Daozi was unconvinced. Moen still feels like there's something very fishy about this. Back at the villa, Chi Kanglin said very clearly that no one else knew about that place, and there wasn't even a single servant there. How did Huan Luo find it? Also, Diao Jiao said that the place where the ships were hidden was very well hidden, but we were still surrounded. What do you guys think? Yao Mo Wan calmed down. She still felt like there was something wrong. Junqing also feels that it's strange. It feels like there's a pair of eyes staring at us the entire time, said Yi Junqing. You mean, you suspect that there's a mole among us? Di Feng naturally understood the meaning behind Yao Mo Wan and Yi Junqing's words. That's not very possible. There shouldn't be anyone among us who doesn't want to escape from Crimson Flame Country. Everyone here is either Yi Hongyi's mortal enemy or Huan Luo's mortal enemy. If there's a mole, Yihan really can't guess who it is. Feng Yihan looked around at everyone and felt that this was inconceivable. Master, as soon as Bing Xin arrived in Crimson Flame Country, she saw that there were wanted posters everywhere. It was clearly written that Shang Wan is Yao Moan. Master, you really made it hard for Bing Xin to find you. When Long Bing Xin, who had just found out the truth, saw Yao Moan, tears welled up in her eyes. Damned girl, you also made it hard for this old man to find you, said Gue Daozi when he saw Long Bing Xin's tear-stained appearance. Thankfully Moan recovered her memories. Otherwise, I would have disappointed everyone's good intentions. Yao Moan smiled and pulled Long Bing Xin to her side. Then what do we do now? It's definitely impossible to leave. Right now, all the docks in Crimson Flame Country only allow ships to enter, not out to sea. Long Bing Xin wiped away her tears and looked towards Yao Moan worriedly. Right now, the most important thing is to figure out why Yi Hongyi knows our whereabouts at all times. Yao Moan frowned, her gaze grave. Ahem. If this old man tells you the reason, what kind of repayment can you give this old man? Said Gue Daozi proudly when he saw everyone's worried expressions. You know? Yao Moan lifted her brows and looked towards Gue Daozi. Of course. Gue Daozi snorted. Then what kind of repayment do you want? Yao Moan looked towards the old man in front of her solemnly. It's very simple. This old man wants Long Bing Xin to take over the Ghost Sect. To become the next sect master of the Ghost Sect, said Gue Daozi confidently. Gue Daozi swore solemnly. He had begged Long Bing Xin for a long time, but Long Bing Xin wouldn't agree no matter what. She even insisted on returning to Eastern Continent. This time, if it weren't for that Bin Lei agreeing to search for Yi Junqing's whereabouts, Long Bing Xin really wouldn't have come back with him. Of course, Gue Daozi also knew that Long Bing Xin wasn't a heartless person. She had even said that she wanted him to stay in Eastern Continent to take care of him when he died, but he was still so young. Wasn't this girl thinking too much? Gue Daozi sighed inwardly. I agree. Before Yao Moan could speak, Long Bing Xin had already expressed her stance. This made Gue Daozi extremely astonished. Didn't you disagree before? Gue Daozi was pleasantly surprised, but he also felt a little hurt. He had taught Long Bing Xin so many things, but in the end, he couldn't compare to Yao Moan's position in her heart. Didn't you have no conditions before? What are you wasting time for? Are you going to say it or not? Long Bing Xin urged. If there was a mole between them, then they would be in danger at all times. Long Bing Xin naturally understood the stakes, so she readily agreed. Ahem, the mole is him. Gue Daozi coughed lightly, then pointed at Si Kong Mu who had been sitting there without saying anything for a long time. You're slandering me. How could father be the mole? Diao Jiao immediately panicked when she saw Gue Daozi pointing at her father. That's right, Sect Master Gue. If Yi Hongyi and Huan Luo hadn't joined hands, Sect Master Sikong wouldn't have ended up like this. Don't you think you should seriously reconsider? Han Jianyi also felt that Gue Daozi's suspicions were unreasonable. Don't be impatient. Let this old man finish first. If this person is Sikong Mu, then he really hates Yi Hongyi and Huan Luo to the bone, so he naturally wouldn't be the mole. But what if this person isn't? Gue Daozi looked at Sikong Mu meaningfully, a cold light flashing in the depths of his eyes. When everyone heard this, they subconsciously looked at Sikong Mu. Gue Daozi, don't talk nonsense. Diao Diao, father has raised you for more than 20 years. Even if everyone can admit to being wrong, you can't. Sikong Mu looked at Gu Daozi angrily, then looked at Diao Jiao as if asking for help. Gu Daozi, Master has also raised you for more than 20 years. Don't forget that Master taught you how to change your skin. How dare you show off in front of me? You're still too inexperienced. Bing Xin. Gu Daozi snorted and looked at Sikong Mu before calling out to Lung Bingxin. Lung Bingxin understood tacitly and immediately took out a blue glass bottle from her sleeve. Without saying anything, she uncorked the bottle and splashed the bottle at Gu Daozi's face. No. Of course, Gu Daozi knew what Lung Bingxin splashed. He immediately covered his face with both hands and retreated. Unfortunately, he was one step too late. Gu Daozi's face was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye until his face turned from Sikong Mu to Gu Daozi. You're Gu Daozi? Then where's my father? Bastard! Give me back my father. Seeing that Gu Daozi was standing in front of her, Diao Jiao dashed forward, grabbed Gu Daozi's collar with both hands, and pinned him to the wall. You can't expose me. You can't. Gu Daozi could not hide the fear and worry in his eyes when he saw that he was exposed. Chapter 652. Diao Diao, calm down first. Let's see what he has to say first. Seeing that Diao Diao had used too much force, Ghost Pestil's lips were already bleeding. Genie, what should I do? Diao Jiao just recognized her as her father. Diao Jiao was pulled into Han Genie's arms and cried, Ghost Pestil, what's going on? The moment Diao Jiao let go, Ghost Pestil fell to the ground. You can't expose me. If you do, Yi Hongyi will hurt Huan Luo. Ghost Pestil curled up on the ground in pain. To be honest, Huan Luo's life has nothing to do with us. However, if you're willing to cooperate with us, Moen might spare her life. Yao Moen's eyes flickered. She immediately saw through the Ghost Pestil's weakness. You can't win against Yi Hongyi. Ghost Pestil seemed to have heard hope. He slowly raised his head and looked at Yao Moen in confusion. How do you know you can't win before the fight even started? Ghost Pestil, do you think you have a choice? Yao Moen's lips curled slightly. Ghost Pestil looked at Gu Daozi hesitantly, then back at Yao Moen. In the end, he sighed. Yi Hongyi seemed to have predicted that you guys would break the prisoners out, so he had me disguise as Sikong Mu just in case. The reason you guys were ambushed at Chi Kanglin's side garden and the outskirts was all because I secretly sent out the signal. Ghost Pestil revealed everything. Damn it! When Yi Junqing heard this, he clenched his fists and smashed them against the table. He hadn't expected Yi Hongyi to do this. You said that if we exposed you, Yi Hongyi would hurt Huan Luo? But in Moen's eyes, they're in cahoots. Yao Moen sighed and walked back to her seat. Sect Master Gue, Ghost Pestil is your disciple after all. Just do as you see fit. Yao Moen looked at Gu Daozi. That's easy. We'll make him into a flag and hang it on Yi Prefecture's city wall. That'll give Yi Hongyi a show of strength. Gu Daozi was a smart old man, so he naturally saw through Yao Moen's intentions. That won't do. Yao Moen, you said that as long as I cooperate with you, I'll guarantee Huan Luo's safety. Gu Daozi's words made Gu Wu anxious. He immediately knelt in front of Yao Moen. Yao Moen lowered her gaze to look at the Ghost Pestil as she asked indifferently, Tell me, what kind of evidence does Yi Hongyi have on Huan Luo? If they could successfully drive a wedge between Yi Hongyi and Huan Luo, they would have a chance to turn the tables. This Ghost Pestil was hesitant and hesitant. Emperor Xia, I'll have to trouble you to find a pole that's a bit thicker, so that the person won't fall to his death before hanging on it. Yao Moen turned her gaze towards Di Feng when she saw that the Ghost Pestil was silent. All right. Di Feng nodded and was about to get up when the Ghost Pestil finally couldn't hold on any longer. Yi Hongyi poisoned Huan Luo, said the Ghost Pestil through gritted teeth. Actually, Moen has always felt that Yi Hongyi needs Huan Luo. Although the Imperial sect isn't as powerful as before, if they really go against the Imperial court, Yi Hongyi might not be able to gain the upper hand. That's why he needs Huan Luo to sit in the position of the Imperial sect leader to pacify the people. Don't worry, even if you're exposed, Yi Hongyi won't kill Huan Luo. Yao Moen clearly didn't believe the Ghost Pestil. Emperor Xia, make the pole longer. Otherwise, we won't be able to hang on the 30-meter-tall city wall. Yao Moen was slowly breaking through the ghost pestil's psychological defense. I'll do it right away. Emperor Xia agreed readily. Yi Hongyi wouldn't dare to kill Huan Luo, but he would destroy her. If the members of the imperial sect found out that Huan Luo wasn't chaste and had a one-night stand with someone else, the imperial sect would definitely fall into chaos. At that time, the imperial sect would definitely fall into internal strife. Yi Hongyi would be able to destroy the imperial sect without any effort. Yao Moen, I beg you, don't expose me. Ghost Pestle spilled the beans in desperation. Sigh. My disciple just can't take a scare. Forget it. He's no longer my disciple. You guys can do whatever you want with him. I'm going to sleep now. Gue Daozi was more or less sad about Ghost Pestle's betrayal. However, he felt better after knowing that Long Bingxin had agreed to be the ghost sect leader. After Gue Daozi left, Yao Moen personally helped Ghost Pestle to a chair. Although Ghost Pestle felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, he didn't dare to refuse. You were the one who had a one-night stand with Huan Luo, right? Logically speaking, you don't know any martial arts and you don't look outstanding, so there's no way Huan Luo would fall for you. This must be Yi Hongyi's trap, right? Yao Moen looked towards the Ghost Pestle. It's all my fault. If I had known that Yi Hongyi was up to no good, I wouldn't have. Yi Hongyi, he's a lunatic. Ghost Pestle smacked his head in frustration. Since you hate Yi Hongyi too, why don't we make a deal? Moen promises that I won't expose you, but you have to cooperate with Moen's plan, said Yao Moen solemnly. All right. As long as Huan Luo is fine, Ghost Pestle is willing to do anything. A one-night stand in exchange for a lifetime of burdens. It was time to pay the price for falling in love with an unreachable fairy. Thus, the next day, Gue Daozi found a few trusted subordinates of the ghost sect and had them disguise as Yao Moen. Yi Junqing and the others continued to flee with Ghost Pestle. As for Yao Moen, Yi Junqing, and the others, their appearances had also been changed by Long Bingxin's disguise technique. Since Yi Hongyi had control over the Ghost Pestle, he naturally knew how to detect the skin-changing technique. The skin of the disguise technique just so happened to not be affected by that kind of special medicine, so the disguise technique that Gue Daozi thought was shoddy was now very useful. After Ghost Pestle left with the fake Yao Moen and the others, Yao Moen discussed with Yi Junqing and the others about returning to the imperial capital. This time, she wanted to catch Yi Hongyi off guard. This time, she wanted to settle old and new grudges with Yi Hongyi. After the plan was finalized, Yao Moen and the others finally began their journey back to the imperial capital. In reality, there was one thing that Yao Moen didn't say. This time, she would also rescue Qi Kanglin. Ever since they captured Qi Kanglin, Huan Luo had forced Qi Kanglin to take bone-softening powder. Currently, Qi Kanglin was under house arrest in a small building in the paradise. Heh, who would have thought that the Grand Imperial Cult High Priest would have such a day? A cold voice suddenly rang out. Qi Kanglin slightly lifted his eyes to see Yi Hongyi walk in wearing a crimson dragon robe. His expression was full of metal. Qi Kanglin closed his eyes and ignored Yi Hongyi's mockery. However, he didn't expect Yi Hongyi to charge over and slap Qi Kanglin twice. What kind of attitude is this? Why aren't you kowtowing when you see us? Yi Hongyi's expression changed faster than flipping the page of a book. He was currently glaring at Qi Kanglin. Us? Yi Hongyi, you should be clear about your own status. 10 finger marks instantly appeared on the handsome, direct immortal's cheeks. Yi Hongyi's strength was so great that a trace of blood actually seeped out of the corner of Qi Kanglin's mouth. We are the supreme ruler of the 9-5. We have always been. No matter if it's Great Chu or Crimson Flame Country. Yi Hongyi roared angrily. Is that so? How could Kanglin not know of any country's supreme ruler who doesn't even dare to show his face to others? Yi Hongyi, I truly pity you. You have to wear Qi Chuan's face for the rest of your life. You can't tell the entire world that you're Yi Hongyi, supreme ruler of the 9-5? That's Qi Chuan, said Qi Kanglin disdainfully, his eyes filled with disdain. This is all thanks to you. Qi Kanglin. Back then, If you hadn't had that old bastard Guadaozi change my face and castrate me into a eunuch, how could I have fallen to this state? So what if we control the world? We no longer have a son or a daughter. Qi Kanglin, Yi Hongyi, have always remembered this grudge. Fortunately, the heavens have eyes and have finally let you fall into our hands. Take a look at what we've brought you. Yi Hongyi laughed sinisterly as he made a hand gesture. A eunuch raised a curved blade. Qi Kanglin, we also want to let you have a taste of how good it feels to be neither male nor female. Yi Hongyi casually picked up the curved blade and looked towards Qi Kanglin with a twisted expression. Yi Hongyi, if you attack, then make Kanglin thoroughly die. Otherwise, there will be a day when Kanglin will definitely grind your bones to dust. Qi Kanglin's eyes were cold like owls. Unfortunately, his body didn't have the slightest bit of strength to resist. You want to use psychological methods? We won't do as you wish. Yi Hongyi's dark eyes widened. He abruptly raised his hand and fiercely brought it down. In the nick of time, a wisp of white silk shot over like a silver dragon and forcibly flicked the curved blade in Yi Hongyi's hand away. Yi Hongyi, who let you in? Huan Luo broke out in a cold sweat when she saw what had just happened. Ahem. We were wondering who it was. So it's Lord Cult Master. Yi Hongyi straightened his dragon robe, then leisurely turned around and walked towards Huan Luo. I'm asking you, why did you come here? What were you trying to do just now? Huan Luo gnashed her teeth. She could not imagine what would have happened if she had arrived a moment too late. It's nothing. We just came to visit an old friend. Since Lord Sect Master is here, Hongyi won't disturb the two of you any longer. Yi Hongyi shrugged shamelessly, then walked around a illusory vine and walked out of the small building. Remember, without this sect master's orders, you're not allowed to take another step into the small building. Huan Luo suddenly turned around and looked at Yi Hongyi viciously. TSK, why is Lord Sect Master so angry? He's just a man. Sect Master, please don't tell Hongyi that you're still fantasizing about this man. He only has one woman in his heart. Furthermore, I wonder if a proud man like Lord Priest would be able to accept a woman without chastity. After Yi Hongyi said this, he left with a cold smile. Yi Hongyi. Huan Luo clenched her fists and glared at Yi Hongyi. However, she did not make a move. If news of her losing her chastity got out, the members of the imperial sect would definitely not submit to her. The consequences would be unthinkable. Yi Hongyi was threatening her. Only when Yi Hongyi walked far away did Huan Luo let out a sigh of relief and walked to Qi Kanglin's side. It was Huan Luo's negligence. I didn't think that Yi Hongyi would come to make trouble for you. How about this? Let's change locations. Huan Luo calmed the anger in her heart and looked towards Qi Kanglin gently. Qi Kanglin closed his eyes the moment Huan Luo walked in. If you're unwilling to change locations, that's fine. Huan Luo will naturally increase the security outside and guarantee that Yi Hongyi won't come again. Huan Luo swallowed hard when she saw Qi Kanglin's indifference, but her voice was still gentle. However, Qi Kanglin was like a statue. He didn't say anything and didn't even open his eyes to look at her. Kanglin, just how long are you going to keep acting like this? Do we really have to get to this point? Huan Luo finally couldn't hold back her anger and shouted coldly. The silent response almost drove Huan Luo crazy. Enough. Yi Hongyi bullied me, so you want to bully me too? Why? Why do you guys have to treat Huan Luo like this? What did I do wrong? Huan Luo asked fiercely and smashed the tea set on the table. When she saw Qi Kanglin's silence, Huan Luo's heart felt like it had been pierced by broken porcelain. She could clearly hear the sound of her heart dripping blood. Are you still unwilling to pay attention to me? Qi Kanglin, are you still thinking about Yaomo Wan? You should just give up on that idea. Yaomo Wan won't be able to escape Crimson Flame Country. No matter where they go, this sect master will be able to accurately know their location. In a few days, this sect master will place Yaomo Wan's head in front of you. At that time, let's see how you can still love, roared Huan Luo. Chapter 653. How did you guys find the courtyard? Qi Kanglin finally reacted. His eyes were as cold as ice. Heh, you're finally willing to talk to me? Huan Luo looked at the man in front of her in shock. Bitter coldness flashed through her heart. How did they end up like this? Not so long ago, they had been able to play the zither and wield the sword. There's a mole? Who is it? Qi Kanglin's voice was filled with unconcealable coldness. His heart was in his chest. It's Sikong Mu. That Sikong Mu is fake. He's a ghost pestle with a different skin. So no matter where they escape to, we know them like the back of our hands. Kanglin, give up. Yao Moen will disappear from this world very soon. At that time, you'll only have me left. Huan Luo gently walked to Qi Kanglin's side. She placed her jade-like fingers on Qi Kanglin's chest and pressed her face against it. She won't. Moen won't die. Qi Kanglin pushed Huan Luo away in disgust. It doesn't matter if she's alive or dead, or even if she loses her memories. From start to finish, she only loves Yi Junqing. In her heart, you're nothing. If she loved you, why would she escape to Yi Prefecture? Even Han Genie returned to make things difficult for you. But what about Yao Moen? She only wants to escape and doesn't care about your life or death. Qi Kanglin, this has always been your wishful thinking. Huan Luo screamed hysterically as she was pushed to the ground by Qi Kanglin. Tears rolled down her face. It's wishful thinking, but I have no regrets, said Qi Kanglin coldly. His gaze was as resolute as a blade. No regrets. What a good no regrets. Qi Kanglin, Huan Luo wants to see just how resolute your love will be when I place Yao Moen's head in front of you. Huan Luo crawled up from the ground in despair. The tears in her eyes turned into specks of ice as if they wanted to freeze the man in front of her. When she realized that she wouldn't get any more replies, Huan Luo resolutely left. Her desire to kill Yao Moen had already become the only meaning in her life. After returning to the imperial capital, Yao Moen and the others found an inn to settle down in. After that, they began to gather information and secretly gather sulfur and saltpeter. This time, they had returned to fight Yi Hongyi to the death. The current Yi Hongyi is merely using Qi Chuan's skin to strut around. If people find out about his true identity, would there still be a place for Yi Hongyi in Crimson Flame Country? Yi Junqing pointed out the crux of the problem. But right now, Yi Hongyi's martial arts are unfathomable. In the entire Crimson Flame Country, other than the trapped Sikong Mu and Qi Kanglin, Diao Jiao can only fight him to a draw. A trace of worry flashed through Feng Yihan's eyes. Other than Diao, there's another person who can share the limelight with Yi Hongyi. Yao Mo Wan's sharp eyes emitted a cold light. Are you talking about Fantasy Vine? Why would she help us? Diao Diao disagreed. Of course she won't help us. The corners of Yao Mo Wan's lips curled into a faint smile, her eyes brilliant. You mean to spread the news of Huan Luo losing her virginity to force Huan Luo to turn against Yi Hongyi? Yi Junqing immediately saw through Yao Moen's intentions. That's right. We'll sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. It won't be too late for us to take action when both sides are injured. Yao Mo Wan's plan received everyone's approval. Thus, the next day, Yao Mo Wan and the others went to every corner of the imperial capital and spread the news of Huan Luo losing her virginity in at least 7 or 8 different versions. Imperial Palace. Imperial Study Yi Hongyi had just received Gue Wu's secret report that Yao Mo Wan and the others had already left Yi Prefecture and were heading towards Min Pass. Someone, send this secret letter to General Min Pass at top speed. Order them to capture Yao Mo Wan and the others no matter what. If they fail, bring their heads back to see me. Yi Hongyi handed the secret letter to an imperial guard and ordered sternly. The imperial guard didn't dare to tarry and immediately left after receiving the secret letter. The second after the imperial guard left, the eunuch ran in a panic. Before he could even speak, Huan Luo smacked him to the ground and killed him on the spot. TSK, where does sect master Huan Luo's temper come from? You actually dare to kill people in our territory? Yi Hongyi glanced at the eunuch, then looked back at Huan Luo. Huan Luo silently waved her sleeve and the door suddenly closed. Only Yi Hongyi and Huan Luo were left in the imperial study. Yi Hongyi, you treacherous bastard. What did you promise this sect master back then? As long as I cooperated with you, you would keep my secret for me, but now you actually— Huan Luo's eyes were cold as she questioned him sternly. However, before she could finish, Yi Hongyi stopped her. What's wrong now? It's very good now. You've become the sect master of the Imperial sect, and we've stabilized Crimson Flame Nation. Is there anything that sect master isn't satisfied with? Ever since they returned from the paradise, Yi Hongyi's heart had been unable to contain Huan Luo anymore. Right now, everyone in the Imperial capital is talking about this sect master losing her chastity. Those filthy words are simply unbearable to listen to. They actually said that this sect master is promiscuous and that she changes men every night. Yi Hongyi, you dare say that these rumors aren't your doing? Huan Luo was so angry that the veins on her forehead were about to burst. Rumors? In our opinion, these aren't rumors, right? Yi Hongyi smiled coldly as he looked at Huan Luo. His voice was cold. Yi Hongyi. Huan Luo hadn't expected Yi Hongyi to be so shameless. She immediately shot out a piece of white silk. Almost at the same time, Yi Hongyi suddenly struck out with his palm. The white silk was cut in half in midair. You want to die with me? Huan Luo will accompany you to the end. When Huan Luo saw the white silk being cut, anger rushed to her head. When Yi Hongyi saw that Huan Luo had made her move, he instantly felt an oppressive internal energy rapidly swell around him. Yi Hongyi knew that the situation was bad. If they really fought, he might not be able to gain the upper hand. Thus, Yi Hongyi immediately withdrew his hand and looked towards Huan Luo with a smile. Sect Master, please calm down. Hongyi's lowly life is nothing. If it's gone, then it's gone. But Sect Master, do you really have the heart to leave Qi Kanglan to fend for himself in paradise? Or fly side by side with Yao Moen? Yi Hongyi's words instantly brought Huan Luo back to her senses. This is all because of you, shouted Huan Luo coldly, but gradually withdrew her strength. Sect Master's words are too serious. In reality, if Sect Master really cares about those rumors outside, it's very simple. We will immediately issue a decree that anyone who insults Sect Master's dignity will be killed without mercy. How about that? Said Yi Hongyi with a fawning smile. You're willing to do that? Huan Luo looked towards Yi Hongyi in alarm. Of course there are conditions. As long as Sect Master is willing to hand over the music score for the flute, Hongyi will immediately issue the order. If it wasn't for the fact that Huan Luo could control those enormous sea monsters, Yi Hongyi definitely wouldn't have let her live until now. So what you care about is the music score. Yi Hongyi, listen up. This sect master will give you 3 days. After 3 days, if this sect master still hears anyone spouting nonsense, not only will you not be able to get the music score, this sect master will also expose your true face. Right now, this sect master no longer has any information that you can use against me, but you're different. Yi Hongyi, you should understand this sect master's intentions, shouted Huan Luo fiercely. Her eyes shone with a frightening coldness. Sect Master, don't worry. We will naturally do things properly. Sect Master, please go back and prepare the music score. 3 days later, we will naturally send someone to get it. Of course, if the rhythm of the music isn't enough to make the sea monsters submit, we don't mind perishing together with Sect Master. Yi Hongyi could hear the threat in Huan Luo's words. Although he was putting on a fawning smile, a cold ripple spread through his heart. When Huan Luo flicked her sleeves and left, the smile on Yi Hongyi's face instantly froze. Then, countless cracks appeared on his face. Demons and monsters. When Yi Hongyi's voice fell, 4 black-clothed people suddenly appeared. Qi, Mei, the 2 of you go to the Imperial sect and tell Zhao Yu that from today onwards, there's no need to put the antidote in Huan Luo's food. Wang Liang, the 2 of you secretly investigate who is spreading the rumors. We give you 10 days to catch the mastermind of this matter. The Qi, Mei, Wang Liang were originally bounty hunters from Eastern Continent. They were originally greedy people. Back then, they had pledged their loyalty to Qi Chuan because Qi Chuan had offered a high price. When Yi Hongyi had offered an even higher price, they had abandoned their master without any hesitation. As for the 4 people he handed over to Sikong Mu, they were naturally fake. Yes. After the Qi, Mei, Wang Liang left, Yi Hongyi gradually sank into deep thought. Just who was it that leaked Huan Luo's secret? Ghost Pestle? How could he bear to do that? Inside the secret room, after Long Bingxin finished applying the new masks for Yao Moen and the others, she casually crushed the original masks together and destroyed them. Strange, Huan Luo and Yi Hongyi actually didn't fall out. What's the reason for that? Di Feng looked at himself in the mirror. At least he was a bit more handsome than before. Although they didn't, their conflict can't be reconciled. Perhaps it didn't work out this time because they still have value in using each other. However, Moen can guarantee that Yi Hongyi has already started to make a move on Huan Luo. Based on Yao Moen's understanding of Yi Hongyi, he definitely wouldn't let anyone who threatened his position live in this world. You're right. Just as Yao Moen was analyzing the situation, Diao Diao, who had just returned, replied confidently. There's news? Yao Moen asked suspiciously. Everyone's gazes landed on Diao Diao. Thankfully, Diao Diao didn't waste her time in the imperial church. This morning, I went to the imperial kitchen to find a chef called Zhao Yu. From him, Diao Diao found out a shocking secret. As Diao Diao spoke, she sat down at the table. Everyone gathered around her. So Huan Luo was actually poisoned by Yi Hongyi, but she didn't know it herself. Originally, Yi Hongyi had given the antidote to Zhao Yu for safekeeping and ordered him to mix the antidote in his meals. That's why Huan Luo was able to live until now. Just yesterday, Yi Hongyi suddenly told Zhao Yu to stop mixing the antidote in his meals. In other words, our plan to sow discord was actually effective, said Diao Diao with certainty. Zhao Yu didn't say to stop using the antidote. How many days can Huan Luo last? Asked Yao Moen. Zhao Yu is only a chef, so he naturally doesn't know about these things. However, he secretly hid some of the antidote and it's here with me. As Diao Diao spoke, she took out the antidote and handed it to Yao Moen. Also, Qi Kanglin has been placed under house arrest in Shangri-La by Huan Luo. My father has been locked up in the dungeon. Fortunately, they're both safe. Moen, what should we do next? In Diao Diao's eyes, Yao Moen had already become her pillar of support. Yi Hongyi is truly sinister. Diao Diao, do you have a way to concoct the antidote for Huan Luo's poison? Yao Moen looked towards Diao Diao solemnly. No problem, but do you want to save Huan Luo? Because of what happened with Sikong Mu, Diao Diao hated Huan Luo to the bone. Diao Diao, in 2 days, bring the antidote to Huan Luo and tell her about Yi Hongyi's wild ambition. As long as she can protect Sikong Mu, you'll save her life. You'll also say that you're willing to help her kill Yi Hongyi. Then, you'll show Huan Luo the medicine in Bing Xian's hands. Yao Moen's eyes lit up. She knew that this time, Yi Hongyi's time of death had come. Moen, what do you mean by this? If I show myself, Huan Luo will definitely guess that you guys are also in the imperial capital, said Diao Diao disapprovingly. You just said that you snuck back. At that time, what she should be concerned about is how to get rid of Yi Hongyi. She shouldn't have thought too much about us, said Yao Moen confidently. Then what happens after that? Diao Diao didn't understand Yao Moen's intentions and asked in confusion. After that, we'll watch how Yi Hongyi dies. Yao Moen's cherry lips were tightly pursed as intense killing intent flickered in the depths of her eyes. Chapter 654. Just as Yi Hongyi had promised, for 3 days, no one in the imperial capital mentioned Huan Luo's chastity. For the first time, Yi Hongyi's ruthless methods shocked the officials of the imperial court. It didn't matter if they were people from Crimson Flame Nation or outsiders. Anyone who disrespected Huan Luo's cult master had their possessions confiscated and their entire clan exterminated. Even the 2 ministers of the imperial court weren't spared. At this moment, the little eunuch Yi Hongyi sent had already taken the music score away. Before the little eunuch left, he said that in 3 days, Yi Hongyi would summon all the civil and military officials to personally verify the music score's authenticity. Huan Luo understood what Yi Hongyi meant. He just wanted to save some face in front of all the civil and military officials of the imperial court. For the past few decades, The imperial court had always been under the control of the imperial sect. Other than Sikong Mu's unparalleled martial arts, the other important reason was that the imperial sect possessed the music score to control sea monsters. If the deaths of a few officials could be exchanged for such a precious music score, those officials would naturally feel that the sacrifice was worth it and become even more loyal to Yi Hongyi. After the little eunuch left, Huan Luo thought of Qi Kanglin in the land of peach blossoms. Just as she was about to get up and leave the main altar, she suddenly felt a splitting headache and her vision blurred. Since yesterday, she had been feeling unwell. She couldn't pinpoint exactly where it was, but she could only feel that her entire body was exhausted. Today, her condition seemed to have worsened. Reporting to Cult Master, there is a woman outside who claims to be a divine doctor who wishes to see Cult Master. Ever since Huan Luo secured the position of Cult Master, the first thing she did was remove the huge python that symbolized Sikong Mu's might and replace it with a chair that symbolized the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Divine doctor? Huan Luo rubbed her forehead. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? She had just started feeling unwell, and a divine doctor came to her doorstep. She had lived in Crimson Flame Nation for so many years, but she had never heard of such a person in Crimson Flame Nation. Summon her in. Huan Luo's eyes were as clear as water as she ordered. The messenger naturally didn't dare to tarry and immediately retreated. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a woman walked in with a servant carrying a medicine chest. Huan Luo sized up the woman before her and asked in a cold voice, "You're the divine doctor?" Replying to Sect Master, "This one is not only a genius doctor but also a famous diviner. Forgive this one for speaking bluntly, but Sect Master must be feeling unwell these next 2 days. Your body is weak and your aura is weak. If this one's divination isn't wrong, Sect Master will definitely face a great calamity soon." Jiao Jiao repeated Yao Moan's words without missing a single word. "How dare you?" When Huan Luo heard that, her blood immediately surged. However, her forehead suddenly felt like it was about to explode. It was so painful that she nearly cried out. When Jiao Jiao saw Huan Luo's strange expression, she knew that Zhao Yu was telling the truth. After the intense pain passed, Huan Luo suppressed her anger and asked in a cold voice, "Cough, cough. Tell me, where did this Sect Master's calamity come from?" Jiao Jiao did not speak, only looking around at the people around him. Huan Luo naturally understood the woman's intentions, and she waved her hand to dismiss all the attendants. Huan Luo only spoke when the copper doors closed. "You can tell me now, right?" There was a trace of urgency in Fantasy Flower's voice. Although it was very faint, Jiao Jiao could still hear it. Jiao Jiao was speechless. She did not speak. Instead, she pulled off the mask that was stuck to her face. When she saw the woman's true appearance, Huan Luo suddenly shuddered, and her gaze turned cold. "Sect Master Huan Luo, long time no see." Jiao Jiao felt the surrounding temperature drop, but she still calmly faced Huan Luo. This is truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. "Jiao Jiao, I really did not expect that you would dare to return." Huan Luo's voice was filled with cold hatred. Jiao Jiao naturally has a reason for returning. "Huan Luo, don't you want to know why you have been feeling unwell since yesterday?" Jiao Jiao went straight to the point. "You poisoned this Sect Master?" Huan Luo was shocked. She gritted her teeth. "Zhao Yu, tell our new Sect Master everything you know," Jiao Jiao instructed. She did not wish to argue with Huan Luo, so she was unwilling to argue with her. Zhao Yu timidly walked out from behind Huan Luo. He was not a righteous person, but Jiao Jiao had saved his life. Hence, when Jiao Jiao brought him to see Huan Luo, Zhao Yu did not refuse. Thus, in front of Huan Luo, Zhao Yu told her everything that Yi Hongyi had asked him to do. If she had not gotten into an argument with Yi Hongyi, Huan Luo would definitely not believe everything that the person Jiao Jiao brought here said. However, she hesitated now. "Jiao Jiao, what makes you think that Yi Hongyi was the one who poisoned me and not you?" Huan Luo looked at Jiao Jiao coldly. "This question is very simple. Although the poison you've been poisoned can be considered a potent poison, it is also a slow-acting poison. The antidote that Yi Hongyi prepared for you can't get rid of the poison. It can only slow it down. Stab the needle into your heart. If the needle changes color, it means that you've been poisoned for at least a month. A month ago, Diao Jiao didn't know that you were a traitor. Diao Jiao emphasized the last part of her sentence. Her voice was filled with unconcealable hatred. Huan Luo felt as if she had been enlightened. She immediately took out a needle from her sleeve and stabbed it into her death acupuncture point. The instant the needle turned black, Huan Luo's face contorted. Veins bulged on her forehead. She abruptly swung the needle in her hand, and it stabbed 3 inches into the wall. Damn Yihongi! Huan Luo ground her teeth in hatred. She remembered very clearly that a month ago, she had agreed to join Qi Chuan's side and poison Diao Jiao. She did not expect that Yihongi had been plotting against her since then. Diao Jiao looked at Huan Luo indifferently and said, "It seems that you believe Diao Jiao. Then the rest will be easy to discuss." "What is it?" Huan Luo had shifted all of her hatred onto Yihongi, so her gaze towards Diao Jiao had softened a bit. "We'll cooperate. Diao Jiao will help you get rid of that lowly outsider, Yihongi. The condition is that you release Diao Jiao's father. As long as you're willing, Diao Jiao guarantees that I'll take my father far away from Crimson Flame Country and never take a single step into it again," said Diao Jiao straightforwardly. You know that Sikong Mu is fake? Then Yao Moen and the others also know? Or, Yao Moen and the others have also returned? Huan Luo looked towards Diao Jiao in shock. Do you think that Yao Moen would walk right into a trap? Sikong Mu is Diao Jiao's father, but he has nothing to do with Yao Moen. Would she take the risk to return to the imperial capital for a passerby? Especially when Yi Junqing is still by her side. Even if she doesn't care about her own safety, how could she bear to let Yi Junqing take the risk? Diao Jiao sneered with a trace of disdain in her eyes. This sect master will believe you for now, but what method do you have to put Yihongi to death? His martial arts aren't weak, and he's more cunning than both of us. Add on his current identity, trying to get close to him is like a moth flying into a flame, said Huan Luo fiercely. She hated Yihongi to the bone. Diao Jiao just wants to use his current identity. Since he's the emperor of Crimson Flame Country, he naturally has to attend court every day. If we expose his true identity in front of all the court officials, then even if we don't do anything, how could those court officials possibly let him off? Suggested Diao Jiao. Unless you can destroy that face, who would believe you? Huan Luo looked towards Diao Jiao hesitantly. The medicine here can dissolve the skin on Yihongi's face, and it won't harm his original face. As long as you can think of a way to splash this on Yihongi's face, then the truth will be revealed. As Diao Jiao spoke, she handed the porcelain bottle in her sleeve to Huan Luo. This is a good thing. That's fine. There'll be a chance in 3 days. Yihongi will have this sect master play the flute in front of all the court officials. At that time, this sect master will have the sea monster pour this thing on Yihongi's face. But you must be present. Once this matter is over, this sect master will naturally release Sikong Mu. How about it? Suggested Huan Luo. Chapter 655. Deal. Even though Diao Jiao knew that Huan Luo wanted to keep her as a hostage, she had no reason to refuse. The next day, Yihongi received news from the ghost pestle that Yao Moen, Yi Junqing, and the others had been captured and killed by the guards for resisting. When Yihongi saw this news, he locked himself in the imperial study for an entire day. During this time, he constantly thought back to everything that had happened. From when Yao Moen entered the palace as a concubine, to when Yi Junqing raised the flag in Mongyuan, to when his face was changed and he became a eunuch, to when he reunited with Yao Moen in Crimson Flame Country, all of it seemed like a dream. Yao Moen and Yi Junqing were dead. He suddenly felt like his life had lost its purpose. Dead. You guys caused us to suffer so much and you guys died just like that? How can we accept this? Yao Moen, come back to life. We want you to personally see how we obtained Crimson Flame Country, how we dominated the entire Eastern continent. In the end, you guys still lost. We had the last laugh. Yihongi roared incoherently in the imperial study, his eyes bloodshot. The eunuch outside opened the door out of worry and walked in. However, when he saw Yi Hongyi's red face, he was shocked. Damn it! Yi Hongyi, who was on the verge of going crazy, suddenly attacked. Before the eunuch in front of him could even scream, he had already turned into ashes. Since he hated Yao Moen and Yi Junqing to the extreme, Yi Hongyi ordered the ghost pestle to transport Yao Moen and the others' corpses back to the imperial capital. He wanted to personally see Yao Moen and Yi Junqing's corpses. After returning to the secret room, Diao Jiao repeated her conversation with Huan Luo. There are still 2 more days. We have to be extra careful in these 2 days. Diao Diao, during Yi Hongyi's morning court session, sneak into the prison with Genie and save Sikong Mu. Junqing, follow Emperor Xia and Emperor Qi to Shangri-La and save Qi Kanglin. Yao Moen's sharp eyes emitted a cold light as she spoke solemnly. I'm afraid I won't be able to go. Huan Luo told Diao Diao to appear in front of her the day after tomorrow, said Diao Diao helplessly. Isn't it still with Moen? Bing Xin, prepare a face identical to Diao Diao's. Make it more detailed so Huan Luo doesn't notice, ordered Yao Moen. How can I do that? Diao Diao immediately refused. Diao Diao, listen to me. This decision couldn't be more perfect. Moen doesn't know martial arts, so Genie alone might not be able to save Sikong Mu safely. Secondly, Huan Luo had you appear so that she could feel at ease. Moen also wants to see the scene of Yi Hongyi becoming the target of everyone. Moen has been waiting for this day for a very long time. Just consider it as fulfilling Moen's wish, all right? Yao Moen pursed her cherry lips into a smile as she looked towards Diao Diao in a pleading manner. Moen. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen worriedly. He couldn't stop worrying about her going to see Yi Hongyi alone. Don't worry, Moen knows how to protect herself. Once you've rescued them, bring Sikong Mu and Qi Kanglin back to the secret room and then meet up with Moen. Yao Moen knew that Yi Junqing was worried about her safety, but she was the one who had suggested this plan, so there was no reason for her to let Diao Diao take this risk. Everyone was well aware of Yao Moen's temperament. Once she decided on something, no one could change her mind. In these 2 days, Yi Junqing and the others had a good grasp of the routes to the underground prison and the strength of the guards. Everyone rubbed their palms together in anticipation of the arrival of dawn. As soon as the time passed, Yi Hongyi impatiently got out of bed and ordered the palace servants to dress him up. Today, Huan Luo would be controlling the sea monster in front of all the officials. He wanted to let all the civil and military officials know that the current Qi Chuan could already order around the Imperial Order sect master. He wanted to establish his authority in front of all the officials. As long as he obtained their trust, he could make these idiots of Crimson Flame Country send troops to the eastern continent for him. It didn't matter if it was Chu Mabe or King Lulan. Everyone who had wronged him had to die. Reporting to your majesty, Gue Pestle has brought Yao Moen and Yi Junqing's corpses outside to request an audience. The moment Yi Hongyi tightened his golden belt, a eunuch came forward to report. You're finally back. Help us out. His voice was filled with unconcealable joy. Yi Hongyi was supported out of the sleeping palace by the eunuch. This commoner Gue Pestle kowtows in salute to your majesty. Ever since Yao Moen and the others had left, Gue Pestle had done as Yao Moen had instructed and fled with the fake Yao Moen and the others. He had also leaked information to Yi Hongyi. He had originally thought that he would be able to last for half a month, but he hadn't expected that he would be caught red-handed after only 10 days. Get up. All of you, leave. Yi Hongyi waved his hand to dismiss all the palace servants. The moment the door was shut, Yi Hongyi walked towards the 2 corpses on the ground with vicious steps. Your Majesty. Just as Gue Pestle was about to speak, Yi Hongyi shushed him harshly. Gue Pestle swallowed and didn't dare to respond. He just stared silently at Yi Hongyi. Yi Hongyi slowly crouched in front of the 2 corpses. His hands that were holding the black cloth couldn't help but tremble. The moment the black cloth was removed, Yi Hongyi could clearly see Yao Moen and Yi Junqing's corpses lying there. Ha! Ha ha ha! Yao Moen, Yi Junqing, didn't you guys want to fight us? Get up. We're right here. Get up. Yi Junqing, not only do you covet our throne, you covet our women as well. Whether it's Yao Moen or Yao Moen, You won't let a single one of them go. You're trying to steal our throne, steal our women. Yi Junqing, you deserve to die. When the ghost Pestle saw Yi Hongyi take out a dagger and stab it into Yi Junqing's corpse, it couldn't help but choke. Right now, Yi Hongyi looked like an evil spirit that had crawled out of hell. His expression was fiendish, and his eyes were filled with evil intent. And you, Yao Moen, do you know how much we love you? For you, we even gave up our empire. But how did you repay us? Get up. Tell us, how did you repay us? The bloody dagger mercilessly stabbed into Yao Moen's chest. Yi Hongyi's anger surged out of his body, making one's hair stand on end. Gue Pestle didn't know how many times Yi Hongyi stabbed the two corpses. He only knew that the two corpses had already turned into a pile of rotten flesh. However, Yi Hongyi still didn't show any signs of stopping. He continued to stab the corpses ruthlessly like a zombie. Right at this moment, a eunuch's voice suddenly came from outside. Your Majesty, Sect Master Illusory Vine is already waiting in front of the hall. The sharp voice abruptly rang out. Yi Hongyi abruptly woke up and stopped his movements. He looked at the two corpses in front of him sinisterly. Guards, hang these two corpses on the city wall and expose them to the sun. I want them to have nowhere to go to. As Yi Hongyi spoke ruthlessly, a few guards came in and carried Yao Moen and Yi Junqing's corpses out. Gue Pestle, you did well. We will naturally reward you later. For now, follow us to the throne room to watch a good show. Yi Hongyi threw the dagger to the ground with a bang. His thin lips curved into an evil smile, and the dark light in his eyes made Gue Pestle shudder. Many thanks, Your Majesty. For a moment, Gue Pestle saw killing intent in Yi Hongyi's eyes. Perhaps it was a wise decision to switch sides and rely on Yao Moen, Gue Pestle thought. Inside the enormous throne room, all the civil and military officials were standing to the left and right. The moment they saw Illusory Vine, all the officials began to whisper among themselves. Ever since the imperial cult was established, they had never seen Sikong Mu appear in court. They all knew that the imperial cult was above the court. Normally, only His Majesty would enter and leave the headquarters. His Majesty has arrived. Yi Hongyi walked in from the east door and sat down on the dragon throne. Gue Pestle silently followed behind him. Long live our Majesty! All the officials looked towards Illusory Vine as they kowtowed. However, they were disappointed to find that Illusory Vine was standing there without any sign of respect. My beloved subjects, please rise. Yi Hongyi didn't care about this. He was exceptionally lenient towards a woman who was about to die. I believe that all my beloved subjects have seen that the imperial cult's sect master has personally come to court today. He only has one goal, and that is to hand over the musical score for controlling the sea monsters to me and personally demonstrate it to all my beloved subjects. Yi Hongyi's words immediately caused a strong response from all the officials in court. All the officials actually knelt in front of the throne room and shouted, "Long live the Emperor." The cheers grew louder and louder. At this moment, Yi Hongyi's strong self-esteem was unprecedentedly satisfied. Your Majesty, since most of the sea monsters are kept near the ferry, this sect master will only push the nine-headed monster into the throne room to demonstrate. Does Your Majesty have any objections? Illusory Vine looked at Yi Hongyi with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. A trace of coldness flashed through her heart. No. However, in the next 5 days, we will naturally send musicians to follow Sect Master to visit all the sea monsters. Does Sect Master have any objections? Yi Hongyi smiled sheepishly. No. Come. Push the nine-headed monster into the throne room. Illusory Vine naturally understood Yi Hongyi's intentions. However, Yi Hongyi, it's really hard to say whether you'll be able to see the sun tomorrow. At this moment, all the officials had already split into two sides. Everyone's gazes were directed towards the slowly opening doors of the throne room. Under everyone's expectant gazes, an enormous glass cover was pushed in by several dozen imperial sect children. Inside the glass cover was a strangely shaped sea monster covered in toads. The sea water rippled slightly. The sea monster lazily raised its head, then lowered it again. It was as if the people in front of it were just small fish that swam around it and didn't attract the slightest bit of its interest. Looking at the sea monster that only had 9 heads, all the officials choked and stared at it. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly, afraid that if they angered the sea monster, they would be eaten in one gulp. Good. It really is good. This wasn't Yihangi's first time seeing a sea monster. The battle on the sea was still fresh in his mind. If he hadn't seen the sea monster's immense power, he wouldn't have spent so much effort to swindle the sound score from illusory Vine's hands. However, just as Yihangi was sighing in admiration, his dark eyes suddenly caught sight of one of the imperial sect children. His heart was instantly filled with shock. Ghost Pestle. Yihangi called Ghost Pestle over in a low voice as he stared coldly at Yao Moen, who was hiding among the children. Yao Moen was currently wearing Diao's expression. "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" Ghost Pestle's gaze finally moved away from illusory Vine after Yihangi called out to him. "Let us ask you, aside from Yijunqing and Yao Moen, did you bring back Difeng, Feng Yihan, and Diao Diao's corpses?" Yihangi purposely blocked Ghost Pestle's line of sight as he questioned coldly. Replying, "Your Majesty, they've all been brought back." Ghost Pestle was focused on illusory Vine, so he didn't pay attention to Yihangi's words. "Ghost Pestle, open your dog eyes and look at who that person is." Yihangi abruptly moved his sleeve away. Ghost Pestle followed Yihangi's line of sight, and his heart instantly turned cold. That person was actually Diao Diao. Your Majesty, that person is fake. She must be fake." Ghost Pestle never expected that Diao Diao would appear in court. He was instantly speechless. "She better be fake. If she's real, then not only will you die, illusory Vine will also be buried with you." Yihangi roared fiercely. He felt inexplicably uneasy. If Diao Diao wasn't fake, then what did that mean? If those people who died were fake, then what about Yao Moen and Yijunqing? Yihangi didn't dare to continue thinking about that. At this time, illusory Vine had already taken out her flute. "Your Majesty, do you want illusory Vine to brag on her own? Or?" Illusory Vine looked towards Yihangi meaningfully. However, when she saw that Yihangi's expression was abnormal, she reflexively looked towards Diao Diao. The reason she had Diao Diao appear was firstly to hold her hostage, and secondly to draw Yihangi's attention away. This way, it would be easier for her to act. "Guards, bring the music score in front of Cult Master. Musician, stay by Cult Master's side." Yihangi had already prepared for this. Chapter 656. When the music fell, a eunuch brought the music score on a tray in front of Huan Luo. 2 musicians stood respectfully on either side of Huan Luo. Their goal was to check if Huan Luo was playing according to the music score. The gentle sound of the flute rose up. It was lively like flowing water, but also like a light drizzle and a spring breeze. It was too wonderful for words. However, no one in the hall was paying attention to the beautiful sound of the flute. Everyone's gaze was on the 9-headed monster inside the glass cover. Only Yihangi's gaze hadn't moved away from Diao Diao since the moment he saw her. The sea monster inside the glass cover finally moved. It slowly raised its 9 heads. On each head, a pair of dark green eyes slowly opened. Suddenly, the sound of the flute suddenly became urgent. It was like a majestic army. The sea monster inside the glass cover also seemed to be attracted by something. It became abnormally violent. Its 9 heads slammed against the glass cover with all their might. The deafening sound caused everyone to cover their ears. They looked at everything in front of them in shock. Some of the less courageous officials had already pissed themselves in their court clothes. Just when all the officials in the court were shocked by the sea monster, something happened in the underground prison and the paradise at the same time. At this time, Diao Jiao and Han Jini had already rushed into the underground prison and released all the prisoners. The entire prison was instantly thrown into chaos. The 2 of them also found Sikong Mu in the innermost cell. "Father." When Diao Jiao saw Sikong Mu's body covered in blood and his shoulder blades pierced through, Tears instantly gushed out of Diao Diao's eyes. Diao Diao. Sikong Mu weakly opened his eyes. When he saw Diao Diao, he was extremely emotional. He had originally thought that he would never see Diao Diao again in this life. Yi Hongyi had told him the same thing back then. That was why he had given up on the thought of living and allowed Yi Hongyi and the others to torture him. Now isn't the time to talk. Diao Diao, hurry and untie the sect master. As Han Genie spoke, he pushed back the prison guards that had rushed over. At this time, Diao Diao had also shattered the iron chains binding Sikong Mu with her palm energy. Immediately after, Han Genie shot to Sikong Mu's side and carried him on his back. He then rushed out of the underground prison. Diao Diao used all her strength to protect him. At this time, fighting had broken out in the paradise. Yi Junqing, Di Feng, and Feng Yihan had swept away all the obstacles and rushed into the small building, only to see Qi Kanglin weakly leaning against the couch. How could it be you guys? Qi Kanglin looked towards Yi Junqing powerlessly in astonishment. There's no time to explain. We're taking you away. Without another word, Yi Junqing carried Qi Kanglin on his back and left with Di Feng and Feng Yihan. After about an hour, they returned to the secret chamber. Moen still hasn't returned? Yi Junqing saw that Sikong Mu had already been rescued and that everyone was gathered in the secret room, but Yao Moen was nowhere to be seen. It can't be that something happened, right? Let's go look for her. Di Feng said worriedly. I'm going too. After Diao Diao settled Sikong Mu down, he abruptly stood up. Han Genie and Feng Yihan followed behind him. Bing Exine, I'll leave this place to you. He must remove the bone-softening powder from Qi Kanglin's body. Once the imperial capital is in chaos, you must take advantage of the chaos to take them away. Yi Junqing ordered coldly, then headed towards the imperial palace with everyone else. Bing Exine, where did Moen go? Asked Qi Kanglin weakly after Yi Junqing and the others left. She went to fight Yi Hongyi to the death. But don't worry, Master's life is tough. No one can harm her, replied Long Bing Exine firmly. It looked like she was comforting Qi Kanglin, but she was actually saying it for herself to hear. In front of the throne room, the nine-headed monster began to clamor even louder. Its body smashed against the glass cover with all its might. All of the court officials retreated to the two sides of the wall, their eyes filled with fear. Sect Master, the drill can end now. Make this beast quiet down. If it weren't for the fact that he was sitting on the dragon throne and wearing the dragon robe, Yi Hongyi definitely wouldn't have been able to endure such a shocking scene and would have left in a rage. Yi Hongyi's words didn't receive a reply. Huan Luo stood there like a demon, her dress fluttering without any wind. The sound of the flute from her mouth was hurried and ear-piercing. Just as Yi Hongyi was about to rush over to stop Huan Luo, the nine-headed monster's middle head suddenly broke through the glass cover and swung towards Yi Hongyi. Yi Hongyi was shocked. He gathered inner qi in his hands and attacked the nine-headed monster. Splash! The liquid in the nine-headed monster's mouth landed on Yi Hongyi's head and soaked his clothes. The entire throne room was in an uproar. All of the court officials were scared out of their wits when they saw the nine-headed monster break through the glass cover. They rushed out of the throne room with all their might, but they didn't expect that the door would be blocked by several dozen children. Not even a fly could fly out. Huan Luo, what do you think you're doing? Yi Hongyi suddenly jumped off the dragon throne in a panic and charged at Huan Luo. At that moment, the nine-headed monster had already retracted its head back into the glass cover. Its emotions gradually calmed down. Not long after, it lay down as if it had fallen asleep, just like before. Everyone, calm down. This sect master will push the nine-headed monster out right now. Under Huan Luo's signal, the imperial children opened the door of the throne room and moved the nine-headed monster out. The throne room was deathly silent. Everyone's gazes fell on Yi Hongyi and Huan Luo. Huan Luo's actions were undoubtedly a show of strength to Yi Hongyi. All of the court officials were waiting for Yi Hongyi's reaction and counterattack. Huan Luo, how dare you? Aren't you afraid that we will expose your shameful deeds? Yi Hongyi gritted his teeth, his gaze as cold as ice. Yi Hongyi, only this sect master has shameful deeds. You don't? Said Huan Luo in a low voice. Then, she looked at Yi Hongyi disdainfully and walked to the center of the hall. Officials, as the sect master of the imperial sect, Huan Luo has the responsibility and obligation to protect the common people of Crimson Flame Nation from being fooled and used by lowly outsiders. The person standing in front of you right now isn't Qi Chuan. He's Yi Hongyi, a despicable and shameless outsider. And he's also Qi Chuan's murderer. Huan Luo's words shocked all of the court officials. Huan Luo, you're slandering me. Do you think that you can deny our identity with just one sentence? Do you think that all of the court officials will believe your nonsense? Huan Luo, we didn't think that your ambitions would be so great. You're even more shameless than Sikongmu. You want to use the imperial sect to replace the court? You want to capture us and all of the court officials in one fell swoop? You think you're worthy? Yi Hongyi's eyes were bloodshot. He never expected that Huan Luo would do this to him. Yao Moen, who was hiding among the court officials, couldn't help but sneer when she saw Yi Hongyi and Huan Luo fighting each other. The court officials were also at a loss. They couldn't determine whose words were more trustworthy. Whether this sect master is slandering you or not, everyone will know once they see it. Just when Huan Luo thought that Yi Hongyi's face would be melted by the medicine, Yi Hongyi actually stood there unscathed. Huan Luo couldn't hold it in any longer. Her dark gaze shot towards Yao Moen, who was hiding in the corner. Yao Moen also didn't expect the medicine to be ineffective for so long. When Long Bingxin had fallen on the ghost Pestil's face, it had only been a moment. Yao Moen could only shrug when she saw the doubt in Huan Luo's eyes. What are you looking at? Huan Luo, if you can't produce evidence today, then no matter how painful the price we have to pay, we will make the imperial sect completely disappear from Crimson Flame Country. Intense hatred surged in Yi Hongyi's eyes. His voice was as cold as ice. At this time, all of the court officials slowly moved closer to Yi Hongyi. They were already being bullied by the imperial sect. Adding on the fact that Huan Luo was using a sea monster to threaten them, these court officials couldn't tolerate it anymore. Evidence. Huan Luo was at her wit's end. Cold sweat seeped out of her forehead. Just as the situation was about to turn hostile, a voice suddenly rang out. He's not Qi Chuan. He's Yi Hongyi. I saw him poison Qi Chuan to death with my own eyes. Yi Hongyi trembled when he heard this. When he turned to look, a pungent smell assaulted his nostrils. Immediately after, a sticky liquid was splashed on his face by the ghost pestle. Yi Hongyi felt an unbearable burning pain on his face. He instinctively covered his face with his hands. In less than 5 minutes, Yi Hongyi revealed his true appearance. The two words animal on his forehead were especially eye-catching. This is his true appearance. He's Yi Hongyi, said the ghost pestle as it pointed at Yi Hongyi fearlessly. Ghost pestle, you deserve to die. When his finger touched the word on his forehead, Yi Hongyi knew that he had lost the upper hand. He instantly glared at the ghost pestle. Everyone, you see, this is the outsider who has been toying with you in the palm of his hand. He's the one who killed Qi Chuan. Huan Luo's lips curved into a charming smile as she looked at Yi Hongyi. How could this be? He's actually not His Majesty? The officials immediately ran behind Huan Luo in disgust and looked at Yi Hongyi in disbelief. The disdain and loathing in their eyes made it seem like they were looking at an animal. Yi Hongyi, you deserve to be cut into pieces. You lowly outsider. You're a beast. Look at the word on your forehead. Tisk tsk. He was actually tricked by an outsider for so long. Capture him and execute him. Throw him into the glass cover to feed the sea monsters. Avenge His Majesty. The officials cursed one after another. There were even military officials who charged forward to capture Yi Hongyi. Yi Hongyi's pride was completely trampled on as he looked at the officials who were still respectful and worshipping him just a second ago. The hatred that had accumulated in the depths of his heart suddenly gushed out like a flood. Yi Hongyi, die. The military officials charged at Yi Hongyi one after another, each using their best moves. Unfortunately, before they could even get close, they turned into balls of fire. Screams and wails suddenly rang out. When the officials saw this horrifying scene, they retreated to the side in shock. At this moment, Yi Hongyi's face was completely red. He flipped his palms up and 2 balls of fire seemed to burn in his palms. He looked like an Asura that had walked out of hell. The officials had never seen this kind of scene before and immediately rushed out like crazy. Preposterous. Yi Hongyi. Today, this sect master will experience your heartless schemes. When Huan Luo saw that no one was willing to fight, she immediately shot out a piece of white silk. The white silk was like an icicle as it shot towards Yi Hongyi's face. However, before the white silk could even touch Yi Hongyi, it turned into a ball of fire. Diao Diao, what are you just standing there for? Don't you want to get revenge for your father? With just one move, Huan Luo knew that she wasn't Yi Hongyi's match. When Huan Luo shouted like this, Yi Hongyi's gaze also moved to Yao Moen, who was running with the crowd. Yao Moen trembled slightly when she heard this. She knew that if she didn't leave now, she would be exposed, so she quickened her pace. Diao Diao, if Yi Hongyi was still alive, he wouldn't let you off either. When Huan Luo saw that Diao Diao didn't help her and instead ran extremely quickly, her heart went cold. If Diao Diao wanted to run, would she need to waste so much effort? Die. While Huan Luo was questioning him, Yi Hongyi suddenly struck out with his palms. 2 balls of fire shot towards Huan Luo. Huan Luo dodged with difficulty and then leaped out of the throne room. Almost at the same time, Huan Luo took out her flute and quickly played it. At this moment, the 9-headed monster resting outside suddenly woke up. It twisted its body as if it was stimulated. One of its heads suddenly burrowed out of the glass cover and charged towards Yi Hongyi. No matter how strong Yi Hongyi was, he couldn't fight against such a huge monster. Thus, he turned and dodged. Now that Huan Luo had something to rely on, she became even more fearless. She played her flute furiously, and the 9-headed monster's 9 heads broke through the glass cover. It opened its bloody mouth and closed in on Yi Hongyi. Yi Hongyi was in an extremely sorry state from being chased by the 9-headed monster. He finally regained some of his rationality. If he didn't escape now, then he really wouldn't have another chance. Thus, Yi Hongyi dashed out of the palace. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw Yao Moen hiding in the crowd. When he recalled the scene from before, Yi Hongyi suddenly crouched down and grabbed Yao Moen with one hand before leaping away. Chapter 657. As expected, you weren't Diao Diao. Yi Hongyi's lips curved into a sinister smile as he carried Yao Moen under his armpit with one hand and left. When Yi Junqing and the others arrived at the imperial palace, it was already in ruins. Both the officials and the guards were all pale as they rushed out of the palace. What happened? Diao Jiao grabbed an imperial boy and questioned him sternly. His Majesty is fake. The sea monster is out of control. The boy's tongue was curled up as he replied in fear. Crap. The sea monster must have left the water. Let's hurry and find Moen. Diao Diao was shocked. She dashed towards the throne room with the rest. By the time they reached the throne room, the 9-headed sea monster was already dead. Looking at the throne room, which was on the verge of collapse, everyone was shocked. Although the sea monster is controlled by the sound flute, the prerequisite is that its own life is not in danger. Huan Luo brought the sea monster here, and the sea monster broke the glass barrier. So it's only natural that the sea monster would be in extreme pain after losing the seawater. From the looks of it, the sea monster died from drying up, explained Diao Diao. Where's Moen? I can't find her anywhere. Yi Junqing looked around. There was no one else besides the dead 9-headed monster. Yao Moen. Ha ha ha. So that Diao Diao was Yao Moen. No wonder she didn't attack. So that's how it is. Bingzhi's voice drifted over from behind the 9-headed monster. Everyone turned to look and saw Huan Luo standing on the 9-headed monster's back, completely drenched. Hand Moen over, or don't blame us for being impolite. Diao Jiao looked at Huan Luo angrily as she tightened her grip on her sword. She was captured by Yi Hongyi and left in that direction. However, we don't know if she's still alive or not. Huh. Huan Luo sneered as her body swayed slightly. You think she's telling the truth? Asked Han Jini next to Diao Diao. Huan Luo. It looks like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Diao Jiao knew that playing the sound flute expended internal energy. If she wanted to capture Huan Luo, she only needed to lift a finger. She's telling the truth. I personally saw Yi Hongyi grab Yao Moen and head in that direction. Yi Hongyi has already gone crazy. If you guys still don't go, Yao Moen will be in danger. Just as Diao Diao was about to attack Huan Luo, Gue Pestle hurried over. Gue Wu, if you dare lie to me, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Diao Jiao's gaze turned stern, then she headed in the direction the ghost Pestle was pointing. Yi Junqing and the others followed behind her. The second Diao Diao and the others left. Huan Luo's body fell from the nine-headed monster like a falling leaf. Ghost Pestle shot forward and caught Huan Luo in his arms. Yao Mo Wan, this sect master won't let you off. Definitely not. Huan Luo's body was already extremely weak, but she still gritted her teeth as she cursed Yao Moen. Fantasy Vine, why must you do this? Gue Pestle could not help but shake his head when he saw the unconscious Fantasy Vine. Meanwhile, Yi Hongyi carried Yao Moen as he sprinted madly. He only stopped when they reached the forest in the outskirts. Yao Mo Wan, are you still going to wear this mask now? Yi Hongyi's icy voice was filled with unconcealable hatred as he glared at the woman on the ground. It's very strange. How did you guess that I'm Yao Mo Wan? Yao Mo Wan didn't deny it. Instead, she pulled the mask off her face bit by bit. Because you're like a devil, forever following me. As long as I don't die, you'll always follow me and haunt us. Yi Hongyi yelled hysterically. His eyes were bloodshot. That's not right. Because in this group of people, Moen is the only one who doesn't know martial arts. Yao Mo Wan shrugged as she pointed out the crux of the problem. Yao Mo Wan, you deserve to die. Why haven't you died even now? Yi Hongyi felt like he had seen Yao Mo Wan's gaze before. It was that pair of eyes that seemed to be able to pierce through his heart and see through all of his thoughts. Because you haven't died yet. How could Moen bear to die? Yao Mo Wan was unusually calm, even indifferent. There wasn't the slightest bit of anger on her face. She was like autumn water, unchanging for all eternity. If it wasn't for your instigation, Huan Luo wouldn't have dared to rebel against us? Yao Mo Wan, you've once again pushed us from the highest point into the abyss. We hate you. I hate that I can't tear you to pieces. Yi Hongyi's face twisted to the extreme. His pale hands gradually turned a strange red. Hate? Mo Wan had also thought about hating you for the rest of her life. Only when you die would her hatred end. But now, Mo Wan doesn't seem to feel that strongly anymore. Yi Hongyi, so even hating you isn't worth it, said Yao Mo Wan indifferently. Her eyes were no longer cold and resolute. They were as calm as a pool of stagnant water. You don't hate us? How is that possible? It doesn't matter if you're Yao Mo Wan or Yao Mo Xin. Our hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Yi Hongyi seemed to be shocked by Yao Mo Wan's words and couldn't help but take a few steps back. From Eastern Continent to Crimson Flame Country, we've fought for a long time, right? Yi Hongyi, aren't you tired? Have you never thought about stopping to rest? Yao Mo Wan's lips curved into a bitter smile. Her voice was a bit sad. Tired? Not at all. Before I cut you and Yi Junqing into 10,000 pieces, we aren't tired. Yi Hongyi shook his head. His mind was a mess. But Mo Wan is tired. Mo Wan is suddenly tired of this kind of deceitful life. If it's possible, Mo Wan really wants to find a place where no one knows and live the most simple days. Yao Mo Wan lowered her eyes mournfully, but a light flashed through them. You have this kind of thought? Then you've been there before. Why do you have to ruin our good fortune? If it weren't for you, we would still be sitting in the royal court, receiving the worship of the officials. Yi Hongyi was completely confused and looked towards Yao Mo Wan angrily. Mo Wan does indeed have this kind of plan, but that's a matter for later. Yao Mo Wan slowly raised her eyes. When she saw the figure rushing over from the distance, her lips curved into a bright smile. What do you mean? When Yi Hongyi saw the smile on Yao Mo Wan's face, a bad premonition suddenly welled up in his heart. The meaning is, Yi Hongyi, your time of death has come. As Yao Wan spoke, a thin thread wrapped around her waist. She flew several meters like lightning and landed behind Diao Diao. Wan, are you all right? You scared Junqing to death. If only. The instant Yi Junqing saw that Yao Wan was safe, his heart that had been stuck in his throat finally calmed down. There are no ifs, Wan is doing very well right now. Everyone, Wan asks everyone to get justice for Wan. Tie this person up and hand him over to Wan. Yao Wan's voice was as cold as ice and her eyes were filled with hatred. Wan, don't worry, this request isn't high. Diao Jiao will do it for you. If it hadn't been for Yi, her father wouldn't have suffered so much. At this moment, Diao Jiao's figure shot towards Yi like an arrow released from a bow, followed by Han Jini, Di Feng, and Feng Yihan. Wan, Junqing won't disappoint you. Yi Junqing tightly grasped Yao Wan's snow-white shoulder, then jumped into the middle of Diao Jiao and the others, surrounding Yi. Yao Wan, you bastard. We're going to kill you. We're going to dismember your body into 10,000 pieces. At this moment, Yi finally understood Yao Wan's strange words. So she had been stalling for time, and he had been tricked once again. Too late. Yao Wan smiled coldly as she looked at Yi, who was surrounded by Diao Jiao and the others like a trapped beast. Her eyes were filled with absolute coldness. Wind howled through the forest. Sand and pebbles flew about. 5 figures moved through the air like auroras. Behind them, there were many wounds on Yi's body. It wasn't until Diao Jiao's natural silk pierced through Yi's wrist and broke the tendons in his hand that Yi fell to the ground from exhaustion. Yi, aren't you a bit too daring? You actually dared to kidnap this prince to this kind of godforsaken place. But fortunately, this king is not a person who haggles over minor matters. With this slash, this king's debt with you will be settled. When Di Feng saw that Yi was about to get up to counterattack, his sword swept across Yi's ankle and broke the tendons in his left leg. Since King Xia is so magnanimous, this prince isn't a petty person either. Yi, this strike is this prince getting justice for myself. Feng Yihan took advantage of Yi's moment of pain to swing his sword and break the tendons in Yi's right leg. Yi, these 2 hands are what you owe my father and this lady. Diao Jiao's heart was filled with hatred. The silver silk in her hand suddenly split into 2 and pierced through Yi's left and right hands. The battle with Huan Luo and the 9-headed monster had used up most of Yi's strength. Now that he was surrounded by Yi Junqing and the others, Yi was at his wit's end and didn't have any more strength to fight back. At this moment, Yi was already half kneeling on the ground. His eyes were bulging and the whites of his eyes looked like they were dyed with blood. Yi, Junqing can ignore what you owe Junqing, but what you owe Xian and Wan, Junqing will clearly settle with you. As Yi Junqing spoke, he used his flexible sword to pry open the clothes on Yi's chest and cut off a large piece of flesh. The intense pain caused Yi to scream. At almost the same time, Diao Jiao used the thin silk to tie Yi to a nearby tree trunk. Yao Wan, we're going to kill you. Yi's eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent as he stared at Yao Wan. It was as if he wanted to use his gaze to execute the woman in front of him. All of you retreat. Wan has something to say to Yi. Yao Wan's voice was cold and calm. Yi Junqing looked at Yao Wan with heartache and finally retreated to the back with Diao Jiao and the others. Once they retreated several meters, Yao Wan walked towards Yi. When she saw Yi's eyes that looked like they were about to bleed, she smiled coldly. Yao Wan, what are you doing? Are you going to kill us? If you don't let us die completely, we'll definitely come back for you. Definitely. Yi roared furiously. His eyes were bloodshot. Wan has been thinking about this for a long time. What does it mean to die completely? Back in the Imperial Mausoleum, Wan poisoned you and stabbed you several times, but you still came back to life and even caused such a huge storm. Yi, you're really tenacious. Yao Nemo Wan's lips curled into a smile as she slowly took out a dagger from her sleeve. That's a true dragon blessed by the heavens. We're the emperor. Even the heavens don't want us to die in the hands of a venomous woman like you, shouted Yi Hongyi fiercely. Venomous? No matter how venomous Imo Wan is, how could she be a match for you? Yi Hongyi, who has the heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog. Imo Wan really wants to know, how did you kill Zhong'er back then? Could it be that you've never considered that he's also your flesh and blood? The tip of the dagger slowly touched Yi Hongyi's chest that was already dripping with blood. Bit by bit, it slowly penetrated deeper. Ah, that vile spawn. He shouldn't have been born into this world. He should have died. Just like Yao Mo Xian, just like you. All of you deserve to die. Piercing pain filled every single one of Yi Hongyi's nerves. His sinister face had long since twisted beyond recognition. Only the word vile spawn could be clearly seen on his forehead. Imo Wan is truly muddle-headed. Discussing these things with a vile spawn is no different from playing the lute to a cow. Yi Hongyi, once this blade goes through, the grudge between you and Imo Wan will be written off. Yao Imo Wan's eyes suddenly turned cold. She gripped the dagger tightly with both hands and stabbed it into Yi Hongyi's chest. Ah, Yao Imo Wan, we only want to know, did you reincarnate into someone else's body? Are you Yao Mo Xian or not? Yi Hongyi's face suddenly flushed red. Dark red blood flowed out of Yi Hongyi's mouth. If Mo Xian is reincarnated as a human, she'll definitely tear your corpse into 10,000 pieces. At that time in the cold palace, Yao Mo Wan's words had come true. Now she really had reincarnated as a human and killed Yi Hongyi with her own hands. Chapter 658. Yao Ma Xin. If we can kill you once, then we can kill you a second time. Ha ha ha. Yi Hongyi suddenly laughed madly, his face turning purple. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening explosion. Yi Hongyi's corpse had already turned into minced meat. The scene before them was a scene of a dismembered corpse. Yao Moen was stunned for a moment in Yi Juanqing's arms. That damned Yi Hongyi. He's actually thinking about revenge even in death. The final move of the Heartless technique is to perish together with the enemy. Fortunately, he was tied up, otherwise it would have been terrible, explained Diao Jiao with a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yi Junqing acted quickly. Moen, you managed to escape with your life, said Di Feng with a sigh of relief. Heaven's evil can be defied, but one's own evil cannot be forgiven. Yi Hongyi only has himself to blame for his current state, said Feng Yihan coldly. Yi Hongyi, the enmity between us ends here. Yao Moen pursed her lips lightly as she felt relieved. Moen, let's go back. Yi Junqing swept his gaze over the scene before him, then supported Yao Moen and turned to leave. Behind them, a flock of vultures swooped down and swallowed the minced meat one mouthful at a time. When they returned to the secret room, Long Bingxin had already removed the bone-softening powder from Qi Kanglin and bandaged Sikong Mu's wounds. Master, thank goodness you're fine. Bingxin was so worried. Lung Bingxin's heart finally calmed down when she saw Yao Moen and the others return safely. How's the situation outside? Qi Kanglin's eyes flashed when he saw Yao Moen again. It's not good. Huan Luo has sent people to capture us like crazy. It's not just the imperial sect anymore. Huan Luo already controls all the military power in the court. We have to leave Crimson Flame Country as soon as possible, otherwise, we'll be killed by Huan Luo sooner or later, said Diao Diao truthfully. Right now, we can only disguise ourselves and leave, but we don't have many disguising materials. Bingxin needs time to gather them. Long Bingxin looked towards everyone with a troubled expression. Right at this time, a strange voice came from behind them. If you don't look for your master when you're in trouble, then why did you take him as your master? Everyone looked over and saw Gui Daozi walking in with a big bag on his back. He looked at Long Bingxin resentfully. Master, it was easy to add flowers to embroidery, but difficult to send charcoal in snowy weather. Seeing that Gui Daozi's bag was full of the materials needed for the disguise, everyone was extremely grateful. Huan Luo has truly gone mad. Gui Daozi urged. Anyone who leaves the city has to apply medicine, so changing their skin is impossible. Bing Xin, hurry up and change their appearances. We need to leave the city as soon as possible before anything unexpected happens. That's right. Imperial Religion Headquarters haven't found it. This sect master doesn't want to hear the words haven't found it. Listen up, pass down the order. Only ships are allowed to enter at all the ferries. Not a single ship is allowed to leave. Even if you have to turn the entire Crimson Flame country upside down, you have to find Yao Moen and the others for this sect master. Huan Luo swept the teacup on the table to the ground and shouted fiercely. Yes. The guard withdrew after receiving the order. At the side, the pestle gulped and looked at Huan Luo cautiously. Huan Luo. Before the pestle could speak, Huan Luo's jade-like fingers were already clamped around the pestle's neck. What did you call this sect master? Huan Luo's dark red eyes glowed with a blood-red light as she enunciated each word coldly. Lord Sect Master. Actually, it's not necessarily a bad thing to let them leave. They're the scourge of the Crimson Flame country, hateful foreigners. As long as they leave, the Crimson Flame country will be at peace. Now that you're the sect master of the Imperial religion, the Imperial court will follow your lead. You've already obtained everything you want, so why do you care about where they go? The pestle tried his best to comfort Huan Luo, but all he got in return was suffocation. Listen carefully. This sect master has never cared about the Imperial religion or the Imperial court. The Crimson Flame country is nothing in my eyes. This sect master wants Qi Kanglin. From the beginning, this sect master's heart has always been on this man. Now, Yao Moen dares to take this sect master's life. This sect master will take her life first. Huan Luo waved her hand fiercely, and the pestle's body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. He spat out a mouthful of blood. But Bing Xin knows how to disguise herself. Those potions won't work on her disguise at all. They'll have to leave sooner or later. The pestle's heart ached when he saw Huan Luo's almost deranged expression. What did you say? The pestle's words undoubtedly dealt a huge blow to Huan Luo. Sect Master. Let go. You still have me. The pestle's lips were bleeding as he muttered in a choked voice. Bastard. If they want to leave the Crimson Flame country, this sect master will have to die. Follow me. Huan Luo didn't care that the pestle's internal organs were dislocated. She immediately pulled him away from the Imperial Religion's headquarters. With Bing Xin's exquisite disguise, Yao Moen and the rest had a smooth journey. They finally arrived at Yi Prefecture after 3 days. This is going to be difficult. Even my old friend isn't willing to lend us a ship. It seems like we can only sit and wait for death. Gui Daozi, who had just returned, shook his head and said helplessly, Is there no other way to leave the Crimson Flame country other than taking a ship? Di Feng looked at everyone suspiciously. If you have the ability to stay in the water for 10 days, then you can definitely swim back. The prerequisite is that you can catch live fish at any time and have a strong sense of direction, Diao Diao said bluntly. If there's no such thing, then there's no such thing. Do you have to mock me like that? Di Feng shrugged and became listless like a frosted eggplant. There's always a way out. We'll think of a way. Yao Moen pursed her lips and said firmly. Right at this moment, Qi Kanglin, who was sitting at the table, finally spoke. There's a way, but it's too dangerous. I wonder if everyone has the guts? Qi Kanglin's words gave Yao Moen and the rest hope. Tell us about it. Yao Moen's eyes were filled with hope as she looked at Qi Kanglin. Even with the disguise, Qi Kanglin's temperament was still like that of an immortal. Lansong can summon sea monsters. As long as we sit on the sea monsters, we'll naturally be able to swim to the eastern continent smoothly. However, once we summon the sea monsters, we'll definitely attract Huan Luo's attention. At that time, if we really fight, you should be able to guess the consequences. The reason why Qi Kanglin had only said this now was because he was worried that he wouldn't be able to control the overall situation. That's still better than sitting here and waiting for death. I agree. Di Feng agreed straightforwardly. As long as there's a chance of survival, we have to give it a try. Right now, the government is searching from house to house. Based on the population, they'll find this place sooner or later. At that time, it won't be as simple as one or two sea monsters. Feng Yihan also felt that this method was feasible. Father, what do you think? Diao Jiao turned to look at Sikong Mu, who was now completely crippled, and asked worriedly. This old man's life was picked up. It doesn't matter if I lose it, but... Sikong Mu turned to look at Diao Jiao and stroked her forehead tenderly. Diao Jiao isn't afraid. As long as I can be with father, Diao Jiao isn't afraid, no matter if I live or die. I agree. Diao Jiao nodded firmly. She knew very well that if she fell into Huan Luo's hands, her fate definitely wouldn't be any better than being fed to the sea monsters. Jingyi's thoughts are the same as Diao Jiao's, said Han Jingyi. Bingxin will listen to master, cough cough, and also listen to master, said Lun Bingxin resolutely. Then she looked towards Gui Daozi in a fawning manner. Jun Qing, Yao Moen looked back and asked softly, I believe that everyone will be fine. We've been through so much, so we'll be able to get through this as well. Yi Junqing pulled Yao Moen into his embrace as his lips curved into a resolute smile. At the side, Qi Kanglin's eyes dimmed slightly. Now that things had reached this point, what else could he ask for? Since everyone has agreed, then there's no time to lose. Let's do it tomorrow at 5 in the morning. Qi Kanglin sighed lightly. Thus, no one slept that night. Just after midnight, Yao Moen saw Qi Kanglin walk out of the door alone. Jun Qing. Yao Moen knew that Yi Junqing hadn't slept yet, so she called out softly. Go, I'll wait for you here. Yi Junqing nodded slightly, his eyes as gentle as water. Outside the room, Qi Kanglin leaned against a tree. The wind picked up and the leaves fell lightly on his shoulders. It was a beautiful and weathered scene. It's Moen that implicated you. Yao Moen slowly walked to Qi Kanglin's side, her voice filled with unconcealable guilt and apology. If Kanglin hadn't abducted you to Crimson Flame Country back then, you might have already become the happiest woman in the world. Between you and me, it's really hard to say who implicated who. Qi Kanglin's eyes that were as bright as the stars twinkled as he looked towards the blue dome of heaven. His voice was as illusory as the stars in the sky. Then don't count it. In reality, Moen really likes to take advantage of others. The more friends you have, the more she takes. Yao Moen smiled slightly and walked to Qi Kanglin's side. She followed his gaze towards the vast night sky. Friend? Do you really think of Kanglin as a friend? Qi Kanglin looked towards Yao Moen, his eyes as gentle as the moonlight. Could it be that you don't think of Moen as a friend? Yao Moen replied with a question. All right, since we're friends, then Kanglin will ask you a question. I hope you can answer honestly, said Qi Kanglin solemnly. That depends on what question it is. Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Qi Kanglin, a hint of childishness appearing between her brows. Qi Kanglin silently looked towards Yao Moen and didn't say anything else. Ahem. All right, ask. Yao Moen felt uncomfortable from Qi Kanglin's gaze, so she finally compromised. If Kanglin had known you before Yi Junqing, then would Kanglin be worthy of you following him through life and death? What a helpless question, but Qi Kanglin was unwilling to accept it. His heart twitched for a moment, as if someone had poked it with a needle. It didn't hurt very much, but it was extremely uncomfortable. How can there be ifs in this world? Yao Moen's smile was a bit unnatural. Her imagination really wasn't good, so she couldn't imagine what her world would be like without Yi Junqing. That's right. There are no ifs. With every step, there's no way out. Moen, don't worry. Even if Kanglin puts his life on the line tomorrow, he'll ensure that you guys leave Crimson Flame Country safely. Qi Kanglin sighed lightly, boundless loneliness flashing through his eyes. We're together. If we die, we all die together. Otherwise, we all have to live. Yao Moen turned to look towards Qi Kanglin resolutely. I'm just joking. Kanglin still has this bit of confidence. It's getting late. You should go back and rest. Qi Kanglin lovingly caressed Yao Moen's forehead, then turned to return to his room first. As she watched Qi Kanglin's figure, Yao Moen felt indescribably uncomfortable. No matter how she tried to mediate, the heartache wouldn't subside. Dawn was about to break, and a golden light suddenly appeared on the horizon. Red clouds filled the sky as the rising sun crossed the coastline and slowly rose. At the ferry, Chi Kanglin wore a white robe, and his silver hair was like silk. The flute in his hand was pressed to his lips, and gentle and pleasant music flowed out. At this time, Yao Moen and the others had already removed their masks and changed back to their original appearances. Everyone stood behind Chi Kanglin, looking nervously and expectantly at the calm sea. Chapter 659. Suddenly, the surface of the sea began to stir. Waves crashed against the rocks on the shore, creating spray. Under everyone's expectant gazes, an enormous creature slowly emerged from the sea. It was a sea monster that resembled a tortoise. Its enormous hard shell was completely big enough to hold Yao Moen and the others. Go! Chi Kanglin leaped up and landed on the back of the sea monster as if he was riding the wind. Yi Junqing then picked up Yao Moen and followed after him. Han Jini, Diao Diao, Sikong Mu, Di Feng, Feng Yihan, Lung Bingxin, and Gue Daozi followed. Once everyone was firmly on the sea monster's back, Chi Kanglin's flute grew faster and faster. The sea monster seemed to have received a command and slowly headed east. In less than the time it takes to make a cup of tea, just as everyone thought they had succeeded, the sea monster suddenly stopped and groaned from time to time. Crap! Chi Kanglin was shocked by the sound, and the flute's music quickly turned downwards. The sea monster also changed direction and swam west. However, before it could swim more than a few meters, it stopped again. Kanglin, what happened? Yao Moen looked towards Chi Kanglin worriedly. Before Chi Kanglin could reply, a burst of sinister laughter came from afar. Everyone turned to look and saw Huan Luo dressed in black robes. She was standing on the back of another sea monster as she sped over. Chi Kanglin, you guys finally couldn't help but use this method. You actually dared to think of controlling a sea monster to leave Crimson Flame Country. Don't you know that you're not the only one in Crimson Flame Country who knows how to play the flute? Huan Luo laughed wildly and then placed the flute to her lips. Almost at the same time, Yao Moen and the others clearly saw the surface of the sea begin to roil. Immediately after, they saw an enormous sea monster surge out of the sea. That sea monster had 3 heads and 3 legs. Right now, the sea monster was charging towards them with its bloody mouth wide open. Hold on to the hard shell and sit tight. Chi Kanglin's voice grew faster, and he also began to play the flute. The waves on the surface of the sea surged and water occasionally slapped against the sea monster's hard shell. Before Yao Moen could clearly see the situation in front of her, more water slapped against them. Why are there so many sea monsters? Exclaimed Diao Diao. Yao Moen flung aside her hair that was soaked in seawater. When she opened her eyes, her expression was one of shock. Dozens of sea monsters suddenly emerged from the boundless sea. These sea monsters seemed to have been bewitched by something as they tore at each other. Han Jini, Yi Junqing, hurry and inject your true energy into this old man's body. If this continues, Kanglin won't be able to last much longer. Sikong Mu saw that the situation wasn't good, so he could only give it a try. When Yi Junqing, Han Jini, and the others heard this, they immediately let go of one hand and poured all of their inner energy into Sikong Mu's body. The third music sounded, and Chi Kanglin finally had a chance to catch his breath. Sect Master, you drive little turtle away. Kanglin, bring up the rear. As Chi Kanglin spoke, he leaped onto another sea monster and played the musical flute again. Kanglin, Kanglin, if we're leaving together. Seeing Chi Kanglin leave Little Turtle, Yao Mo suddenly felt like her heart was being ruthlessly grinded by a blunt knife. She didn't know why, but she suddenly had a premonition that if she didn't pull Chi Kanglin back now, she would never see him again. Kanglin, Yao Mo suddenly let go of the hard shell. As she spoke, she was about to jump over to the sea monster Chi Kanglin was standing on, but Chi Kanglin pushed her back with a palm. Imo Kanglin will be fine. Yi Junqing is still waiting for you over there. Chi Kanglin lightly pursed his lips, his fluttering silver hair drawing a beautiful arc in the air. That faint smile of his dimmed the sun, moon, and stars, leaving behind an indelible mark in Yao Mo Wan's heart. The moment Yao Mo Wan turned back to look at Yi Junqing, Qi Kanglin had already driven the sea monster away from Little Turtle. Little Turtle, under Sikong Mu's control, quickly swam forward. Kanglin, you promised Mo Wan that you would definitely live. Mo Wan will definitely wait for your return. Yao Mo Wan's voice was drowned out by the roaring sea water. Qi Kanglin looked at that beautiful figure, his thin lips hooking up in a faint smile. In this life, to be able to have you care for me, what regrets do I have? Qi Kanglin, as long as you get out of the way, this sect master can forget about your past heartlessness and treat you the same as before. On the back of the seven-clawed sea monster, Huan Luo shouted angrily, a trace of hope in her eyes. Huan Luo, even if Kanglin has to risk this life of his, he won't let you catch up to them. Qi Kanglin descended like a god from the heavens to land on the sea monster. His eyes were resolute. Qi Kanglin, must you treat me like this? Must you make me despair? What is Huan Luo in your heart? Huan Luo shouted angrily, her tears mixed with the sea water. Let's forget about the past. Right now, you are nothing in Kanglin's heart. Qi Kanglin's almost heartless reply completely infuriated Huan Luo. She no longer had the heart to chase after Yao Mo Wan and Yi Junqing. She began to play the flute madly. Qi Kanglin didn't show any weakness and immediately played the flute. The scene of the sea monsters fighting grew further and further away. In the end, only a black dot remained. Yao Mo Wan widened her eyes, wanting to see clearly, but even that black had already disappeared. Kanglin, you promised Mo Wan that you would definitely come back alive. You promised Mo Wan. Yao Mo Wan's vision became more and more blurry. Tears overflowed, and her heart felt like it was empty. She could hear an echo with just a light knock. Crap! A sudden voice rang out. Sikong Mu roared in a low voice, his eyes as cold as ice. Father, what's wrong? Diao Jiao looked towards Sikong Mu worriedly. Her palm continued to pour internal energy into Sikong Mu's body. Little Turtle was heavily injured and carried us for so long. I'm afraid it can't hold on much longer. The moment Sikong Mu spoke, everyone sensed that Little Turtle was rapidly sinking until Yao Mo Wan and the others were left on the surface of the sea. Diao Diao, I don't know how to swim. Fortunately, aside from Han Genie, everyone else in the group knew how to swim. Even so, they still looked at the boundless ocean with dim hope. It was just as Diao Diao had said, they had no direction, no food, and no strength. Wanting to survive was practically a fantasy. Moen, nothing will happen to Kanglin. Don't worry. Yi Junqing swam to Yao Mo Wan's side and held her with one hand. His gaze was as resolute as a blade. But Yao Mo Wan also wanted to believe Yi Junqing's words, but the situation had been too intense and Huan Luo had already gone crazy. No one knew what kind of crazy thing she would do. Just as Yao Mo Wan was about to speak, a dozen or so pirate ships suddenly appeared in front of them. When everyone saw the ships, they immediately started shouting. The pirate ships seemed to have heard the summons and hurriedly sailed towards Yao Mo Wan's group. It's Yin Nansheng. Look, it's Yin Nansheng. Han Genie was the first to recognize Yin Nansheng. He was incomparably happy. This was the only time in his life that he found Yin Nansheng most pleasing to the eye. What happened next was obvious. Yin Nansheng pulled Yao Mo Wan and the others onto the pirate ship and then sailed back to Penglai Island. During this time, Yin Nansheng agreed to Yao Mo Wan's request and sailed the pirate ship to the place where Huan Luo and Qi Kanglin had fought. However, when they arrived, the sea was completely calm, as if nothing had happened. They searched for a long time but couldn't find Qi Kanglin's figure. When they returned to Penglai Island, the first to run out was Qi Xiudi. When he saw Han Genie, he pounced over. Uncle Genie, Xiudi missed you so much. Qi Xiudi obediently pressed his face against Han Genie's chest as tears welled up in his eyes. Stinky brat, didn't you miss your father? Yin Nansheng couldn't help but feel jealous when he saw how close his son was to Han Genie. Who called this island master's son a stinky brat? A clear and melodious voice rang out from Phoenix Palace. Everyone looked over and saw Shui Qianma gracefully walking down the steps. Her gaze fell on Qi Xiudi lovingly, but when she turned to look at Yin Nansheng, her expression was frozen. Nansheng was joking. "My virtuous wife, don't be angry." When he saw it was Shui Qianma, Yin Nansheng immediately put away his arrogance and bowed as he walked to Shui Qianma's side, as obedient as a sheep. Moen brings everyone to greet Island Master. Moen will always remember Island Master's life-saving grace. Yaomo Wan temporarily suppressed the sadness in her heart and walked to Shui Qianma's side, then respectfully saluted. Cough cough. It's good that you don't blame Qianma. This matter can be considered even. Shui Qianma coughed lightly. Back then, she was angry at Yin Nansheng, so she ordered people to send Yaomo Wan and the others to Crimson Flame Country. Fortunately, these people were fine. Otherwise, it would be hard for her to explain to her son. "Uncle Genie, where's my godfather? Xiudi also misses him. Last night, I even dreamed of godfather." Qi Xiudi tilted his head in Han Genie's arms and asked while blinking, "Your godfather?" Han Genie was at a loss for words and turned to look towards Yaomo Wan. "Your godfather is very busy in Crimson Flame Country. He'll come to see you soon. He'll definitely come." Yaomo Wan smiled towards Qi Xiudi, but there was a heavy sobbing in her voice. That night, Yaomo Wan and the others stayed at Penglai Island and discussed with Shui Qianma that they would return to Eastern Continent in 3 days. The reason they decided to leave in 3 days was mainly because of Yaomo Wan. Yaomo Wan believed that Qi Kanglin definitely wasn't dead and that he would definitely come to find her. The night scenery of Penglai Island was very beautiful. Under the twinkling of the stars, the leaves on the island seemed to be scattered with bits of silver as they swayed in the wind. Together with the sparkling of the sea, it was too beautiful to behold. Yaomo Wan went up to the roof of Phoenix Palace alone and sat there silently. She looked at the vast sea in the distance, her eyes sparkling. Junqing believes that Qi Kanglin will definitely be fine. Didn't we not find his corpse? Yi Junqing felt a warmth on his back. He covered Yaomo Wan with his cloak and slowly sat down next to her. "Is it true? Will Kanglin really be fine?" "Junqing, Mo Wan only hopes that he's still alive. Really, even if I can't see him for the rest of my life, it's fine as long as I know that he's still alive." Yaomo Wan's tears fell like pearls from a broken necklace. "He'll definitely be alive. Mo Wan, we should all believe in Qi Kanglin. His martial arts are superb, so how could Huan Luo possibly be a match for him?" Yi Junqing pulled Yaomo Wan into his embrace and patted her shoulder comfortingly. A trace of loneliness flashed through his eyes. Yi Junqing had never doubted Yaomo Wan's feelings for him. Even now, he still believed that he would always occupy the most important position in Yaomo Wan's heart. However, Yi Junqing could also feel that right now, he wasn't the only person in Yaomo Wan's heart. In the depths of Yaomo Wan's heart, Qi Kanglin's place was also there. But there were so many sea monsters, and they were so fierce and cruel. Mo Wan really doesn't dare to think about it. "Junqing, do you think Kanglin will?" Yaomo Wan looked up helplessly as tears poured out. "He won't. Mo Wan, don't let your imagination run wild. Junqing believes that Qi Kanglin will definitely return. He promised you, so he'll definitely do it." Yi Junqing hugged Yaomo Wan even tighter. In this moment, Yi Junqing swore that he would use the rest of his life and all of his love to make it up to Yaomo Wan. For the next 2 days, Yaomo Wan would stand on the shore every day and silently stare at the azure sea in front of her. "Don't worry, Kanglin won't die." When Yaomo Wan heard this, she looked back and saw Sikongmu walking over. Chapter 660. How do you know? Yao Moen's eyes lit up. "There was a reason why I chose Qi Kanglin and Huan Luo and taught them martial arts. Do you know why they're the only ones who can play the flute in the entire Crimson Flame Country? Even this old man can't reach their level. That day, when this old man controlled a little turtle, I already felt powerless." Sikong Mu slowly walked to Yao Moen's side. Why? Yao Moen was very interested in Sikong Mu's words. I'm afraid you won't believe me if I tell you this, but this old man found them on the body of a dead sea monster. This old man can't forget the scene at that time. Just as this old man was holding them in his arms, hundreds of sea monsters appeared out of nowhere and surrounded this old man's ship. This old man was so scared that his legs went soft. It's not that I'm afraid of death, but there are still some cunning people on this ship. Sikong Mu's deep eyes looked at the sea, and his voice was unusually heavy. Then what happened after that? Yao Moen asked. After that, those sea monsters kept following my ship. They only hid themselves when we were about to reach the Crimson Flame Nation. After that, I discovered that Qi Kanglin and Huan Luo could actually survive underwater. Sikong Mu continued. Survive underwater? What do you mean? Yao Moen was even more confused. For a moment, Yao Moen suddenly recalled the scene of Huan Luo controlling the sea monsters in the throne room. That scene was so shocking. It means that they could breathe underwater without needing to breathe. They could walk underwater, unlike us, and they could even talk underwater. Can you understand my shock at the time? Their origins have always been a mystery. Sikong Mu's pupils contracted and his voice was very heavy. What does that prove? There were so many sea monsters at the time. Yao Moen was skeptical of Sikong Mu's words. It wasn't until this old man discovered that those huge and strange-looking sea monsters didn't harm them and were even afraid of them that this old man knew my chance had come. Otherwise, why do you think the imperial sect is above the imperial court? Sikong Mu revealed the secret that he had hidden in his heart for more than 20 years. Then that means... Yao Moen looked at Sikong Mu in shock. In other words, no matter how many sea monsters there were, no matter how strong they would only listen to Qi Kanglin and Huan Luo's flute and attack the enemy sea monsters. They wouldn't dare to attack Qi Kanglin and Huan Luo. Do you understand? Sikong Mu finally got to the point. There's actually such a bizarre thing in this world? Yao Moen felt that this was inconceivable and even suspicious. These words might sound like a fantasy to other people, but Yao Moen, you're different. Isn't that so? Sikong Mu looked towards Yao Moen meaningfully. You. What do you mean? Yao Moen trembled slightly and subconsciously looked towards Sikong Mu. Do you know what the star-shaped mark on my forehead does? Sikong Mu let out a long sigh. He had 3 secrets in his life. The first was Diao, the second was the mystery of Huan Luo and Qi Kanglin's origins, and the third was the star-shaped mark on his forehead. What's the use? Yao Mo Wan deliberately looked towards the mark on Sikong Mu's forehead. Suddenly, she actually saw her original appearance in that star-shaped mark. It was Yao Mo Xian, not Yao Mo Wan. How could this be? Yao Moen retreated several steps in shock and looked towards Sikong Mu in terror. Now you should know what the mark on my forehead does. Luckily, Diao Jiao didn't inherit this trait of mine. Sikong Mu knew that if he didn't let Yao Moen see some supernatural phenomenon, it would be very hard for her to believe what he just said. So, this matter is a secret. Yao Moen bitterly pursed her lips and said quietly, "Don't worry, this old man is someone who is very good at keeping secrets." Sikong Mu vowed solemnly. Yao Moen couldn't accept this. Just now, Sikong Mu had told her 2 secrets. Don't worry, child. Qi Kanglin didn't die. If he doesn't come back to find us, that means he's already returned to his own world, a world that we can't predict. Sikong Mu said earnestly and then turned to leave. Yao Moen still sat on the shore. She took a long time to digest Sikong Mu's words. Kanglin, even if you've returned to your own world, please tell Moen that you're safe, even if it's in your dreams, all right? Yao Moen looked at the vast ocean in front of her, then slowly closed her eyes and opened her arms as if to embrace that unknown ocean. On the night before they left Penglai Island, Yao Moen went to find Yin Nanshan. I told you that Sheng Wan was Yao Moen, but no one believed me. Yin Nanshan was still wearing a bright red robe. His handsome face could topple the heavens and earth, and his shimmering eyes were peerlessly beautiful. You said that? Moen doesn't have any impression of it. What? Shui Qinma didn't skin you alive. After a long conversation with Sikong Mu, Yao Mowen's mood wasn't as low anymore. At the very least, she could joke around with Yin Nansheng. Yao Mowen, you have to be honest, all right? This alliance chief has helped you quite a bit along the way, said Yin Nansheng hatefully. Although you originally wanted to help Yi Junqing, Mowen still appreciates your kindness. Many thanks. Yao Mowen placed great emphasis on the last two words. There was less ridicule in her eyes and more solemnity. Ahem, suddenly being so serious, I'm really not used to it. Yin Nansheng coughed dryly. He suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Meiji died. Yao Mowen turned to look in the direction of Crimson Flame Country, her voice tinged with sorrow. Died? How could that be? Yin Nansheng was slightly shaken. His heart ached slightly. Yi Hongyi killed Nameless, Imo Chong, Bai Zhan, and Thousand Faces. In order to get revenge for them, Meiji secretly gathered information for Mowen. In the end, she died at Huan Luo's hands. Before she died, she told Mowen to tell you one thing. She said, she really loved you. Yao Mowen turned to look towards Yin Nansheng. When she saw that Yin Nansheng's eyes had become misty, she inexplicably felt relieved. If Yin Nansheng remained unmoved after hearing this news, she would feel bad for Meiji. It was Nansheng who let her down. Nansheng will definitely repay what I owe her in this life. It seems that Meiji's mother isn't living well. Mowen, when you go back, take good care of Meiji's mother for me, please. Yin Nansheng looked towards Yao Mowen seriously and begged. Even if you don't say it, Mowen won't let Meiji reincarnate with her worries. But, you don't plan on going back to Eastern Continent in this lifetime? Yao Mowen heard the meaning behind Yin Nansheng's words and raised her brows. Heh, do you think that if that person from Phoenix Palace doesn't nod, even if Nansheng wants to go back, it's possible? Yin Nansheng's lips curled into a bitter smile. Oh, then what if Mowen has a way to bring you back? Whether it's Longbingxin's appearance-changing technique or Gue Daozi's skin-changing technique, they can both do it. Yao Mowen deliberately raised her voice as she spoke confidently. Shu, why are you so loud? Aren't you afraid that Shui Qianma will kill Gue Daozi and Longbingxin if she hears this? If I send you back to Crimson Flame Country like last time, don't blame it on Nansheng. Yin Nansheng shushed her fiercely and reminded her. Then are you going back or not? Yao Mowen raised her brows. I'm not going back. Back then, it was Nansheng who betrayed Qianma. It's hard to imagine how she managed to survive back then. A woman who had a child without getting married, in Eastern Continent, would be drowned in a pig cage. Not only that, she also left Xiudi behind for Nansheng. During her most difficult time, Nansheng didn't share her pain. Now that she survived, Nansheng owes her. Even if she wants Nansheng to guard here for the rest of his life, Nansheng will have no regrets. Yin Nansheng's eyes were cold and his expression was solemn. Yao Mowen couldn't help but sigh when she saw the figure on the flag disappear from her sight. Then she reached out and patted Yin Nansheng's shoulder. A good man should be responsible. I think highly of you. Yao Mowen said sincerely and then turned to leave. You're leaving just like that? You don't want to chat a bit longer? Yin Nansheng was a bit reluctant to see Yao Mowen leave. After all, they were going to separate tomorrow morning, and he didn't know when they would meet again. The starry sky at midnight was beautiful and ethereal. Yao Mowen didn't feel sleepy at all. She walked over to the shore and sat down alone while facing the sea breeze. Her clear eyes rippled slightly. Yi Junqing was leaning against a nearby reef. His gaze hadn't left Yao Mowen since the moment she appeared. Father, do you think Yao Mowen would believe your words? At the time, Yi Junqing had asked Sikong Mu to make up some white lies to make Yao Mowen feel better. After all, the chances of Qi Kanglin surviving that kind of shocking scene were too small. Who said this old man was making it up? It's all true. Sikong Mu looked towards Diao Diao with a serious expression. Who would believe that? Diao Diao pursed her lips, then looked towards Yi Junqing. However, when she saw that Yi Junqing was completely focused on Yao Mowen, she pulled her father away. That night, no matter how long Yao Mowen sat on the shore, Yi Junqing stayed with her. He knew that this was Yao Mowen and Qi Kanglin's time. He couldn't disturb them no matter what. The next day, after Yao Mowen's group finished their preparations, Zi Luo led them to the ferry. At this time, Shui Qianma and Qi Xiudi were already waiting there. Behind them was Yin Nansheng, dressed in red. He exuded a desolate feeling as he floated in the wind. Island Master Shui, it's still the same. Great kindness cannot be thanked with words. In the future, if Island Master needs Moen's help, Moen will definitely do her best, said Yao Moen resolutely. You're the one who said this. If this Island Master is bullied, you can't just stand by and watch. Shui Qianma lifted her brows as she said this meaningfully. Island Master must be joking. In all of Penglai Island, or even in the ocean, who would dare to bully Island Master? Yao Moen felt that Shui Qianma was being too modest. Naturally, there aren't any in the ocean, but that might not be the case in Eastern Continent. In the end, this isn't this Island Master's territory. If there really are some people who don't know what's good for them and cause trouble for this Island Master will have to rely on your reputation, said Shui Qianma leisurely as she gently stroked Qi Xiudi's forehead. Mother, if anyone dares to bully you, Qi Xiudi will bite them to death with a poisonous snake. Qi Xiudi's serious expression made Shui Qianma smile. Island Master means that, if there's a chance in the future, you'll return to Eastern Continent? Yao Moen asked probingly as she caught a glimpse of Yin Nansheng's beautiful eyes. Why would it be if there's a chance in the future? Isn't this an opportunity now? Could it be that you don't like this Island Master traveling with you? When Shui Qianma's voice fell, Yin Nansheng suddenly rushed in front of her. Qianma, you're going back to Eastern Continent? Is that true? You can't lie to me. Yin Nansheng was extremely excited as his eyes sparkled. That's right. I'm not the only one who's going. Qi Xiudi will also come with me to Eastern Continent, but you'll stay. The moment Shui Qianma said this, Yin Nansheng instantly wilted like a frosted eggplant. Even his aggrieved expression couldn't hide the radiance on his face. Everyone, get on the ship. Ziluo held back her laughter as she led Yao Moen and the others onto the pirate ship. In the end, Shui Qianma also stepped onto the deck with Qi Xiudi. Everyone looked down and saw Yin Nansheng's bitter expression. His eyes seemed to be brimming with tears. Chapter 661. Mother. Father is so pitiful. Qi Xiudi suddenly pulled Shui Qianma's hand and murmured quietly. How pitiful. Mother couldn't tell. Shui Qianma lifted Qi Xiudi's face lovingly, her eyes filled with benevolence. But, to be separated from father for so long, Qi Xiudi will think. Qi Xiudi pressed his two index fingers together and looked towards Shui Qianma pitifully. Island Master Shui. Actually, Junqing feels that there are many ways to abuse people. For someone like Senior Brother, someone like Yin Nansheng, you have to constantly remind him or else he won't learn from his mistakes. If you keep him on Penglai Island, it would be more lenient. Yi Junqing didn't miss a chance to speak up. Really? Shui Qianma lifted her brows and looked towards Yi Junqing. When she saw him nod firmly, Shui Qianma finally looked towards Qi Xiudi. Then go call your father up. The moment Shui Qianma said this, Qi Xiudi excitedly ran to the bow of the ship and called out to Yin Nansheng. Father, Mother said to properly discipline you. Hurry up and come up. With a single sentence from the flute, Yin Nansheng's figure was like a graceful swan as he stood on the deck. His handsome face was smiling like a spring flower. The pirate ship slowly sailed out of the port. It took the group 10 whole days to return to Eastern Continent. As soon as everyone got off the ship, they saw Bin Lei running over with tears in his eyes. Your Majesty, this subordinate has finally waited for you to return. Men didn't easily shed tears because they weren't deeply hurt. Ever since they lost contact with Yi Junqing's ship, Bin Lei had tried to lead his troops out to sea several times but was stopped by the generals. Without Yi Junqing's orders, they couldn't act rashly. An individual's life or death was a small matter, but the lives of several hundred Navy soldiers weren't child's play. Idiot, haven't we returned? Yi Junqing patted Bin Lei's shoulder heavily as he sighed. He had finally returned and returned without any regrets. Shengwaner, you didn't die? Then what about Master? Sheng Waner, I'll fight you to the death. When Ben Lei saw Yao Moen next to Yi Junqing, his blood instantly boiled and he was about to attack when Long Bingxin stopped him. You really are stupid. Why can't I recognize master every time? Long Bingxin's words carried a double meaning as she glanced at Yi Junqing. Her meaning was that if even his majesty had been mistaken, then Ben Lei's mistake was understandable. Master? You said, she's master? Ben Lei looked towards Yao Mo Wan in astonishment. His tongue knotted. What? Doesn't it look like it? Looks like it's time for someone else to clean the toilets in the Chu Palace. Yao Moen pursed her lips into a faint smile, a faint doting light in her eyes. On this journey, Ben Lei's contributions couldn't go unnoticed. Although he was muddle-headed at times and made mistakes, Ben Lei's loyalty had never wavered. Master. Ben Lei kowtows in salute to master. Yao Mo Wan's words caused Ben Lei to be endlessly moved and tears gushed out of his eyes. Get up. Everything has passed. We've all waited until the clouds are pushed aside to see the blue sky. Yao Moen nodded slightly, her eyes sparkling. Looking back at the past, Yao Moen sighed deeply. At this moment, Yin Nansheng walked to Yao Moen's side. Junqing, Moen, Nansheng will take his leave here. If there's time, you're welcome to come to Phoenix Feather Manor. Yin Nansheng pursed his lips and finally let out a sigh of relief. Take care. Yi Junqing cupped his hands in salute, his eyes filled with unconcealable gratitude. For the sake of this junior brother of his, Yin Nansheng had worried himself to death and had lost quite a bit of his capital. Of course, now that he had a rich and imposing wife like Shui Qianma, he probably wouldn't fuss over this anymore. You have to take care, said Yao Moen with an embarrassed smile. Moen, if you go to Phoenix Feather Manor, don't forget to bring this alliance's treasures as well, said Yin Nansheng as he lifted his brows. Then you'll have to wait well. Yao Moen's smile made Yin Nansheng unable to bear it, and he broke into a run. Moen, see you at Phoenix Feather Manor. After saying goodbye to Yao Moen, Shui Qianma turned and left with the Qixio flute. Next was Han Genie. Moen, Junqing. Now that this matter has come to an end, Genie should return to Myriad Emperor's City to take a look. I haven't been here for a while. I wonder how Master Qiao and the others are doing, said Han Genie straightforwardly. Moen and Junqing will forever remember Supremacy Han's great kindness. However, the red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet in Myriad Emperor's City. Yao Moen reminded meaningfully. What red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet? From now on, there's only one city lord's wife in Myriad Emperor's City, and that's Jiao Jiao. Of course, there's also Genie's father-in-law. Han Genie naturally understood Yao Moen's meaning and immediately expressed his stance. Older sister Moen, if Genie bullies Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao suddenly scuttled to Han Genie's side and gripped Han Genie's arm with both hands as she looked towards Yao Moen. Then just fight to the death. Han Genie's expression instantly changed when he heard Yao Moen's words. This was the truth. From now on, he, Han Genie, would have to live a miserable life of fear for his wife. I won't. Jiao Jiao will spare his life. Jiao Jiao shook her head and said seriously. Right at this time, Sikong Mu slowly walked forward and looked towards Yao Moen and Yi Junqing solemnly. Everything that happened before was because this old man's obsession was too deep. Not only did I harm the people of Crimson Flame Country, I also caused all of you to suffer. Sikong Mu would like to apologize to everyone here. Sikong Mu was about to salute when Yao Moen stopped him. Sect Master's words are too serious. Everything has a cause and effect. Since the matter has already passed, let's not bring it up again. Right now, Sect Master only needs to follow Jiao Jiao and Genie to enjoy the blessings of having multiple wives. After a year or so, you'll be able to bring a grandson. Yao Moen's words dissolved all of his resentment. Older sister Moen. Jiao Jiao stomped her foot, her face as red as a persimmon. Junqing, Moen, farewell. Han Genie cupped his hands, then turned to leave with Sikong Mu and Jiao Jiao, heading straight for Myriad Emperor's City. Girl, if they're leaving, then what about us? This old man was abducted to Eastern continent by you. You can't just ignore me. When he saw everyone leaving one by one, Gui Daozi was a bit anxious. Look at what Master said. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Bingxin has promised Master, so she will definitely do it. Just as they were being led into the rear palace by the palace servants, they clearly heard Chu Maxin's voice. No, Duan is still young. You can't leave him. This time, I'll go pick up Yao Moen, all right? Inside the hall, Chu Maxin was sitting on the edge of the couch as he looked helplessly at Kubu Zhi'er, who had already finished grooming herself. Perhaps it was because she had just given birth, but Kubu Zhi'er looked less childish and more mature. This time, even if you say it's a smallpox, I still have to go. It's already been 10 days, older sister Moen should be here by now. So why is there still no sign of her? It's really driving me to death. If something happens again, Zhou really is going to go crazy. Ever since Yao Moen and Yi Junqing had arrived at Liangyuan Commandery, the local magistrate had rushed 800 kilometers to deliver the news to Chu Maxin. If my Zhou goes crazy, where would this consort be able to find another wife for Maxin? A clear voice came from outside the hall. When Chu Maxin and Kubu Zhi'er heard this, they were stunned. They both looked towards the direction of the voice and saw Yao Moen walk in. She was dressed in plain clothes. Her eyebrows were black and her eyes were like stars. Her exquisite and perfect facial features were just as beautiful as a fairy's. Older sister Moen. The moment Kubu Zhi'er saw Yao Moen, she abruptly got up and rushed over. However, Chu Maxin pulled her into his embrace. You're really Yao Moen? With Shang Wan Shui Wan and Yuan in his shadow, Chu Maxin was naturally much more cautious. I'm not, so don't make this consort make clothes for you in the future. It doesn't matter how small your clothes are, this consort won't care. Yao Moen's smile was still as warm as a spring breeze, and her eyes shone with a doting light. It really is you. Yao Moen, where have you been these past few days? Don't you know that there's someone missing you? You're clearly back, so why aren't you leaving? Does it take 10 days to get here from Liangyuan Commandery? After confirming that it was Yao Moen, Chu Maxin finally let go of Kubu Zhi'er. He saw that Kubu Zhi'er had already thrown herself into Yao Moen's embrace and was sobbing quietly. Don't cry. Moen is back now, isn't she? All right, let me see if your child has a name yet. Yao Moen helped Kubu Zhi'er up and wiped away her tears before turning to look towards Chu Maxin. Chapter 662. After not seeing him for a long time, Chu Maxin seemed to have matured quite a bit. His temperament and expression were also becoming more and more like his older brothers. Call Chu Duan. Someone, hurry and bring the little princess over. Kubu Zhi'er smiled through her tears and pulled Yao Moen to sit down. Yi Junqing followed silently behind them. He was very moved by the happy and harmonious scene in front of him. At the side, when Chu Maxin saw Yi Junqing, an indecipherable glint flashed through his eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. As Yao Moen looked at Chu Duan in her arms, her eyes became misty. This chubby baby had a fair and delicate face. His little mouth was chewing on his fingers, and his eyes were blinking like stars. Not so long ago, she had also had such an adorable child. Her Zhou had also been as adorable as this fellow in front of her. Originally, Yao Moen and Yi Junqing hadn't planned on staying in Lulan for long, but due to Chu Maxin's kindness and the fact that Yao Moen really liked Duan, they stayed for 10 days. Phoenix Feather Manor's main Hallwin Yin Nanxing brought Shui Qianma and the Qixio flute to the Old Manor Lord Yinjian and the Old Manor Lord's wife Nanju. The two old men attacked at the same time. One beat Yin Nanxing up while the other hugged the Qixio flute and kissed it non-stop. You stinky brat. You actually tricked us. You even took this old man's precious grandson away without a word. Do you know how your mother and I have been living these days? You useless thing. See if I don't beat you to death, roared Yin Jin fiercely. As he punched and kicked, He occasionally glanced at Shui Qianma, who was behind Yin Nansheng. My precious grandson, Grandma missed you so much. Without you, Grandma couldn't sleep night after night. As Nanju hugged the flute and nibbled on it, she would occasionally glance at Shui Qianma. Ahem. This one is Penglai Island's Shui Qianma. Greetings, father and mother. Although Shui Qianma was the master of an island, she was also a reasonable person. She was angry at Yin Nansheng, but she wouldn't implicate the entire Phoenix Feather Manor. Furthermore, seeing how much the two old men liked to repair flutes, Shui Qianma felt much better. Penglai Island? Father? Mother? Yin Jian stopped and looked at his wife suspiciously. Yin Jian and Nanju had naturally heard of Shui Qianma before. Now that such a famous person called them parents, the two elders couldn't take it anymore. Nansheng this. What's going on? Nanju pulled over the flute and looked suspiciously at Yin Nansheng, who had been beaten into a pig's head. Elders, this is Xiodi's biological mother and also Nansheng's wife. It started 8 years ago. It was a dark and windy night. Your son, because... Just as Yin Nansheng was about to give a long speech, Shui Qianma suddenly stepped forward. Father, mother, 8 years ago, Yin Nansheng left after a night of romance. However, he didn't expect Qianma to have Xiodi that night and get pregnant before marriage. Both Qianma and Xiodi became the target of public criticism. Father couldn't tolerate it and forced Qianma to abort the child. Qianma refused. Although she tried her best to give birth to the child, she still couldn't keep Xiodi by her side. Fortunately, a kind person took Xiodi in. Qianma only recognized Xiodi a month ago. Xiodi is indeed your biological grandson. As for Qianma, if you think I'm not worthy of the title of Phoenix Feather Manor's young madam, I won't force you. After all, with the 3 words Penglai Island, Qianma can also make Xiodi into a formidable person. Shui Qianma stated the main point of the matter concisely. In other words, as the island lord of Penglai Island, there was no need for her to curry favor with Phoenix Feather Manor. This would prove that what she said was true. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so ruthless as to chase away the red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple beauties. Thus, Grandfather Qiao didn't make any disrespectful movements and merely leaped backwards. He originally wanted to get a bit further away before explaining. However, he didn't expect that while he was still in the air, Diao Jiao had already rushed over and pulled him into her embrace. This time, there was someone who couldn't take it anymore. Han Jini suddenly stepped forward and threw Grandfather Qiao out of Diao Jiao's embrace onto the ground. Then he pulled Diao Jiao into his embrace. How could Madam allow someone to take advantage of you? Although this Grandfather Qiao is young, he's still a man in his 50s, said Han Jini hatefully as he looked at Grandfather Qiao, who was sitting on the ground with a wronged expression. So it's like that. You actually dare to take advantage of me. See if I don't beat you to death. Diao Jiao was surprised and struggled out of Han Jini's embrace. As she spoke, she wanted to rush over and beat Grandfather Qiao. Diao Jiao, don't be rude. Both of you didn't get an explanation from Grandfather Qiao. How can this matter be blamed on Grandfather Qiao? Sikong Mu, who was walking behind them, couldn't stand it anymore and immediately stopped them. But Diao Jiao pouted and looked at Sikong Mu. Are you not even going to listen to your father's words? Sikong Mu's eyes turned slightly cold. Diao Jiao stuck out her tongue and turned her head to follow Han Jini inside. On the ground, Grandfather Qiao finally understood and immediately ran in front of Sikong Mu. This old servant thanks old master for saving my life. As soon as an expert made a move, it was obvious whether or not there was one. When Diao Jiao revealed a bit of her Qinggong earlier, Grandfather Qiao knew that this woman's martial arts were even above his master's. The person standing in front of him right now was the city lord's wife's father. If he didn't want to be bullied in the future, he should choose someone to get close to. Grandfather Qiao's words are too serious. In the future, my grandson will have a companion to study with. Sikong Mu nodded slightly and couldn't help but sigh. 3 black lines instantly appeared on Grandfather Qiao's forehead. Could he tell these people that although he was a little inexperienced, he still had dignity? Could he? He couldn't. When Chu Mabe appeared in front of Yao Moen, she finally understood why Chu Ma Xin had been so attentive to keep her around for so many days. I really didn't expect that the Sheng Waner from back then was Yao Moen. If we had known earlier, why would we have gone in such a roundabout way? In the Imperial Garden, Chu Mabe was dressed in a luxurious purple robe. The tiredness on his face couldn't hide the fact that he had been travel-worn for the past few days. According to Kubu Zhaer, Chu Mabe had only arrived last night. Actually, Moen feels that Your Highness Crown Prince needs to rest for a day. Moen won't be leaving for the next few days, so we can reminisce about old times any day. Yao Moen smiled lightly. Mabe has traveled for 15 days through the stars and the moon just to see you. Now that he's here, Mabe really doesn't have the mood to sleep. When they reached the pavilion, Chu Mabe waited for Yao Moen to sit down before turning to the other side. I heard from Ma Xin that you and Yi Junqing experienced quite a bit of danger in Crimson Flame Country, even fighting with sea monsters. That must have been very exciting. Chu Mabe's lips curved as a hint of jealousy flashed through his eyes. If Your Highness Crown Prince had been there, you wouldn't use the word exciting. In Moen's opinion, desperate might be more appropriate to describe it. Yao Moen lowered her eyes. Her heart ached for a moment. That white-haired figure had already become the most painful thing in her heart that she would never be able to let go. Is that so? This crown prince suddenly regrets not going out to sea with Yi Junqing back then. If that had been the case, this crown prince might have had a chance to compete with him, but now, from the moment Yi Junqing brought Yao Moen back from the sea, Chu Mabe understood that he would never have a chance to obtain this woman's heart in this lifetime. Your Highness Crown Prince is still the overlord that everyone in Eastern Continent respects. Moen heard that the King of Shu has already decided to abdicate next month and pass the throne to Your Highness Crown Prince. Congratulations. Yao Moen deliberately changed the topic and congratulated him sincerely. Yao Moen, do you know that you're actually just as annoying as your older sister? Chu Mabe's sudden words startled Yao Moen. I don't know if the two of you are doing this on purpose, but you're clearly making this crown prince's heart itch, yet you're pretending to be innocent. It's a pity that there's no mirror here for you to look at. Look, this is how you look right now. Chu Mabe pretended to be angry as he spoke with a displeased expression. Your Highness Crown Prince, Moen is very innocent. Yao Moen shrugged and smiled innocently. Could you be more innocent than this crown prince? Every time you love, you get hurt. Tell me, how are you going to compensate this crown prince? Chu Mabe knew that no amount of words or actions would be able to make Yao Moen fall in love with him. Rather than being conflicted, it was better to let go and act more freely. That way, he wouldn't lose completely. Ahem. Then what kind of compensation does Your Highness want? Yao Moen felt that Chu Mabe was acting shamelessly right now, but she couldn't do anything about it. Personally cook a meal for this crown prince. You're not allowed to say that you don't know how to cook, and you're not allowed to say that it doesn't taste good. Even if you use boiling water to cook cabbage, this crown prince will still eat it with relish. Chu Mabe spoke in a deadpan manner, blocking all of Yao Moen's excuses. Since Your Highness Crown Prince has said so, does Moen have any reason to refuse? Yao Moen laughed lightly. Thus, that night, Yao Moen prepared a sumptuous dinner for Chu Mabe for the first time. That night, Chu Mabe ate until very late. Even when Yao Moen was so tired that she fell asleep on the table, Chu Mabe still didn't leave. Chapter 663. The next day, Chu Maxin finally released Yi Junqing from his room. As soon as Yi Junqing was released, he wanted to find someone to vent his anger on, but when he rushed into the main hall, he saw that the table was filled with empty plates and bowls. Yao Moen was currently sitting at the table, staring blankly at a piece of rice paper. Moen, are you all right? Yi Junqing had been worried about Yao Moen the entire night. When he saw her, he immediately walked up to her. However, when he reached her side, he saw the divorce papers in her hands. The words Chu Mabe were clearly written on the signature. The reason he was divorcing Yao Moen was because the food she made was too disgusting. However, all the plates on the large jade table were empty. After leaving behind the divorce papers, Chu Mabe left Lulan in the middle of the night. Chu Maxin hadn't expected this outcome. Even though the truth was right in front of him, he still couldn't believe it. Yao Moen, if you don't choose this prince's imperial older brother, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Outside the city, Chu Maxin and Kubu Zher saw Yao Moen and Yi Junqing out of the imperial capital. That's a matter for the future, but if Moen gives up on Yi Junqing now, she'll regret it at any moment. Maxin, now that you have Zher, you should understand Moen's state of mind. Moen has already made her choice a long time ago. It was rare for Yao Moen to show such a serious expression in front of Chu Maxin. Chu Maxin didn't know what to say even if he wanted to. After reluctantly leaving Lulan, Yao Moen and Yi Junqing returned to Great Chu. The first place they set foot on was Mongyuan. Yao Moen and Yi Junqing decided to stay in Mongyuan for 2 days. Firstly, this was the place where they had raised the flag, so there were too many memories worth reliving. Secondly, Yao Tu was still here. Yao Moen was still grateful for his help in the past. Tears welled up in Yao Moen's eyes as she looked at Yao Tu's day. In just a year, Yao Tu had aged so much. His head of white hair made Yao Moen's heart ache. Third Miss, this old servant kowtows in salute to Third Miss. At this time, Yao Tu had just walked out of the room and immediately saw Yao Moen standing in the middle of the courtyard. Hurry and get up. Is there a need for such formalities between us? Yao Moen walked up to help Yao Tu up, but Yao Tu refused to get up no matter what. Third Miss, if this old servant hadn't trusted Second Miss so easily, you wouldn't have been captured. This old servant has let you down. Yao Tu had been brooding over that incident. Misfortune may turn out to be a blessing in disguise. If Moen hadn't been captured, she wouldn't have been able to convince Yao Sulwan to expose Yi Hongyi's evil deeds. Yao Tu, the matter is already in the past, and Yi Hongyi is already dead. Forget about the unhappy past. What? Could it be that you don't want Moen and King Chu to stay, so you're intentionally making things difficult for Moen? Yao Moen pretended to be angry as she looked towards Yao Tu's day. This old servant doesn't dare. King Chu, Third Miss, please come in. Only later did Yao Moen find out that Yao Tu had been searching everywhere while she had been missing. He had only returned a few days ago. That night, Yao Tu couldn't resist the drowsiness and fell asleep. Yao Moen found Yi Junqing in the courtyard. Let's head back to the imperial city tomorrow, all right? Yao Moen leaned against Yi Junqing and sat down. She pressed her face against Yi Junqing's arm as she asked gently, as long as you say it's all right, Junqing will listen to you in the future. Yi Junqing turned to look at her, his eyes filled with warmth. That won't do. At that time, a certain someone will say that he's a puppet again. Moen won't be able to bear this accusation. Now that the word puppet was mentioned again, Yao Moen suddenly felt relieved. Moen. Yi Junqing suddenly turned to look towards the woman in front of him. His thin lips moved slightly, his emotions as deep as the sea. Is something the matter? Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Yi Junqing suspiciously. There are so many people who love you in this world. Junqing is just one of them. Junqing isn't the most handsome, isn't the wealthiest, and isn't the most powerful, but Junqing's heart isn't inferior to any of them. So Moen, please believe that if you choose Junqing, you won't regret it in this life, the next life, or the life after that. Yi Junqing's words caused Yao Moen to scratch her head in confusion. After all this time, shouldn't they have already gotten past the emotional part? Didn't Moen already choose? Yao Moen didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she saw how serious Yi Junqing was. That's right. Thank goodness you're still by my side even now. Yi Junqing emotionally pulled Yao Moen into his arms. Chu Mabe's divorce papers and Qi Kanglin's deeply moved and regretless gaze appeared in his mind. The next day, Yao Moen and Yi Junqing bid farewell to Yao Tu and headed towards Chu City without any obstructions. However, the closer they got to Chu City, the heavier Yao Moen's thoughts became. Yi Junqing noticed this, but didn't say anything. 10 days later, When Yao Moen and Yi Junqing reached the imperial city's western gate, they were very surprised to find that the city gates were tightly shut. Didn't you say that with Yin Shui and the element's assistance, Qin Zhong was governing Great Chu very well? So it's because the city gates are closed during the day, and the common people aren't allowed to pass through. Yao Moen looked at the tightly shut city gates and pouted. That's impossible. Hey, where are the guards? When Yi Junqing raised his head, he felt even more confused. It was one thing for the city gates to be tightly shut, but there wasn't even a single guard on the city gate tower. Just as Yi Junqing was hesitating, the city gates suddenly opened. The scene before them caused Yao Moen and Yi Junqing to tremble. On both sides of a large red carpet, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning spread out. Qin Zhong stood in the center with Yin Shui behind him. Behind him were all the civil and military officials. All of them were dressed in court attire. The moment the city gates opened, everyone shouted, "We respectfully welcome your majesty back to court. We respectfully welcome your majesty back to court." At almost the same time, fireworks exploded and several dozen city guards waved colorful flags on the city walls. The entire scene seemed emotional and pretentious, but Yao Moen and Yi Junqing were incredibly moved. Subordinate Feng Lin kowtows in salute to master. Subordinate Yu, kowtows in salute to master. Subordinate Lei, kowtows in salute to master. Subordinate Lei, kowtows in salute to master. Yin Shui walked up to Yao Moen with tears in her eyes. Subordinate Yin Shui kowtows in salute to master. As she looked at the 5 people who had gone through life and death with her, Yao Moen's tears fell like pearls from a broken necklace. She took a step forward and personally helped the 5 people up. It's been hard on all of you for Moen to be able to live until today. Yao Moen choked with sobs as tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Your Majesty, this old subject has been looking forward to your return. Your Majesty, Empress, please. Qin Zhong walked forward and invited Yao Moen and Yi Junqing into the Chu imperial city. That night, Yao Moen invited Yin Shui, Feng Yu, Lei Dian, and Lu Sha to a banquet in Guan Osprey Palace. She also officially changed Yin Shui and Feng Yu, Lei Dian's identities from secret guards to important officials of the court. This was because Yao Moen felt that each of them should have their own lives instead of hiding in the shadows and living for others. That night, no one could sleep. Yao Moen told Yin Shui and the others about all of her experiences in Crimson Flame Country. Although Yao Moen's expression didn't change much when Qi Kanglin was mentioned, Yi Junqing, who was sitting at the side, could tell that she still hadn't gotten over it. As they chatted, Yao Moen found out from Lu Sha that Ting Yu's body was still in the ice coffin. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Later, Yao Moen decided that Ting Yu's body would be buried in the Imperial Mausoleum, right next to the original Empress Yao Maxin's mausoleum. She would also move Lu Xing's mausoleum into the Imperial Mausoleum. Chapter 664. Thus, 3 days later, all of Chu was hung with white silk. Ting Yu and Lu Xing were buried in the Imperial Mausoleum with the titles of Princess Enlu and Prince Enping respectively. After all the complicated formalities, Yao Moen dismissed everyone and stayed in the Imperial Mausoleum alone for a long time. She didn't come back until very late. In the next few days, the memorials to the throne piled up into a small mountain. Yi Junqing was extremely busy and only came to Guan Osprey Palace for lunch and dinner. Even though Yao Moen had mentally prepared herself that Yi Junqing wouldn't be able to stay by her side every day as he did before, she still wasn't used to the sudden silence. At this time, Yao Moen was sitting on the swing in Pear Blossom Garden, swinging her jade-like feet casually. A light breeze blew past, causing her skirt to flutter and a few flower petals to land on Yao Moen's shoulders. She was an absolute beauty, like a fairy from a painting, so beautiful that it made one sigh. Suddenly, the swaying of the swing increased and Yao Moen snapped out of her daze. When she looked back, she saw that Yi Junqing had appeared behind her at some point. "What are you thinking about?" His gentle voice drifted over to Yao Moen's ears and tugged at her heartstrings. How could she be thinking about another person in this situation? How come you have time to come over today? Yao Moen calculated the time. Yi Junqing should be in the Imperial Study reading memorials right now. Zhen's Empress is angry? Yi Junqing turned around and crouched down next to Yao Moen. He placed his hands on Yao Moen's knees, and his eyes shone like stars. How could your majesty see that Bin Gong is angry? Yao Moen smiled sweetly. Since she had chosen to come back, she had chosen to live in the imperial family. She had no reason to be angry, but she still felt uncomfortable. I guessed it. When I went to court today, those ministers were really muddle-headed. They actually wanted Zhen to fill up the harem. Tell me, aren't they seriously ill? When Yao Moen stood up, Yi Junqing also stood up. He clasped Yao Moen's hand tightly and walked out of Pear Blossom Garden. Oh, their suggestion is normal. As the ruler of a country, he should naturally have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, and a large number of wives and concubines. It's not for the happiness of having multiple wives, but for the sake of having children, said Yao Moen calmly. Yao Moen said indifferently as she pondered over the meaning behind Yi Junqing's words. For a moment, she suddenly felt very sad. Since when did she start trying to figure out Yi Junqing's thoughts? It had only been a few days, and there was already a gap between them. As time passed, Yao Moen didn't dare to think any further, but her heart was in a knot. Yao Moen turned to look at Yao Moen. Can I? Yi Junqing turned to look at Yao Moen as he spoke solemnly. Of course. As the empress of a country, Moen still has this bit of breadth of mind. Yao Moen nodded slightly. When it came to empress, although none of the ministers in court objected to making her empress, Yi Junqing still hadn't issued a decree, and there was no movement in the inner palace. This made Yao Moen feel that it was strange. Could it be that Yi Junqing was unwilling? Could it be that in his heart, there was someone more suitable than her to be the empress? Wanner, have we wronged you? Yi Junqing gently caressed Yao Moen's face as he looked at her affectionately. How could your majesty have such thoughts? Moen doesn't feel wronged. Yao Moen squeezed out a faint smile, but her heart really didn't feel good. After lunch, Yi Junqing returned to the imperial study. Yao Moen was truly bored, so she called In Shui and Yuer over to her side. Master, your complexion looks terrible, said Yuer exaggeratedly as she looked at Yao Moen, who was lying on the table. Is that so? How bad is it? When Yao Moen heard this, she propped her elbows on the table and stood up. She subconsciously rubbed her cheeks. Yao Moen was stunned by this unintentional action of hers. When did she start to lose so much self-confidence? Since when did she care so much about her appearance? Ever since she returned to the imperial palace, it seemed like everything had changed. Even her sincerity towards Yi Junqing had started to waver. Don't listen to Yuer's nonsense. Master has always been radiant, praised In Shui as she poked Yuer. In Shui, when did you learn how to coax people? This isn't your style. Yao Moen lowered her head as she fiddled with the teacup in her hands. Every word In Shui says comes from the bottom of my heart. In Shui immediately clarified. You're still coaxing this consort. Yao Moen let out a long sigh. Master, is there something bothering you? There's no harm in telling us. Although Yuer and In Shui can't help, we can at least be good listeners, said Yuer kindly when she saw Yao Moen's tired and dispirited expression. If it was in the past, the words can't help would definitely be changed to go through fire and water. Yuer, In Shui, both of you have changed. Yao Moen sighed as she looked towards In Shui and Yuer. Not only did her mood not ease, it became even more gloomy. Master, did His Majesty make you angry? If so, Yuer and In Shui will help you vent your anger, said Yuer resolutely as she suddenly straightened her back. No one is bullying this consort, it's you guys. All right, this consort is tired. You can all withdraw. Yao Moen waved her hand in annoyance, then got up and returned to her room. It wasn't until the door to the inner room was shut that In Shui and Yuer looked at each other and smiled. Yao Moen didn't know how long she had slept for. Even though she had woken up, she still felt dizzy. Just how dizzy is this consort? Why is the bed shaking as well? Muttered Yao Moen as she sat up. However, in the next second, she froze in place and couldn't move. What was going on? She wasn't lying on a bed. Instead, She was in a carriage. Had she been kidnapped? Illusory vine? Crimson flame country? Countless scenes flashed through Yao Moan's mind, and she cursed inwardly. One wave had just subsided, and another wave had arisen. How long was this going to last? At this time, Yao Moan didn't have the time to sigh. She immediately lifted the curtain and rushed out. "Wife, you're awake?" The clear voice was like the sound of nature. Yao Moan looked over and saw that the person in front of her was none other than Yi Junqing, dressed in plain clothes. "You, why are you dressed like this? Where are we going?" Yao Moan sat on the edge of the carriage in confusion as she looked towards Yi Junqing. "From now on, your husband is going to dress like this. As for where we're going, if wife is especially fond of those rape flowers, then we'll go to Lulan." Yi Junqing raised the horsewhip in his hand as he replied frankly, "You've just returned to Great Chu. It's not wise to go to Lulan so soon," said Yao Moan solemnly. "Nay." When Yi Junqing heard this, he tightened the reins and put the whip to the side. "My dear wife, what are you thinking about? Your husband is just a commoner. What right do you have to talk about going on a diplomatic mission? Even if King Lulan and that brat Chu Machine wanted to see your husband, it was only because of our past relationship." Ahem. In reality, your husband doesn't seem to have much of a relationship with them. Yi Junqing's handsome face lit up with a light smile, and his clear eyes shone like stars. Chapter 665. You are just a commoner? Yi Junqing, can you not joke with Moan like this? How could you possibly be a commoner? You are. Yao Moan looked towards Yi Junqing in shock. Someone was plotting to usurp the throne? How come there were no signs at all? Yao Moan felt like her mind was in a mess and she couldn't think straight. Junqing doesn't want you to be our empress. He only wants you to be Junqing's wife. Only one person for a lifetime. The emperor can't do it, but Junqing can. The sound of rain hitting porcelain echoed in Yao Moan's heart. Tears unconsciously flowed out, and Yao Moan abruptly threw herself into Yi Junqing's arms as she burst into tears. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why did you only tell me now? Bastard!" Yao Moan pounded Yi Junqing's chest fiercely. Unconcealable happiness seeped out from every single hair on her body and lingered around them. During this time, Junqing has been busy with the abdication of the throne, so I didn't have time to accompany you. Junqing has wronged you, but I swear that from now on, Junqing will always be by your side and won't leave you for even a single step. Yi Junqing pulled Yao Moan tightly into his arms as he recited his vow. Junqing. Moan just knew that her choice wouldn't be wrong. Yao Moan leaned into Yi Junqing's embrace as her eyes shone with unconcealable happiness. Hiya. The carriage slowly moved forward. Yao Moan suddenly thought of something and looked towards Yi Junqing. "Why didn't you discuss such an important matter with Moan? This husband was wrong. There won't be a next time. Was it you who drugged Moan? Why didn't you let Moan say goodbye to Inshui and the others?" "It was mainly because I was afraid that you'd be sad. This husband was wrong. There won't be a next time." The sunset illuminated the sky, casting a long shadow on the carriage. The two people in the carriage leaned against each other as they began their new journey. 1 year later, Lulan, the rapeseed flowers that covered the mountains and plains, danced in a gentle and beautiful manner under the gentle breeze. In the middle of the light yellow rapeseed flowers, a 3-story inn seemed to stand out. According to an insider, the lady boss of this inn was as beautiful as a fairy, and the boss was also extraordinarily handsome. Not only that, but the few regulars here were also dragons and phoenixes among men. The lady was comparable to Chang'e in the moon, and the man was like a divine general from the upper realm. Therefore, even though the cost of a meal in this inn was equivalent to a year's worth of meals in other inns, this Qingwan Inn was still full every day. But today, this inn actually hung up a sign saying that it was temporarily closed. "My wife, please hurry up a bit. The guests downstairs have all arrived." Yi Junqing bowed respectfully as if he was greeting his ancestor. "Got it. You're so fat. How are you supposed to meet people?" "Junqing, Do you think Moen can meet people like this? The moment the door opened, a woman with a big belly staggered out. My wife is always the most beautiful, especially at times like this. Little ancestor, you have to be more well-behaved today. You're not allowed to bully mother anymore. Do you understand? Yi Junqing only swept a glance at Yao Moen before pressing his face against Yao Moen's bulging belly. Io, my wife, be gentler. Yin Nansheng and the others are all watching. When Yao Moen saw that Yi Junqing was ignoring her, she immediately pulled on Yi Junqing's ear. It's fine. Just pull. We're already used to seeing it. Yin Nansheng suddenly said in the main hall on the first floor, causing an uproar below. I'll let you off today, but if your eyes dare to linger on Moen's face for less than 3 seconds next time, just watch how I'll deal with you. Warned Yao Moen quietly. How will I deal with him? Tell me. A crisp voice suddenly rang out. Diao Diao shouted excitedly downstairs, but it startled Han Genie, who was at the side. Diao Diao, be careful of your body. If anything happens to you, how will Genie explain it to the Han family's ancestors? Han Genie's words immediately caused everyone to look at him with disdain. Ever since he married Diao Diao, Han Genie was no longer the Han Genie of the past. The big bad wolf that once shook the world had now been trained by Diao Diao into a little sheep. What are you all looking at? Wife, they're bullying people. Han Genie glared at everyone, then leaned into Diao Diao's embrace with an extremely aggrieved expression. Master, Bingxin will support you. Lung Bingxin was just about to move forward when Bin Lei pulled her back. That won't do. You've already had enough months. According to the old man, you shouldn't have come out. Ben Lei looked at his wife worriedly. That's right. Moen also invited Sect Master Sikong and Sect Master Gai Daozi. Why aren't they here? At this time, Yao Moen had already walked to the main hall on the first floor with Yi Junqing's careful support. The two of them agreed to go fishing, replied Ben Lei attentively. Look at how idle they are. Once Bingxin and Diao Diao give birth, they'll have something to do. Qianma, your stomach is so fierce. Are you going to give birth to a pair of twins? Yao Moen turned to look at Shui Qianma in surprise. The last time they met, Shui Qianma's stomach didn't seem to be this exaggerated. You guessed right. This alliance had specially invited a famous doctor to take her pulse. My 2 precious sons are in there. Yin Nansheng was speaking proudly when he suddenly felt a cold and gloomy light drift over. No one can compare to this alliance head's obedient sons. Come, Xiu Di, let father hug you. Yin Nansheng immediately reached out toward Xiu Di in a fawning manner, but unexpectedly, Xiu Di suddenly released Shaoqing. Yin Nansheng had already expected this move from his son, so he immediately dodged. However, this dodging wasn't good. Yin Nansheng's long robe accidentally knocked over a porcelain bowl on the side of the table. There was a loud pa sound, and right after that, Yao Moen, Diao Diao, Lung Bingxin, and Shui Qianma all felt an unbearable pain in their stomachs. Junqing, I'm going to give birth. It hurts. Yao Moen was the first to realize the severity of the situation, and she collapsed to the ground in pain. Genie, I think I'm going to give birth too. Bin Lei, your sons are coming out. Yin Nansheng, you bastard. It hurts. When Yi Junqing and Han Genie saw the 4 big-bellied beauties collapse to the ground at the same time, they were instantly dumbfounded. Right at this time, the inn's main doors creaked open. When Chu Maxin entered with Kubu Zhir, he just happened to see this scene. Zhir, thank goodness you're attentive enough. What are you guys just standing there for? Hurry and come in and help. At the time, Chu Maxin had thought that it was a bit exaggerated for Kubu Zhir to bring so many imperial doctors and palace maids with her, but after seeing the current situation, Chu Maxin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Madame was truly wise. Screams and shouts rose and fell inside the inn. Occasionally, there was the sound of a baby crying. It was a complete mess. Outside the inn, a heaven-toppling and earth-shattering figure stood by himself. His silver-white hair fluttered in the wind, giving off a sense of steadiness and vicissitudes. On his handsome face, His eyes were like an eternally unchanging serene spring that emitted a faint light. "Young master, it's time to go," a follower behind him reminded him. The man pursed his lips and casually placed the flute on a stone bench at the side of the inn. The wind picked up and the figure disappeared, leaving behind only the fragrance of flowers. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.